down there. We're killing skeeters. We're here for it. Off and rolling. Race number 1.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our RacerTV.com coverage of the RCSX Vintage Day and ATV Pro Motocross. We're glad to have you with us. Mikey Wayne's up in the tower right now. Zach Heron along with me, Megawatt Matt Watson. First race of the day, Zach, and here we go, man.
Absolutely, yeah. We've had an incredible weekend of racing here, and we're going to kick things off for the vintage style racing here this morning.
I love it.
Masters 50 Plus. And man, look at the track in perfect condition to kick off the first race of the day. And it's the 27 machine. Todd Street coming out of Pennsylvania, leading the way.
One of my buddies right there. Absolutely. That guy's a High Point regular. They've got a corral full of these things. They've got about 77 through 82 of the Hondas. And you're going to see him all day. He's going to be out here on different machines. But not going to be easy for Streety. Look at this.
Absolutely. Got some company. Now, we've been talking about it all day long. These split lane options, or these split options as far as the line choices, been relatively even for the vintage races. But man, 27 putting the gap on them right there.
Yeah, his tough preps, you can count on that, man. This is what they do. I don't even know that Todd rides modern bikes when we have amateur day at High Point or when we're at different places. I'm pretty sure that him and his boy are absolutely vintage only. Got a good ride going on. You see the 626 on a Yamaha out there. I'm not sure who that was. Maybe it was 625. Not real sure. Got to get my glasses here. But Street already opening up a big gap right now, taking that number 27 Elsinore, the Red Rocket, to the front.
And I'm telling you what, folks, it has been Moto History 1101 out here with Matt Watson. If you want to know anything about the bikes, who created them, what process went into it, what kind of gear, what day it was, what the weather was like when it happened, you ask Megawatt, man. It's one thing to experience this, it's another to experience it in person, but to be able to be beside somebody so knowledgeable about all things in the sport, it just really, it helps reinforce that appreciation, right? That's what we've been talking about all morning long, is this is the past that allows us to have the incredible motorcycles that we see racing on Saturday nights.
Well, Zach, I appreciate the compliment, man. It's just not so much the knowledge. I was there. You know, I lived it, and there's no bigger fan of pro motocross than me. When we talk about Jet, when we talk about Eli, when we talk about RJ Hampshire, that's my game, dude. I've followed pro motocross since 1977. Been in that game since 11 years old, traveling different tracks, and that's what I live for. But you know, every era I went through has a special place. I have special memories of each decade, man. When I was in my 20s, my 30s, my 40s, now my 50s, almost 60 in 2 years, you know. But the 70s were so cool. I was youngster, junior high. The 80s, I was in high school. The 90s, out on my own, first houses and all this stuff. So everything is a timeline for us. And that being said, also a timeline in the evolution of these bikes.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about.
Yes, sir.
I mean,
absolutely.
Small improvements here and there that lead to huge improvements throughout time. And it's so funny. You take some of these late 70s, early 80s bikes and you put them up next to a 2024 model. They look almost entirely different, but the process of getting from one to the other is incredible.
Oh, it absolutely is. And again, trial and error, trial and error. You break stuff, you fix stuff, you improve stuff over the years. And again, people say, oh, how'd you ride it? We didn't know no better. It was the best you could go to the showroom and buy. And you know, my dad gusseted my YZ80 frames. We didn't want them to break. We put an extended YZ100 shock on it. We put a YZ100 airbox. You just made it better. You know, you made things last. You know, you put an extra wheeled hair in there, or you put an oversized something in there, and that's what it was all about. Right now, that bike Street's on, it was the second time Honda just dominated. They came out in '73 with the original Elsinore, that Silver Tank Legend, the M model. All of a sudden, some of the CZs, some of the Huskies, some of the Makos, man, they were instantly at a disadvantage. There you go. You see one of those Red Rockets now. So in '78, Honda actually released its second gen of the Elsinore. In '78, long travel suspension, work style tank, bigger brakes, lighter machine, and way more power. So the Red Rocket era lasted 1978, 79, and 80. That was it. You had the original bikes, 73, 74, first gen, 75. And then all of a sudden the Red Rocket era come along. In 1980, they had a plastic tank, dual shocks and such. 81, I told you, now you've got a Pro Link liquid cooled, starting to get ready for disc brakes, so a whole different game. So each one of these bikes represents something. The Yamaha we're looking at, who's that? What's that guy's name right there?
It's going to be Robert Green sitting in the second place spot.
Yeah, Rob Green. He's riding a really unique bike there as well. That is basically the second generation of the monoshock. Yamaha went mono about 76 on the big bikes. The first YZ80 to have a monoshock was 78. I was just a kid. I was about fourth grade, I believe. So each brand really did something within another year of each other. You know, when one came out with something, the next one had to raise the bar. So each one of these bikes really is pivotal in our history.
Without a doubt, as we see the checker flag coming out on the first race of the day, your Evolution 1 Masters 50 Plus. Todd Treat going to grab that race win on the 27 Red Rocket. You heard from Megawatt there. Robert Green going to bring home a second place, and Scott Clamforth going to jump into the third place spot and grab the final podium position there. Denny Arati looking like he is fourth. Going to wait for them to cross the line and make it official. Rick Price was shown in fifth and Mike Monroe on that last one. We jump onto the line now. These are looking a little more modern here. We've got Mini Open Race 2 coming up next. Looking like that might be the 5 of Drysdale grabbing the early race lead, and very similar to what we saw yesterday. You get the good start, you see your leader try to hammer down and get a gap. Looks like that might have been the 116 I saw there in second place. Couldn't quite get a number on it as they come back through. I believe that was the 175 of Brantley Friddle in the second place spot. Drysdale, I've gotten to see him ride up at Lincoln Trail there in Illinois, and man, this kid is serious. He means business, and looks like he's trying to prove things down south here in Daytona as well.
Yeah, Drysdale was involved in some battles yesterday, as a matter of fact. Had some stuff going on, had good rides there, so glad to see they're sticking around today, taking full advantage of the experience here, man. Going to do some vintage racing, going to watch some pro ATVs, and spending as much time they can in Daytona International Speedway.
Yeah, I'm telling you what, it's been an awesome weekend for myself as well.
You were ready. You were pumped, man.
Man. It has been crazy. We kicked things off with Arena Cross on Friday, watching Supercross on Saturday after some ATV GNCC racing, GNCC on Sunday. Then we hightailed it all the way over here. We had some of the best racing that I've seen, I mean, arguably since Loretta's last year for the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross yesterday, and now jumped into DeLorean, took a time travel back, and man, I'm loving it right now. I know Pops Dino, if you're watching, big shout out. I sent him a picture, a couple of those CRs sitting in line, and he said, man, does that bring back some memories. So he's already searching up parking spots. He's looking to rent a camper. You can bet Big Bad Dino's going to be down here in 25.
I hope so, man. Looking forward to that. And that's what it is all about. Guys like Street, they go home, they tell their buddies, man, you should have seen the track. You see the pictures. What a great time we had. And this thing grows and grows and grows, and that's what we need. That's going to keep this thing alive. We share the stadium with the ATV pros, and I think that's a great idea during the day. That way we kill two birds with one stone. Everybody gets to really experience the full Daytona, you know, and that's what we want to do. That's what we want to provide for everybody, no matter what you ride and no matter what your level.
Absolutely. Hey, give you a quick top 5 rundown. So it is Drysdale leading out front on the number 5, Brantley Friedel in the second place spot, Bentley Rao in third with Parker Radulowicz. Gonna have to see if I'm saying that last name.
What is it?
I believe it is Wadulowicz.
I'll go with that.
All right, we're going to stick with it. He's running in the fourth place spot right now, and Dominic Rao rounding out your top 5. And to your point, Mega, we talked about this in the tower just a little bit earlier. Obviously, these guys mean business. They want to do well, but at the same time, they're just having such a great time being here. They want to see some great stuff. And looks like we got a special guest up here.
Yeah, Jason Wygant here. Just wanted to say hi. It's cool to be at Vintage Days. All right, I'm out.
There it was. He came, he saw, he conquered. Jason Wygant headed out. Great to see you. And that's what I mean. Everybody wants to see it. Everybody enjoys it. I know we've been enjoying it walking around because you've got the guys, they've got the bikes. A lot of them, they're running some retro gear, right? If you're somebody like Randy Richardson, you're running the retro helmet. That man fully.
Listen, we got the steel plate high point boots on, got the Levi 501s on, brother. I mean, full Steve McQueen, son. Okay, if you're going to go, hey, you stay in character till the credits roll, okay?
Absolutely.
Dig it.
White flag waving there for your leader on the number 5. Yeah, I even think I saw some boot covers out there.
Absolutely. Gators.
Yes,
get it right. Gators.
Well, I apologize.
Okay, get it right, son.
Better keep studying. So some great stuff right now. Does look like Rowell, the man on the move, jumping up into the third place spot. We've got both Bentley Rowell and Dominic Rowell. Gonna have to try to see if I can figure out whether or not, you look from the same area, North Carolina, where I'm from. So
right on.
Believe the Rowells are going to be related out there. And right now it is Bentley getting the best of the two of them, hanging on.
Like West Virginia, we're all related.
Hey, one way or another, right? But right now, taking a look at the number 5. And we talked about Drysdale doing a little racing yesterday. Some slight track changes between yesterday and today, but doesn't seem to be affecting him too much, especially with as strong of a start as we saw the number 5 get.
Oh, yeah, he's just hanging it out right now, having a blast, no question.
So
really, really conducive to that size bike too. This track is,
Absolutely.
So he's letting that thing move. Doesn't have traffic to where there's no pressure on him today. He has nothing to prove. Championships for yesterday. He's out having a good time, and it looks like it.
Yep, absolutely. He did a great job, and he's all wrapped up and getting some advice there from one of the flaggers. Not sure what that was all about, but maybe just a, hey, great job, man. Way to grab the win.
Exactly.
But checker flag is waving out here, and we even heard Jordan Jarvis say yesterday, this track is perfect. I mean, whether it's this layout or what we saw yesterday, absolutely perfect for this size motorcycle. They're able to, do everything relatively easily, but also still keep that thing wide open and have a great time.
For sure.
Now taking a look at race number 3, Evolution 3 Masters 50 Plus, as well as Revolution 2 Golden Masters.
These guys have an opportunity to come in here. Not everybody, has the skill, desire, or whatever to restore Vinny's bike.
Yep.
Okay. You can do it on a budget, man. You can go racing for $1,500. Okay. You can find a bike $300, $400, $500. Redo shocks, forks, make sure the motor, the crank and stuff's good. You can get out here and be competitive. I feel for $1,500 to $2,000 easily for the investment. But when it comes to powder coating, comes to nickel plating, it depends on what you want to do with the bike. You know what I mean? I like to find real clean survivors, as you've seen. Yep. Send them out, get them done, have Mitch and the guys take care of them, get the wheels, all that. Or some of these classes like this, man, bikes I bought new in 2000, they're still great racers. They're still competitive bikes. They make more power than we're ever going to use. And you know what? You're not on schedule to go out and ride an amateur Supercross series. You're 50 years old, you're 25 years old, or you're an amateur guy, and these are the classes right here that are perfect for you.
Absolutely.
You go out and pick up one of these used bikes, ready to ride. Yep. Get on Facebook Marketplace, get on any of the vintage sites on Facebook, that type of thing, and you can come out here and have a blast, which is what these guys are doing, as you see, in a no-pressure situation.
And that's what I mean. These guys were sitting there cutting it up, talking about the good old days, if you will, when men were men and sheep were scared, right? And absolutely, that's what they're out. They're reliving it. They're having a good time. I mean, whether they win or not, all of these riders come off with a smile. They're high-fiving one another, and probably going to go share a beverage afterwards. It's a good time. And it really gets back to the root of what the sport's all about. It's a huge family. We all have a great time. We want to do our best. We want to compete, but really, especially today, it just seems like the overall camaraderie and just the atmosphere a little lighter, a little more fun-focused.
Oh, certainly. If I had to guess, there's about 6 guys out here really concerned with the number 1 plate.
Yep.
Leaving out of here with the first place. There's about 6 guys out there really concerned with that because 3 of them are racing against each other.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
And it's, as this has gone on year after year, you've seen the vintage specialists, right? The guys that they go out, they seek these vintage bikes, whether it's online or whether they know a guy who knows a guy, and they're talking to the guys they were battling with at the vintage Supercross last year. They said, man, I got one in store for you today. I found me a beauty on Marketplace, and it's over. So it's been a lot of smack talking going on, but it's all in good fun for sure.
That's how that 87 250 I show you got built. Me and Bitus are talking smack up there in that tower right there. 1 year later, I had mine built, ready to go, rode about 6 laps on it, and there you go.
There it is. And that's a whole nother point to it. I mean, these things are works of art. It's a lot more difficult to get old parts, to get these things restored back into the amazing race shape that we've seen. I mean, those things look just like they had rolled off the factory floor when they're coming through staging, but it's one thing to put them up on a stand, they look pretty, but to actually get them out there, do what they were meant to do, and show they can still do it at a high rate of speed is pretty cool.
Yeah, and everybody has their niche. When you say that, I like a hybrid, man. Garage Queen's a Garage Queen. That's what it'll always be. I've seen guys have the most beautiful bikes not have a piston in it.
Yep.
I mean, that thing's sitting there looking like it should go into Guggenheim. All right, no crank.
Yep.
you know. Or a guy has one that all he did was rebuild the crank, the motor. He didn't care about the rims. He didn't care about this and that. He got a rider, man.
Yep.
For sure. I'm kind of in the middle. I like to find really nice survivors. Put the stuff I had on them in the day, whether it's pro circuit pipes, whether it's upgrade this or that. Kind of resto mods myself. I like that.
And this is a battle for the lead on screen that we're watching right now. We've got Todd Street leading the way on the number 5. On the Kawasaki is Jason Clark. Jason, you saw a little stumble there, got heavy over the front end, but he was side by side with Street as they took the white flag. So this is still anyone's guess with about 3/4 of a lap remaining.
Oh, no doubt. But Street, we saw him just a moment ago in race. Now, I told you every era he's going to have a bike out here. And it'll be red.
Absolutely. Well, and then red's looking good.
Oh, no.
Going down, going to cost your Kawasaki rider a little bit more. Now showing as Clark in the lead. Might be actually watching Michael Martin and Keith Ulrich. We've got 2 classes out at number 5 and number 6. And looking to see, that was still the white flag waving. There is the number 6. So, yes, that is Michael Martin out of the Revolution 2 Golden Masters class. And he is going to bring the checkered flag down. Sorry about that, Michael. I want to give you a big shout out.
Michael Martin, 64 years young, folks.
Absolutely.
Listen at home. Listen to this. Here's our Golden Masters, okay? 64, 64, 61, 60, 66, 66, 60. Woo! That's all I'm going to say.
In their prime. Absolutely. And I mean, it's got to be a little bit of reminiscing going on, right? I mean, that's the first thing Pops told me. He said, man, does that bring back some memories? But these guys, I mean, to be on the bikes that they grew up racing, you can talk about that. I mean, it's so cool to be able to have the same feel, the same smell, and the same feeling, right? I mean, you can be on a motorbike, and they're great. Don't get me wrong, they're fantastic. But there's just something about being on the machines that you grew up with.
Listen, when I slide into the pocket of one of them mid-70s Hondas, that safety seat going up to the gas end. Today, the bikes are flat from the gas cap to the rear fender and that type of thing. That's Euro style. That's how that developed. But if you look right there on the screen in front of us, you see that Kawasaki tank going up, and it's just got its own feel. And yeah, I'm in 1987, bro, when I get on that bike. I feel just like I did as a kid.
Absolutely. And I tell you what else we're not seeing a ton of, at least in those retro classes. You're not seeing start devices, right? No whole shot devices or anything like that. That's old school, baby. We do a little thing called technique, right?
I created my 24 Honda, and every year it's got a new switch on it. Traction control, mapping, and it's cool to have 3 maps and this and that, but you know, the electric start, the map, the traction control, the launch control, all this stuff. Listen, I had YZ80s with throttle control, traction control right here.
Yep.
At right wrist.
Yeah, I was about to say, he's holding up that right wrist for everybody at home, because that's what I mean. We hear a lot of talk about that today. Do we have too much options, too many things to take the skill element away from it? The bike's almost doing too much at this point. But and I mean, I think it goes to show. You see a lot of those vintage classes, they come front end comes up off the gate, right? Get a lot of one rider having a big spill there, looking like it might have been Mark Swart, who was running in the 3rd place spot. But right now it is the Kawasaki of Shane Waite out front leading the way in our Warrior class out on track right now. And this is a pretty cool class as well.
I love this class, you bet, man. This is for our veterans, our first responders, our police, our heroes out there. This is an opportunity for these guys to kind of forget about work for a while, maybe forget about maybe a tour of duty, maybe something going on in their lives. But these guys have a lot in common. All these guys protect us in one way or another. All these guys put their lives on the line for our lives, whether in the fire department, as police, as service members, past and present. These guys have all been there, and they want to make America the country it should be, okay? And they're here to defend us and take care of us. So these guys out here together riding, man, that's got to be an awesome feeling, because every one of them does the same thing for a living or has done the same thing, and they all love dirt bikes and motocross out here in a special class just for them. And again, talk about no pressure, talk about no stress. These guys are out here doing what they love together.
Absolutely. I'm telling you what, we got to start getting the classifications, right? Is this a veteran? Is this a fire department, police department? Because, I mean,
sure,
the fire department versus police battles on track, I can only imagine.
We used to do that. We had a local series in West Virginia where I knew some cops that rode, and I knew some firemen. Hey, let's do a grudge match, you know, and I'd have a local restaurant throw some money in and this and that, and we'd either donate it to the police department or the fire department and this and that, and a lot of fun. And yeah, always love to recognize these guys. Who's that underneath the bike there under that KTM?
Trying to take a look. It looked like it might have been a number 1 on the plate. Not seen, possibly. So it is a number 1 on the front number plate.
Gary Peak.
Gary Peak.
Coming out of Marshall, Illinois. You know, Gary, God bless you. Look at this number right here. Zach, read that for me.
77. Right
77
there.
years young. And did you see him pop up?
Absolutely.
He said, hey, move this bike. They moved that bike. He gets up, dusts his elbows off. Back in the saddle, man. I love it.
Absolutely. Ain't nothing but a thing. Right now, Shane Waite leads the way over Dylan Frisch, and Matthew Anderson rounds out the podium with Derek Struck and Mark Swart able to jump back up and round out the top 5 last time we saw them come through. And now starting to see your leader facing a little bit of lap traffic.
You know, we talk about this warrior class, and, you know, God bless Gary Peak, number 1 out there. Came all the way from Marshall, Illinois. But when I'm taking a look at this, I'm seeing Millbury, Massachusetts. I'm seeing Golden Springs, Colorado, Axton, Iowa. Okay, these guys traveled. These warriors really wanted this experience together at Daytona International Speedway, you know, and actually I think it's the biggest class we got.
I was about to say, I mean, if it's not, then it's one of, because for sure.
Revolution 1 has 22. Warrior has 23. Revolution 2, 20. So, yeah, Revolution 22, but our warrior class, most represented class here today, man. Hats off to you guys. Yep, love you guys for sure.
And the checkered flag comes out. It is Shane Waite going to bring it home on the number 12 Kawasaki machine, getting the job done. There's Dylan Frisch coming across the line on the 441. And we'll wait to see, is Anderson going to hang on for it? Yes, he does. The 102 machine of Matthew Anderson going to round out the podium.
Oh, race 5. Race 4. Awesome.
So we've got a little bit of it all out here at Daytona this weekend. We saw the present in Saturday night, and we've seen some of the past in the vintage racing. Let's talk about what's coming up next. We got a little bit of the future, a little bit of what's going to be coming in the following years to come, maybe. I don't want to speculate. We don't know where things are going, but we got the Open E-Class coming up next. Matt Burkeen, Derek Tim, and Nathan Bilbrey going to be all out there on electric bikes. Better put in the cough drop, boys, because you're not going to be hearing a whole lot. The revs are not coming up, as Jason Wygant said yesterday, and looking like that's Burkeen grabbing the whole shot. I believe that is the start that he is riding out there on. So Burkeen doing his thing out front right now. And almost sounds like your local RC track in a way, just a little as they're going around. But I'm telling you what, I was fortunate enough to be able to jump on one of these starts. Now I was doing some off-road riding through the woods, but I'm telling you, just the power delivery and the fact that you never run out, right? You run out of gear sometimes on a regular motorcycle. It doesn't happen on the start. It just keeps going, and I was only in mode 3. I can't even talk about full speed. So say what you will. You may not love it, all right? I understand. There's differing opinions. I don't know where I'm somewhere in the middle.
Well, it's the old guys.
I still like a good smell of 2-strokes. So, I mean,
that's also true, too.
We're still getting over that. But nonetheless, I do think it's a cool option, cool opportunity for some of these riders to try out. Really a brand new style of racing, arguably maybe the biggest innovation since the 2-stroke to 4-stroke switch.
Yeah, it's listen, the future's coming. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. It's really cool. We actually had them at GNCC on Sunday. I know you guys were talking about it. We had them on the start. And for every little bit that it does take away, that you don't hear the engine rev and bang, they're off. Holy smokes, the torque. I mean, it was like I listed the names, and as soon as I look up, they're already past me into turn number 1. Like, it's nuts.
As we just said, it's an acquired taste.
Sure, absolutely.
All right, not everybody's going to be a fan.
Yeah.
All right. We've had several of the bikes at the office. We've had several different models. I watched Davey one afternoon. Every gate drop, Davey went down to the outside gate.
Yeah.
Ran against vet classes, ran against Pro-Am classes, youth classes, the whole deal. The bike was there. Yeah, the bike was on point every time. But there are idiosyncrasies, you know. The chassis responds differently than it would to a gas engine, of course. It's a bit to get used to with the no sound on the bike. It has a different feel to it. But as you can see, that bike is fast. Yeah, there's no question right now. When you look on your TV screen, when you look on that monitor at home, that bike is fast. What I was talking about earlier, I was saying we got a transplanted engine into an RM chassis right there. When I said we got a transplant. And saw a CRF 250 downtown the other day that somebody put an electric motor in.
Beautiful.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
You know, the manufacturers are going to do what the manufacturers do. And then when we get a hold of them, there's no rules for us, you know, right? We're going to do whatever we can to modify and update and change.
And you know, very cool. Like you said, it is a acquired taste. It's not for everybody. And I thought, to be honest with you, it looked cooler sitting down there on the street the other day, you know, for sure.
For those wondering, ATV SX, that first heat for Pro Sport coming up at 12:30 this afternoon. And then Pro Sport Heat 2, obviously following that one. Those will be 7 minutes plus 1. We've got the first heat for our pros coming up 12:50 this afternoon. Then 104, 105 in that ballpark. We'll have heat number 2 for the pros with the LCQ at 2 o'clock this afternoon. And we'll get into mains. Pro Sport Main 3:30 and Pro Main at 4 o'clock this afternoon. In the meantime, a whole lot of vintage and a whole lot of future, I guess.
We got past, present, and future out here.
That's it.
It's a little bit of everything. Burkeen on his final lap. And Burkeen's a two-stroke guy, too. So doing a big switch over there.
Matt rides YZ250 usually on the Nationals at Supercross. You know, that's who he is. He's a great rider, fantastic guy. Does a lot with youth riders as well.
Kind of becoming a media mogul, if you will.
Sure, yeah, absolutely,
great footage of some of these indoor races and stuff, and he takes a checker flag, shows, hey, man, I do spend some time behind the camera, but I still know how to get it done.
That's right.
On the machine as well. The battle is on. We might have just seen a pass. The 204 trying to get it done in the closing stages. Is he going to be able to hang on? Derek Tim's got the inside line. Is he going to run it in deep? I don't think he's going to be close enough. And there it is. So the 204 of Nathan Bilbrey going to cross the line in the second place spot.
Looky here, 82 Yamaha.
Now we're back to megawatts acquired taste. Absolutely.
Front-mounted radiator on that Yamaha we're looking at. You guys at home, hideous. Forks got hotter than hell. The oil went away. Okay, that thing got softer than a tissue, man, in about 2 laps. Okay, horrible design. Let's put hot water on top of our metal forks that we try to keep cool.
Already having some difficulties there. Gets it fired back up. That was weird. I didn't see him reach up for an electric start button. What was going on there?
Yeah, it looked like he had a twitch in his leg. What that's called is a Kickstarter. Ask Ken Roxon. He'll tell you all about it.
Absolutely.
Back when men were men, megawatts.
Right.
You know it, man. You know, it's funny, just before you stepped in, Mikey, we were talking about the buttons, the switch of traction control, mapping, launch control, torque assist, and all that. So I had YZ80s with traction control. My right wrist.
Right wrist. There you go.
Okay, the clutch finger.
Taking a look. Evolution 2 out on track, as well as the Evolution 2 Golden Masters race number 6. And I believe that is the 114 we see of William Hobson leading the way right now out of that Golden Masters Evolution 2 class. And speaking of Golden Masters, how about them golden rims? That's what I mean. These guys go above and beyond. You always hear the jokes about the vet riders, right? They got to have full factory looking everything. The kits are dialed in.
That's mega, right?
That's the only way to do it. And these guys, not only are they doing it, but they're doing it for the time period of the machines that they're riding.
I'll promise you this. I win in staging. I'll guarantee you that.
Absolutely.
On the walk to the gate, Mega wins.
I'd rather look fast.
I will promise you that. Okay.
I love it. Austin Seelig out there. If I'm not mistaken, I think that is Austin used to run UTVs with us back in the day. GNCCs.
Oh, yeah?
I'm not 100% positive, but
cool.
I would say yes, that's him. I can't imagine there's too many guys out there named Austin Seelig. Could be wrong, though. But that comes from a guy with a name like Mike Simpson, it's like John Smith. It's boring.
Yeah, look how good his bike works, though.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Zach, look how that thing tracks. This is a 35-year-old bike. It's about a 40-year-old bike right here. And look how good that bike works for him. It's the basics. He's got a nice aluminum swing arm, some Fox shocks. You know, he's got a fork kit in that thing. And he's having more fun than you are on $12,000 Works KTMs.
Absolutely.
KTM Factory Edition. With $12,000, and you still got to set the suspension up for yourself.
We talk a lot about the innovations as far as these guys being not the most innovative bikes, but in a lot of ways it's the complete opposite, especially for the time period. It's incredible for what these bikes were able to do. I mean, as you see, the tons of travel, plenty of ability to get over these jumps. I mean, I think it's underappreciated as much as it is part of the beginning of the process to where we are today.
Big Daddy's hauling right now. Look at him working that thing through there.
William Hobson looking good.
Wow.
Looking good. 2 laps in for him. Joseph Gretchen in the 2 spot, and Carl Brumbelow back there in 3rd place. In that Evo 2 class, Austin Seelig leading the way, 8:16 of Brian Oakley in 2nd place, with Carly Westermeyer in 3rd, and Brock Gill back in the number 4 spot. So this is what, race number 6 coming up is race number 7, the 125s. Yes, sir.
Hey, did you happen to hear Zach and I talking about our Warriors class? Smith, 77 years young.
Holy smokes.
Took a digger out there. It's like, get that bike off my foot. Jumps up, dusts the elbows off, man, back at it again, dude.
That is pretty sick.
You know, that tells you why he's in the Warriors class, okay?
I was going to say 77. Now, that's military, currently
police, first responders, yeah. You know what I mean?
Without knowing, but that's, correct me if I'm wrong, would that be kind of maybe Vietnam?
Oh, absolutely. You know it is. He could have started. Dude. He could have put 40 years in the Detroit police force. Who knows?
That's
you know?
true. Yeah,
this guy's a warrior regardless, and he proved it to me at 77 years old when he kicked that bike off of him, got back up and went at it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, very cool stuff. My brother-in-law,
yes.
Shout out to that Warrior class. My brother-in-law, Air Force retired, Vietnam veteran, and boy, he's got some stories. Ones I would never share on air right here. They're not mine to tell. But he, you know, with the way stick and ball sports have treated our veterans, and in some cases our own country, he said, Mikey, I'm really proud that you work for a company and in an industry that still honors our veterans and respects our country, respects our flag, etc. So that's something I think we can all pride ourselves on.
And you're 100% right, Mikey. I guarantee you, we have military appreciation tents at every pro motocross basically that we go to, okay?
Air Force recruits huge at Loretta.
Okay,
huge.
You better believe it. We make sure we recognize those people. We appreciate them. We are never, ever going to be anti-patriots in our sport, ever.
Nope. Not going to happen. 114, William Hobson. Having the ride that dreams were made of right there. Checkered flag flies for him. Joseph Gretchen should be able to hang on for the 2 spot. And Carl Brumbelow 3rd with your Evo 2. Austin Seelig 1st. Brian Oakley in the number 2 spot. Carly Westermeyer 3rd. And Brock Gill going to round out that top 4 for the Evo 2. Coming up next, ooh, the 125s.
But ting, ting, ting.
That's it. Be down there smoking out for the mosquitoes, the sounds and sights of our people, the 125s. If you don't like that, you may just not like racing.
Mikey, I walked into RG Honda Osa Yamaha in 1974. 73, that CR250 came out. 74, they released the 125 bike. I just gotten that XR70, got off the mini trail and got on the XR75. And as soon as I saw that 74 CR125, too small for it, whatever, didn't matter. Already had visions in my head. That's where I was headed.
That's what it's all about right there.
I've got about 3 125s now. I've got a 76 125. I've got 82, 84, and a 2000 model. And I love them. They're some of the funnest bikes to ride, okay? All right, when you get out on that thing, and when I go to vet homecoming or whatever, yeah, I ride a 4-stroke. Sure, you bet. I want the good brakes. I want the electric start. But those 125s, man, they're stress relievers.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Get out there, ring it out. Who's out there? Well, Jacob Heinzelman, Tuyo Caesar, Piper Harris, Dennis Burnett, Griffin King, Carlos Thiago Alves, Brantley Friedel, Griffin Miller, and Levi Harrison all out there here for the 125 class. Again, these are 2-moto format. They're running 5 laps each one. And moving right along here already, race number 7. Coming up next will be your senior 40+, and that'll be followed by race number 9, Open. Hope you guys are down there ready to roll. Race number 10, Revolution 1, and race number 11, Golden Masters 60+.
Ooh, I'm pumped up. Look at this. Race number 23, King of Daytona XR200, 20 entries.
Wow.
Zach, 20 dudes brought custom-built XR200s out. That's it. I'm chopping this 79 125 up. I'm putting an XR200 in that 79 125. That's it. I'm done.
Zach's mentioned Dad watching at home several times. I'm sure he's like salivating.
Dino, let's build some XR200s, bro.
Let's do it.
On the cheap, bro. Let's do it, man.
There it is. Pop's been called out.
No, he hasn't been called out. I want him to join me, bro. Yeah, partner up. Let's do this thing, man. You ain't been called out. You've been invited.
There it is.
For sure.
Waiting for timing and scoring to catch up here. We've got the KTM machine out front. I did catch just off camera on that last lap one rider having a big over the front end. We talked about how soft this soil is. The track crew doing a great job despite the rain they got, but that is one thing for sure. As the riders get a little too far over the front end, maybe suspension's just a little too soft, you will be taking a trip to Indonesia if you, as Cooper Webbs likes to say, going over the front end. But I believe it was that yellow bike you're seeing on the back side of the screen. Looks like they're back up and rolling, but that one was a pretty nasty one, a big face plant. But as we can see, looks like that's the 135 machine. Aggressively pulling that tear off, man. That thing must have been giving him some trouble. Ripped that thing off, said, get out of here. Can't see.
With authority.
Absolutely, and made sure he knew who was boss. And the 135 railing the outsides here. We talked about this morning as well. So you've got many different years of bikes, which means many different types of suspension travel, power delivery, everything else. So you'll be curious to see the different lines that we may see the leaders taking, right? In your modern classes, very similar to yesterday, they've got the power, they've got the torque, so they're hugging those insides. But in some of your later classes, especially when you've got riders locked into a battle, you might be seeing, hey, let me take a little more outside lines, try to carry my momentum more, because you're not going to get the torque coming straight out of the corner.
Yeah, we had this conversation, Weege and I, the other day. See that right there? He comes in, he brakes, he almost comes to a stop. The inside takes more energy.
Yep.
Any given time than relaxing the grip a little bit, railing the outside, keeping them not shifting, that kind of thing. So, yeah, Zach, I say we stuff an XR200 in that.
I think so. I think that can happen. We're getting a treat here in the tower, taking a look at what's going to be out on track next year. We're putting it out there.
Possibly, man, yeah.
Going for it, and the white flag is out in the air. So one lap left to go here in your 125 class, race number 7. And there's just something to be said. I was one of the guys. I know a lot of kids nowadays, they move straight from the super minis up to the 250s. I had a YZ 125 for a couple of years, and I think it's a crucial step in the growing process of
Zach,
riding.
I could not agree more. I think the 125 is critical for a lot of reasons. I think it fits a lot of riders. I think it can be versatile in the woods, motocross. You can take the thing to Hatfield McCoy with a spark arrestor on it and throw a flywheel weight on it. So many things you can do with that 125. But the big thing about it is the weight to the power isn't that much difference than a Super Mini.
Yep.
Okay? The difference between a Super Mini and a 250F is huge.
Absolutely.
Without question.
Absolutely.
I just love the 125. For us, it was a special place. It meant you graduated.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
It meant you were off of mini bikes onto big bikes when you made that 125. Well, now it's the ultimate stepping stone between Super Mini and what we would call big bike. Now, even though it's a full-size bike, there's a lot of power difference between a 125, a little weight difference in this and that. So 125, again, one of my favorites, and I think a necessary bike in our game.
Absolutely, yeah, without a doubt. Now taking a look on the line, going to be race number 8, senior 40+. Going to try to get an idea. Looking like about 19 or so riders. Okay, wow, look at that. Another great turnout.
Awesome, yeah.
In one of our classes, senior 40+. This was a fun class yesterday as well. So I know a lot of these guys probably, honey, I didn't get as good of a race as I wanted. We may have to stay and hang out for for Tuesday's action as well. So 2-minute card is up in the air. And here we go.
You know what? You look through, like this guy on screen, you can see his knee braces right there. He's been there, done that. That's another reason why the track prep is so critical in a vintage event. You don't want to misconstrue the abilities of the bike, the suspension, that type of thing.
Oh, and a couple riders going down. I believe that was one of the local guys from my area, Frank Koenig, absolutely railing that outside. Ooh, little cockeyed front fender there.
Oh, no.
Going to be pretty difficult. And now talk about how difficult that is. We see how bad it is with tweaked bars, but your front fender is almost at a 45-degree angle. Going to be very difficult.
What are you doing looking at your front fender anyway, Zach?
Well, you know, there's a reason I'm an announcer, Mega.
Well,
Right?
yeah.
That thing is flapping in the wind now, so that's definitely not going to help.
Now, when it bounces off your chest, Zach, I guess you're going to see that front fender. I've never seen that. All my years, okay? All my years, I've never seen that one. That's a good one.
Right now, Frank Kolnick trying to handle business out front, but he has got company. It looks like that might be 41 machine on the Honda. Corey Romero sitting in second, and now that looks like a table for two out front. Romero closed that gap up, and now he's trying to put the pressure on the back of Kolnick. So the 41. And seeing several of these guys, they are kind of funneling into riders, especially in those switchbacks. At least at the moment, seems like those insides the most beneficial.
Yep.
But can't help but think as the day wears on the track gets rougher, you won't see some of your leaders sneaking to the outside, especially if they work their way into lap traffic.
Right now you got the 102. That looks like that's probably Mark Powers. Yeah, Mark Powers working his way up. Going to make it a three-way battle here. Hey, can I sit down and eat?
Yeah, absolutely going to be. Looks like Kolnick going to try to funnel into this inside once again. And man, Romero got a little tighter of a line on that one. Got almost pulled up alongside of him. Kolnick definitely probably knows he's there now. Shut all wheel.
Absolutely.
And Frank Kolnick, no stranger to being under pressure. Got a lot of success there on the local level when he's out racing, and he does a lot more racing than just in like 40-plus class. He goes and slices and dices with the kids. He's not afraid of the competition. And you see that with a lot of these riders. They go and they may be 45, 50 years old, and they're racing plus 25 class.
For sure. And he travels too. Coney gets around.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So, and as we've seen, anybody who's everybody, right, coming out to Daytona, because they know the bikes are the coolest, the gear is the sweetest, and the racing is the best that you're going to find.
Get any better, man.
Absolutely.
Right now, Jeff Fertolovi, he comes from Ontario. We've got Louisiana, PA, several PA guys, Fenton, Michigan. So these guys, Minnesota. These guys want to get out in the middle of the winter and ride, and what a better place to go than Florida. And again, this is 40 plus. With that being said, we've got 55 years old, 54 years old, 53 years old. These guys could ride, you know, plus 50 or Masters 55, this and that, but nope, riding that 40 plus and the Masters class. You know, getting all the track time they can.
Absolutely, and doing a great job at it. And I'm impressed with Kolnick. I thought Romero was going to pull alongside of him. It looked like he had his eyes set on one of those switchback corners to try to make a pass, but sure enough, he wicks it back up, and so Kolnick hanging strong right now. You do see a little bit of lap traffic up in front of him. Be curious to see whether or not that hangs him up at all. He pulls alongside of the number 2. Doesn't look to be having too many issues as he takes the white flag. Actually going to work in Kolnick's favor as Romero gets hung up just a little bit. So with only one lap left to go, he's going to need a mistake from the 43.
Yeah, a little bit of help never hurts, but right now the 43 on point, doing a great job hitting these marks. Looks like he's going to be able to roll right through. Look at this. Just works his way around cleanly. Doesn't, you know, want to get too close to any of them lappers. Had 6 other lines to choose from. No need to push it.
Yeah, no, why worry when you've got options? So Kolnick just trying to keep this thing on 2 wheels and bring it home. And it's so funny, we see it yesterday. We've even seen it in the ATV Pros. But some of those young guns, man, they said, what's a landing, right? I'd send this thing to flat no matter what it is. I love, you see some of these guys are checking out. They said, let me hit that downside, get a nice smooth landing.
Oh, you know that.
Going to grab the win. Romero in second. And it does look like the 102 going to hang on for 3rd place, Mark Powers. So a great ride there in race number 8.
Yeah, you send these things to flat, that's going to describe your vertebrae. Believe it.
Coming up next on the line, we have race number 9, our open class. This one's going to be fun because, as they like to say, you run what you brung, right? Pray you brought enough. And there is a name we're talking about, the 910 Carson Brown.
One of my favorite graphics of a modern era Honda. That's the 2000 model where they simply had the bike designation underneath, but the large CR on the way. I love that. good-looking machine.
Carson Brown, if you're not already following him on social media, such a great follow. This guy rides all brands, all years, all models, and he goes extremely fast in all of them. He does. The guy's on 85s, he's on 500s. Couple of riders going down there. Even Brown getting caught up a little bit. Looked like the back end stepped out on him in turn 1, so he's going to be about 3rd or 4th coming out of the first turn, but already trying to make moves and work his way to the front of the field.
Yeah, it'd just be a matter of time for it. Well,
look at that. Talking about sending it
there
to
we
flat.
go. Yep, it'd just be a matter of time before we see the 910 make a move, as well as getting ready to say, and he did. Wow, he shot out of that wide berm right there. He came through with the outside line.
Absolutely rolling right now. And you see him kind of Jet Lawrence almost hopping through these rollers. And this is how it's done right now. You want to find out how to ride a 2000 model CR? Take a look at the 910.
Hey, he comes from Dirt Bike Wonderland too. Out there in Washington, they've got this neat soil that even when it's wet, it's not necessarily muddy. They do get some muddiness in that. But when the stuff freezes up, he still rides. He's got multiple tracks out there, and every one of them are gnarly. They're just bump after bump after bump after bump, berm after berm, rut after. What are you kidding me?
That is absolutely insane. James Stewart-esque, if you will, just leaving the brakes off, pulls alongside, trying to run the tight line. Not going to be enough. Got to give a big shout out. Blake Hazen leading the way right now on the 269.
Yep.
And so Hazen, no slouch either. It is difficult to keep Brown behind you.
We know that guy for sure. But Carson, man, he sent that thing 2 stories up.
I mean, falling from the sky, essentially. Look at that, a nice little slide over. Try to rail this outside, keep the momentum up. Oh,
let's go.
Woo, little dab of the front end. That one could have been ugly. Hey, remember what we were saying about just wanting to have fun and not worry about winning? I take it back. These guys, that you talk about the 3 that are racing each other, these are the other 2.
Right, yeah. Well, to him, this is fun.
Absolutely.
Look at there, set it up there again, dude. To flat.
Wild, man. I love it.
He says if I send it out here far enough times, I'll start to create a divot that I can use as a landing.
That makes sense.
There's the move. Here it comes, the number 910. 2 years ago, I go to Utah, Salt Lake City for Bagger Racing League. Who do I see? Carson Brown. Carson Brown goes through, he has to have certification. You have to have certification before you can road race a bike. Period. You have to prove that you can make quick decisions. You have to prove that you can handle a bike at certain speeds. So Carson Brown goes through the school in the morning, comes out and wins the amateur class against guys that have been doing it for a year.
Oh, no.
Okay, on a borrowed bike. So I'm over doing the stunt show. Carson comes over, and Smashley has an XR100 somersault bike. Brown gets on it, first thing, hits the front brake, rolls off of stunt somersault on an XR100. So
I've seen this guy launching mopeds over doubles, right? He can't find a bike to ride on the track. He says, give me the motor scooter. So yeah, this guy, and that goes to show the technical skills that you have to be able to jump bike sizes, bike brands, everything else. We hear so many different riders, I switched brands this year, or even we stayed on the same brand but a new model, I can't quite get comfortable. Let Carson Brown spend a little time with him. He'll teach him things.
This guy switches brands after lunch.
Absolutely. He's got 3 different bikes per day lined up. Doing a great job. Did you guys catch the super mini battle between Carson and Ken Rocks? I mean, this guy does a ton of fun stuff, hooking up with Red Bull there as well. And so they always making it a fun opportunity and a great time to watch. And he's making it a great time to watch on Racer TV right now as Carson Brown is going to grab the first moto win in your open class.
Oh, had another pass there. Who worked her way into second?
Looked like that.
Logan Leitzel.
There we go. Yeah, Logan. Nice.
So Blake Hazen, that'll put him back in the 3 spot. Lawson Davis 4th. Joe Shetteron out there racing that one. So that'll do it for the open class. Fun to watch Carson Brown. I think they're trying to snag an interview with him, and they're trying to swindle him into coming in here and saying hello and getting on the broadcast for a little bit. Won't take much. We'll do our best. Yeah, for sure.
Carson probably going to have some great insight, too, as a rider with maybe a new school type riding style, but so comfortable on these different bikes. We'll be curious to see what he has to say watching some of these races. And now Revolution 1, race number 10, off and rolling. And try to get a number on your leader.
Didn't see Rip Van Winkle on the registration sheet, but that dude was asleep at the gate. That's all I'm going to say.
I tell you what I'm seeing.
Passed out, snoozing.
Another good buddy of mine, Alex Wagers. I didn't even know he was coming down here. This guy has just kind of jumped on into 2 strokes, and he is sitting in 2nd place, but he is better get on the gas because the 355 of Robbie Horton right now is trying to check out, and Robbie's a name we're familiar with.
Yeah, Horton don't play. You give him clear track and this and that. He wants to embarrass you. Absolutely. He wants to get out there and get that lead going. I believe that's an 85. Trying to get a look at that seat cover. I believe that's an 85. He's riding right there, Honda.
Horton out there in front. Matthew Carpenter 2nd. Derek Struck in 3rd. Evan Geller 4th. And Cameron Allen rounding out that top 5 early in this one.
Yeah, recognize most all those names. Those guys are all players. Playa.
Great shot from up above, really able to see the power to the ground.
Mikey, what are we looking at on ATV time?
So for heat number 1, Pro Sport, that's going to be taking place at 12:30.
12:30
minutes. We've got heat number 2 for Pro Sport, and just basically tune in if you're looking for ATVs. 12:30. That's when we're going to start all of that. Pro heat number 1, 12:50, and then obviously 104, 115, or 105 in that ballpark heat number 2 for that. Do have an LCQ, I believe, for the Pro Sport class coming up this afternoon at 2 o'clock.
Hey, Dean, I just read the text.
No, he's
all good, bro.
To hang out.
Listen, all good. Listen, whatever you need, tell me what you're building. We're going to get you handled, bro.
Guaranteed.
Not a problem.
Ken Hatley, if you're listening, those 500s are going to have to be unleashed. Somebody's got to bring it.
Hey, I heard a rumor of those things. I got a sweet 2001, but yeah, I heard a rumor you got some clean bikes. Bring them down here. Get them sandy, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Our boy Ken Hatley over there have been talking a big game. And this is what we talked about earlier. We've got so many people have got these bikes. They're stored up. They're still in the crates, right? They're in the house museums, if you will. And to be able to bring them out and show what they're capable of doing is just a whole nother level. It just makes it that much cooler.
Hey, bring it. Don't sing it, Hadley. Let's see it.
Sir, absolutely. But right now, talk about singing it. The 355, getting the job done on. Did we ever confirm is 85?
I didn't pay attention. I think it is, yeah.
I thought that.
My old eyes.
Not to make you feel old, Mega, but that's the year I was born.
Yeah, that makes me feel old.
There you go.
So,
all right.
Yep.
I'm no longer the young guy though. Zach's got me beat. Jackson's got you beat.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm the middle-aged guy. Horton, Carpenter, Geller. That is 1, 2, and 3. Cameron Allen back there in 4th. And James Margettis back in 5th place.
And I do believe, I'm trying to look down our list here. I think that might still be Wagers in 2nd. Not sure if there's a transponder attached to his time or not, because it's showing Carpenter in 3rd on the screen.
Yeah, you're right. So live timing and scoring a little off with that one transponder. No, maybe, yeah.
Right now, and honestly, I feel like this class we're seeing a lot more lap traffic than we are in some of the others. With the 355 doing a great job right now, picking his way, and. And I mean, we talk about seeing the ruts we had yesterday. It's the same thing here today. I don't care how old the bikes are. The power absolutely chewing away at this Daytona sand. As the checkered flag comes out, Horton getting the job done. And now timing and scoring update. That is Alex Wagers sitting in the 2nd place spot. Believe he's going to bring this thing home. He was kind of rolling towards the finish line. Alex got to finish strong here, buddy.
If you take a look, you talk about the ruts and the bump stuff. With these 2-strokes, they produce a different rut.
Absolutely.
They produce a different bump. The way the engine hits, you don't have that smooth torque of the 4-stroke. You don't have that roll-on power. You're clutching these things excessively, and it's going to make a different style braking bump. It's going to make a different style rut with chatter in it, no question.
Well, and to your point, we've got both styles. We've got 2-strokes, 4-strokes. Shoot, we've even got electric bikes.
We do.
So it might be 2-stroke bikes riding 4-stroke ruts. I mean, it's all kinds of chaos out here.
We got the trifecta right now, bro.
Absolutely. Little bit of everything as we get ready to sit race number 11 off and running.
Golden Masters,
Yep.
60
Golden
plus,
Masters
yeah.
on the line.
19 competitors in this one.
Let's see how our guy does here on the outside.
You see he's got a little bit of angle to his
Yep.
lineup behind the gate as well. We saw it, I believe it was Koenig who was able to pull a whole shot from the far outside. And then, of course, Drew Adams yesterday just left the throttle wide open, stuck the leg out and leaned it over and was able to come around just about first or second in that futures class as well. Looking like one rider maybe having some issues getting the bike fired up.
A couple of these guys going old school. See, we put a board behind people today for a reason. These guys are going to take a run at it right here. They're going to get a run. That gate drops. They want to be at full power as it comes across.
And you can see the two different styles here. The 69, no start device, anything like that. Just doing it old school. And then
Heck, you don't even have goggles.
Hey, man, he said he's reminiscent of open face.
Exactly, dude.
Exactly.
He said, I want to feel it.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's a man.
Uh-oh, some problems.
Whoops.
Some problems for the
Get her
69.
fired back up.
There it
There
is.
we go,
good.
just in time.
Notice that long pipe. That's how you find it's a 500 every time.
Got her up and running. I could tell just by how much emphasis it needed to
Oh,
get
yeah.
over it was a 500.
The way his knee looked.
Looks like that was the 58 of Keith Oldrich grabbing the early race lead. And I believe that's the 04 machine sitting in second. Chasing after in that all-white gear. Things going to need to make a pass quick if he wants to keep it looking like that.
Rick Rusty, 68 years young. Looks like Kenneth Doak. He's 68 as well. Likens, Martin, those guys 64. So Golden Masters 60 plus. 19 strong on the sign up.
Golden Masters 60 plus on the track right now. Closing in on that first lap completed here, and coming up next, what have we got? Masters 50 plus, Class 13, Vintage, Revolution 2, Masters, and Elite Masters 65 plus is going to be race number 15. Open C back there in race number 16 with the 250s.
Yeah, Mikey, I'm seeing a trend too in this Golden Masters class. You know, most of these guys on pretty new bikes.
Yeah.
Most of these guys got the magic button. Most of these guys got, you know, disc brakes front and rear. You know, the older they get, the newer their bike is. It looked like to me. So I love it, dude.
It seems to happen. We get a little older. I love a nice old C10.
Yeah.
Boy, that brand new Chevy Silverado with the heated seats, the air conditioned seats at this point. Yeah, that's kind of nice too. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, the older you get, man, that's for sure. I told you, you know, up to a few years ago, as you know, I spec order trucks every couple years. I was ordering trucks with crank windows and rubber floors till just a few years ago.
Yeah. So you finally, do they even make them anymore outside of just a work truck model?
You have to get an XL, carpet delete, blah, 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 and all that stuff. But
those are the ones that'll last the longest. Let's be honest with ourselves.
No doubt.
58 leading the way. Keith Ulrich making it happen.
But the older I am now, Mikey, I can't lay across that seat and roll the passenger window down anymore, so I got to have the power windows, you know, and I guess a console's not a bad thing, and, well, the carpet does deaden the sound a little bit. And
so these guys are saying, you know what, an electric starts, that's not too bad.
Yeah, and that's what I told you, man. When I go riding during the week, I take that electric start, that good suspension.
Okay, Gregory Likens in that number 2 spot, rider out of Chesterfield, South Carolina. And Keith Ulrich in first. David DeClaro, third place. Joe Day rounding out the top 4. Those are your riders have checked in. Oh, the 31 having some troubles trying to get her fired back up. And there goes Keith Ulrich around the lap traffic.
And Ulrich, you can see, not really riding over his head. No, not a lack of sense of urgency, but no sense in overworking it, right? Not any immediate pressure. Just trying to bring this thing home, searching for some smooth real estate. And looks like the 31, looks like he got it fired back up. I think he was taking off and rolling there. So
there he goes.
Absolutely, yeah. Kitted out full top to bottom. Now, that's what I mean. These guys do it right. They look good. So the white flag waving right now as the 58 machine tries to do one more lap. Florida native trying to get the job done here. Some issues there coming through that corner. Not sure what happened. the rider behind him having some problems with it as well. And Lycan still holding strong in second at the moment. Lost a little bit of time. But as we've seen all throughout this weekend, anything can happen. Even on the final lap, Uldrich, he's had a couple of moments where definitely lost some momentum, had to almost come to a stop, regroup, keeps it going though. As he comes barreling down that back straightaway for the final time here for the first moto of Golden Masters 60 plus. Not taking the Carson Brown method, going to backside that single, rail the inside, and there it is. Uldrich going to grab the first moto win in Golden Masters.
Masters 50 plus coming up after this one. Yeah, I like that little fist in the air. Gregory Likens. 58 said, okay, one down, one to go.
Yep.
I learned my lesson last year. Last year, I had, I was used to, we were in mains, we were throwing announcer sheets away. So we come into Vintage Day, and I probably threw away 13 pages, crinkling them up, and then I got the wrath of Megawatt.
I was about to say, I'm sure he was extremely happy about that.
Yes. Now it's dialed. Children, Mega, you work with
We got to say, hey, listen, you guys are like my goofy nephews, so, I got to tell those dumbasses what to do, too, so.
Funkle Megawatt, right?
No,
Funkle.
Oh, gee whiz.
50 plus.
Had to clean Zach up at dinner last night, Mikey
confused me.
had to apologize to the waitress for Mikey, you guys are like my dumbass nephews,
Well,
period.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Shout out to Sonny's. I'm sure she's listening. We told her to listen to the broadcast.
Pulled or shredded, it's that simple, Zach.
And look, all right,
Sliced or shredded.
she's got to speak up. I've had Megawatt screaming in my ear all day, all right? I couldn't understand.
And Zach said yes.
Yeah, sliced or shredded, yes.
Both.
Thank you,
Both.
Zach.
Thank you. See,
I'd have
Mikey
taken
gets
that
it.
as wait staff, as, oh, you're getting both, and I'm going to charge you for extra.
Yeah,
Well, they would have looked at the old Mikey and known you were getting both.
Well, that's true. Hey, I channeled old Mikey last night. I got the sampler platter. Let's go. That was a whole
I thought we were keeping that under wraps.
2,500 calories right there.
Yep, so Mikey fasting
even rat
the
you out.
entire day today.
Mercy.
I didn't even tell Hannah because she'd had it all over social media.
Yeah, listen, look at this guy. Frick Koenig.
Back out
He
front.
did not eat the sampler platter last night, obviously, because he's rolling.
He is absolutely ripping. He probably still warmed up from the last race. These guys, several of them running multiple classes. So we even saw this yesterday. One rider, he skipped out on me on the podium. He said, dude, I got to go to the gate. And so a lot of these riders, but the good thing was he won that other class too. So he came over, we knocked 2 podiums out at one time.
Sweet.
But Koenig right now trying to do the same thing and really has something dialed in on those starts. Looked like he was a little more towards the inside this time than the last. But nonetheless, got something figured out when the gate drops.
Take a look at Frank's body position and stuff. He's putting, minimum stress on his knees, on his elbows. Whoa, nice. Look at that little Ayresburg action right there.
Absolutely. Said, I'm going to spin this thing around on a dime.
But my point is, this guy is familiar with his bike. He's got that bike dialed. It works for him. It doesn't need to work for anybody else. But you can see some of these bikes move around a little more. Some of them are twitchy. Some of them are fidgety and stuff. But now, Coney, you said something about the start there. A big part of that is how well that bike is dialed.
And taking a look at the number 40 machine sitting in second right now. Steve Nagy there coming out of Florida on the Zook. I like the blue rim look on the Suzuki too.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Wow. A lot of expression I feel like you see out here. Everybody, maybe they've got, maybe they want to make the old bike look new, or maybe they put the old graphics on a newer style bike. We've seen a lot of that. It seems like a lot of the manufacturers starting to take suit in that. Kawasaki and Yamaha both doing their anniversary editions, and so talk about that, Mega.
I always try to do mine. I always try to do mine like the mid-70s stuff that I have. I want DG heads on them, DG pipes, the aftermarket stuff that I used, but I don't want modern stuff on it. I want the period correct stuff on it. Then when you get into the 80s, likewise, Pro Circuit disc, swing arm shock, blah, 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 Olean, yada, yada. You want it is similar to the bike that you rode as a kid.
Nice.
You want it like period correct. And some guys today, man, they just go all out, They put the modern spokes and rims and stuff on them, make them heavy duty, which like we do on the 87s, the mid-year bikes. We do all that kind of stuff to make them really raceable. you know, not garage points.
Yeah, there you go.
Trying to see, I believe that was a 741 we had that might have gone down for a split second. He's back up and rolling, but it looks like the white flag has come out as well. So 1 to go for Koenig. Taking a look at the number 65, Mendez on screen. And there is your leader, Frank Koenig, charging hard across the straight. No wonder he's charging hard. He has got Suzuki within a couple of bikes.
Absolutely, yeah.
So this thing is far from over as they make their way through the S-turns. Koenig getting a little sideways coming off of there.
Yeah, a little breath of hope for Nagy. He saw that. Absolutely. You know, he's like, oh, I'm going to get him. Look at this. Holds it on a little longer.
We got a race, folks. Side by side over the single. Nagy sends it long.
Koenig has control of the race line. Will he keep it? Absolutely.
Don't forget, folks, 2 moto format out here today as well, though. Ooh. So be on the lookout for the number 4. That was side by side coming to the finish. That one's going to be fun in Moto 2.
That was Masters 50 plus. Those guys were separated by 0.2 of a second at the finish line, dude. That's awesome.
And Nagy, not the best start. I think he was back maybe a 3rd or 4th. Little fist bumps around. He said, dude,
heck yeah.
We just put on a show on Racer TV. Love it.
Hey, man.
Let me translate that one from Nagy. Next time.
Next time. I got
okay, that's what that little fist bump meant. Next time. Oh, boy, look at this. This looks like an Elsinore Fest. Oh, wow. This guy's got a super clean. I believe that's a 74KX. Those are hard bikes to restore, man. You talk about really tough to find the parts for and that kind of thing. They were almost not limited production, but not as many of them came into the country as the Hondas and stuff. Got to call a place called Nightmare Racing pretty much and get that Kawasaki stuff.
Yeah, such a good point worth mentioning as well for especially the older bikes. Prepping them is not as simple as throwing some WD-40 on and getting them shiny, right? You got to source these parts. You got to find them. Bad start for the fastest man in Piedmont. He's going to have to show his stuff. That is Randy Richardson, I believe, trying to cut his way through the field.
Looks like Todd Street there as well. Street, now I told you they had every Elsinore era. You're going to see them on Revolution, Evolution, Modern, Postmodern, Vintage, Pre-Vintage, you know. You'll see those guys on everything.
There's some great racing right now. Looks like that's maybe the number 100 out front leading the way at the moment. This is your vintage class. And maybe the 103 of Chris Stott. There it is. The 103 checks in out front right now.
Stott's another one. He has multiple bikes, rides multiple classes and stuff. He's a good dude for sure. Look at him. So just like the day them old silver Elsinores were released, straight to the front of the pack.
Looking good out front right now. Got the dual shock in the back. Love to see it.
Yeah, that early KX is running good.
Yeah.
That early KX, it looks good out there right now.
Looking like that is the number 1K of Jeremy Maddox sitting in the 2nd place spot. And then the 209, Nicholas DeVito is on that Kawasaki. So big shout out to him. Getting that thing dialed in. Try to get a number on the 4th place spot. Got a little bit of a freight train here.
Another one of those Elsinores in that 4 ride.
Oh, Cody Sapp.
So Sapp checks in the 4th place spot. With Heinzerling rounding out your top 5, and be on the lookout. The Triple Deuce working his way through in that 6th place spot right now.
Turned it up, man.
Last off the
start.
Got to see if he's on that 250 mag or if he's on that 74 125.
I think he got her back up and going.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, soon. He said, never mind. I'm done.
Randy going to have to retire that machine a little early.
That was the 250 mag right there. He was having problems with it earlier in practice, and so I guess he'll continue to race at 125 Husky.
Watch out now. Kawasaki starting to make his move. He's looking
Danny DeVito working his way to the front.
Hey, my guy, Gabagool.
Looks like he gets stretched out a little bit in these open sections. And number 1, just able to open up about a bike length or so there. But when they really tighten up, it seems like Cowie's got a couple of lines figured out. It's working for him. And these guys are kind of working in on your leader, too, it looks like.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that momentum's carrying them forward. They're battling each other, picked up the pace just a bit. A lot of times, Zach, as you know, when you do that, it slows both of you down. Yep. You know, opposite of that is, oh, man, when you get in there and get aggressive, both of you pick up the pace, and then it's a freight train.
Absolutely, and look at him. He's within a bike length.
Oh, yes.
So the number 1 got the memo, said, I got to go.
Gary Jones look-alike.
Trying to do just that.
Stott looked like he was hanging on for dear life back there. Now he's caught his breath, going back to work, trying to put a little bit of a gap on him. They're coming, though.
Stott, you can bet his fingers are vibrating right now. Okay, the balls of his feet, that thing's vibrating, and
Fillings in the teeth are going crazy.
oh yeah, you can bet.
Oh, I tell you what else right there. The number one jetting up to the sides of the track. He's looking for smooth real estate.
Oh yeah,
get every bit of that power to the ground.
Yeah, you want to ride those edges later into the day. If you got a deep motor or whatever, you notice right here a lot smoother, but doesn't set you up for the corners as well.
This is true. Trying to peek inside. I believe we're going to be seeing a white flag come out this time. So one more to go for Stott. Maddox right there trying to make it happen with DeVito in tow as well.
Hang on, dude. You've been leading the whole race, man.
Got the red gloves going. I like to see it.
That Maddox wants it, dude.
He does.
Oh, no. Stott with a little hiccup there.
Another rider having to retire early. Maybe. Might be pushing it to
No, I think he's going to staging.
Thing looked awful clean.
Did CZ.
Or was it? Or was that Sap?
That might have been.
I think that was Sap. That was the 87 slap.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's it.
What a heartbreak.
So he was going the other way down the staging area.
And lap rider in front of the 103. Let's see what happens with this. I think he's got to check up a little bit. Oh, and
Look at this.
Pass for the lead on the final lap, the final straightaway. Maddox trying to hang on to it.
Hey.
Get up and over the single.
That one's on Stott. He had the whole track, dude. Hey, listen, you put yourself over there on the edge.
DeVito trying to make the move, too.
Oh, no.
Is Kawasaki going to have the momentum coming to the line? No, I wonder if he... Okay, there he is. I thought he went down.
Stott able to hold on, but, man, that's on him. He went over there and put himself beside the lapper.
Stuck to his line.
Maddox said, thank you.
I'm going to hang on right here.
Maddox is pumped up, got the fist in the air. And it's just a solid ride from the 103. Just
Heck yeah.
Kind of miscalculated where that lapper was going to be. And the 209 as well. Great ride. Just outside of that battle. Wasn't ever quite able to get up there.
Oh, he kept it real for him, dude. Let me tell you something. He didn't let up.
Flash forward here back towards some modern racing as they're off and rolling here in race 14, Revolution 2 Masters 50. And looks like we got the 444 machine leading the way. Greg Paymart. Frenchie doing the job right now. Let's see. And wow, almost immediately puts a couple of bike lengths between himself and second place.
Frenchie sandbagger.
Give it to him, man. Tell him how you really feel.
We love Frenchie, man. Frenchie always a big part of Loretta Lynn's, Minio's. Longtime moto guy up there, had a shop up in Ohio, or PA, Birdsboro, PA. Frenchie bringing out the old Matasevich KX here. Trying to do his best fro daddy for us. Or La Fro, I guess, if you're a French fro. Yeah, if you're a French fro. So, Le Fro.
Look at that. On the back wheel, standing it up.
Oh, yeah, he's faster on this than he is a modern bike. Maybe he should ride this thing at Loretta's, I'm going to tell him.
And looks like the bike's ready to go the distance.
It does. Look at it, dude. Yeah, for sure.
The number 11 of James Nagy Jr. sitting there in second with the 40 back out there once again. Steve Nagy. And you know after that last race, Steve is not going to be stoked to be sitting in third.
No, not at all. Yeah, I'm not kidding. I'm going to have to tell French he got to bust that thing out for Minio's.
Looking great on it.
Really put it to Gruey.
So the 11 and the 40 going at it right now. Battle on track is for second. There you see your leader. Paymart trying to do his deal. And both of the Nagys there coming out of the Florida area.
Listen, they're 3 miles away. They're Port Orange. That's where we went to eat last night.
Yep. They've been hanging out at the same Sony.
Yeah, that's where Cianciarulla's from, Port Orange. Oh, yeah. Right down the road, Port Orange. Cianciarulla's home. Those guys basically lifers there. This is their area. They're used to the elevation. You're used to the weather, that kind of stuff. They know how to set these bikes up real well. And literally, I mean, under 5 miles from here.
Well, it's showing off, too.
And what's his name? There we go. The other Nagy shows DeLand, which is where we were going to go last night, Mikey, which is 17 miles straight up 1792, or straight up 92 rather. So DeLand, it's opposite of the beach.
Yeah, located next to the sea.
Yes.
Yeah, I got you.
Under the sky, right?
Under the sky. It's been a long
we're out of the water,
folks.
It is a 2-moto format. You are correct. Gregory Paymart, 3 laps in, trying to bring out the checkered flag. I'm with you, Mega. He's pretty impressive out here.
He's extremely comfortable, too. Body language looks loose. Looks like he's having a good time.
Nagy.
Versus Nagy.
Versus Nagy, as I was about to say.
Gonna have a Nagy on Nagy crime.
Do the Nagy leg as they make their way down the final time.
Oh, let's see it. Come on, put him in a corner.
Let's see it. Battles on side by side once again. The Suzuki sends it deep. He's got.
Oh, he's going
running
to.
up the inside. And is he able to force the issue?
Oh.
No. The 11 carries the momentum through. They take the white flag. He's going to have one more opportunity to do it. Oh, wow. And it looks like one of them just kind of handed it to him. So, Nagy Jr.
Did he look at the wrong flag? I mean, we saw white flag.
Yeah, he sure seemed to check up right there, didn't he? Maybe he thought it was 4 laps.
He's still rolling,
he's going.
but yeah, maybe he got a little confused there.
Well, that happens to people my age.
We've seen it before.
You know.
We've seen it before.
We have.
I like how you slid that in there. It's true, folks. They have.
They have.
Might be a set of truck keys. Might be a company radio. You never know.
Yeah, never know.
Never know. So there is your leader, Paymart, going through the final corner.
Now, another distinction for Paymart, he also has 4 Loretta Lynn's Kennel Cup championships.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, he and the pups down there. The dog's way more talented than Frenchie. No doubt the dogs listen better than Greg. But, dude, he's a great time. He supports us down there.
Yeah.
He supports us here at Minio's. Anything on or off the track, he's going to go play bingo at Minio's. He's going to be at the dog show at Loretta's. He's going to do anything he can to be involved with the event and does it, you know, because he loves it.
Yeah.
Yeah, talk about somebody that makes the most of those events, right? Yeah, wow. I mean, it's great you show up and you ride your motos and that's it. But if you really want the full experience, you got to get involved with everything that goes on out at these races. So great to see him have some success as we drop the gate on race 15, Elite Masters 65 plus. And looking like an orange bike out front. That's the 853 machine. Maybe the 653. John Del Grosso out front right now. And I believe that was the 90 sitting in second, David Clements. And here they come up and over the signal for the first time, get a little better look at him. Looks like that's a 34 of Scott Zuraw trying to make some moves as well as he slides up the inside and moves into second place. Zuraw's got quite a pace as they take the green flag too. I believe he's going to start challenging for the lead before it's all said and done. This Elite Masters 65 plus. We've got Del Grosso leading the way right now. 69 years old, getting the job done. And Zuraw there on the 34 machine 65. So, I mean, just awesome to see. If you didn't know, then you wouldn't know. And of course, yeah, Gary back out there.
That's who we saw just a bit ago.
Yep.
Gary Peak, man. Oh, yeah, he's like, hey, when's my next moto?
Yeah. I love
When
that.
am I up? Good stuff.
Love that. We actually have an extra class for him at our GNCC's Platinum 70 plus.
Yeah.
Which would honestly, we've normally got what 3-4 guys that run.
I know this past weekend we had over 5 riders in the 70 plus class, and yeah, I mean several of them on the north side of 70.
Yeah,
I mean like the upper 70s, and they're still ripping out there, having a great time. And same thing, you see them, they pull off the track, they wait for the other guys in their class, they're dapping them up. They're, oh man, how was it? What did you think? So just great to see the sportsmanship, especially as the years roll on. Those guys have grown up racing each other. They travel the country. And awesome to still see them out there having a great time.
They share their icy hot and stuff, dude.
Absolutely.
Trust us, you know.
Man, I got this Theragun. You should try it.
All those tips, you know, we're down with each other, believe it.
So the 34, able to close up just a little bit, but still not within striking distance. He's going to have to get something figured out if he wants a chance to show a wheel to your leader. As the 653 leads the way. And looking like a majority of those riders, especially your leaders, taking the insides on those S lanes. We saw a couple of riders dip into the outside. Didn't quite work out for them like I think they hoped. But you never know if you don't try, right? You got to give it a shot. Now we see a side-by-side over this single. Probably the 4th time we've seen riders side-by-side going over that. And the 34 has the line. And it looks like he's going to secure the pass. So new leader, Scott Zuroff. And looks like the 653 is going to let him have it. Right now, he is not putting up quite the fight. And like we said, 2 moto format. So maybe he's, you know what? All right, I'm going to save it. I'm going to come out swinging. Seconds as good as the first in Moto 1.
That's it.
Save the energy up and get ready to go to battle in the second set of motos. For all we know, this guy's got 3 more classes he's got to do. So,
no doubt.
Yeah, probably saving it. I take it back. Look at that. He said, Zach, you gotta watch what you're saying, man. I just wanted him to think I didn't want it. Now I'm coming back, and I'm trying to put a cap. Oh, I thought he was going to carry the momentum. Thought he was going to try to take the wide line. There it is.
Oh, they're going to go back and forth again, though.
They're being nice too. Nobody trying to put the crumb on anybody. Absolutely, nobody wants to cause any issues. Zuroff, though, really fast in this back section. When the speeds open up, he seems to stretch that gap back out. The 653 gets through those corners really well. And as they come around, there it is, the white flag. So Del Grosso, you saw him jet all the way over to that right-hand side as he came across the finish line. Looks like he's trying to set up that next section.
See if Del Grosso can fire back right here in the some of the more technical sections of the track, like you were saying.
He's running out of time, especially in those S corners. He had something figured out, but he was a lot closer that last lap, so he is really going to have to make something happen. Going to maybe even need a small mistake from the 34. Again, he takes that wide line, funnels back in. Let's see what happens.
Take it if it's there.
He's close.
Come on, take the outside line. Take the outside line.
Doesn't jump that jump quite as far as Zuroff. That might make the difference. As they approach the final corner.
It's all right, though. What, 2-1's better than a 1-2?
Absolutely, yeah. Right now, I think he's going to say, you know what, I think I do have the speed to bring it to him. It wasn't quite in the right spot. We'll see in Moto 2 as the 34 machine, Zuroff going to take the win. The 653 comes across the line in second. And believe it was the 378 that is going to grab third.
Yeah, Rick Rusk, Steve Scott, Raleigh, North Carolina rider, finishes fourth, and David Bowman rounds out your top 5 out of Clarkston, Michigan on the Honda.
Coming up next, race 16, our 250 class as well as Open C. 15 entries in that Open C class, and got another 5 or so to go with them in the 250 class, so going to be fun to watch that one. Look at that, as young as 14 years old and as old as 47 years old there in that Open C class. So a wide range of ages, skill levels, experience. C class always fun. Open C class provides plenty of excitement, entertainment.
Man, 14, 47, that's kind of a push. I can show some advantages for the 14-year-old and the 47-year-old, you know. Man, that was a push right there.
So here we go, gate down. A couple of riders having some issues. It's a Cowie leading them into turn 1. And it will be, looks like that was the 208 of Logan Litzel there in the 250 class, I believe, grabbing the whole shot.
Makes sense.
Followed by the 44 on the Yamaha. That's Dylan Frisch out of the Open C class. There you go, leader on screen right now in the 250 class, and looking very strong as well, as he already has opened up quite a gap. And 44 machine, Frisch leading the way in the Open C class.
Nathan Prince in the 2 spot, the 828. That's for your Open C, go ahead, Mega. What'd you have?
No, I just saw, I'm not sure, one of our Yamaha riders come across that braking bump. Thought he was going to clip the guy in front of him. I mean, it was really close. Nice move, nice save for sure.
Hey, got to give a big shout out to Mitch Kendra there on the 310. Does work for Racer X. He was telling me yesterday, yeah, man, I think we're going to unveil it and do a little racing tomorrow. So great to see Mitch out there on the line and on the track. Going to try to find out exactly where he's at when they come around. Didn't look like he got the best start. 10th, okay, so he's inside top 10.
Yeah, Mitch and Dustin, those guys rode last year. Mitch tries to ride the vet homecoming and stuff.
Yeah.
But he's so busy with the magazine.
Right.
You know? And as you know, Mike, it's difficult to go down to staging, get on the bike, come back in here, put the headset on. I've done it at High Point once or twice, and it rattles me. It does. It just aggravates me, you know, because I don't get to sit down there on the line or whatever and do the whole thing, and it's in a hurry to get back up, and you don't ride your best, and you're making excuses because you're announcing and stuff. So, but yeah, Mitch, a really busy guy, loves to ride. Hats off to him out there, having a great time. So.
Love when our guys can get involved. We industry class, whatever we're running with, be it moto or off-road, something for those guys to throw a leg over and go have some fun.
Dustin and the boys, they brought the Ducatis and stuff down from the office this year.
Oh, the Scrambler.
Did a little road, did a little road riding and stuff. And
speaking of Ducati, they came and they visited us at the GNCC and obviously at Supercross, and you know, some not breaking news, but you know, we know the direction Ducati's trying to go over the next couple of years, and put those Paolo and the guys, put them on the spot. You know, hey, if you're going to jump into Supercross world, what about GNCC? And Kerry Joe's there, and he said, you know, we love what we see. We've been to several of these now, and I don't see any reason why, you know, next 4 or 5 years we don't have a program for this.
Listen, you take that Supercross bike, you widen the transmission out just a little bit, you change the ignition up on it, do a couple little things, and all of a sudden, guess what you got? A killer Woods bike.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay, so
Gucci Woods bike, if you
yeah. Hey, Gucci. Yeah, no doubt about that. Well, I'm sponsored by Versace.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm about it, though. I come from the street bikes originally, so that was
Oh, so you're originally at Louis Vuitton. Yeah, I get it.
That's it. No, hey, my second motorcycle I bought, Ducati Monster, little 620.
You told me,
fancy. Chopped it to pieces, made a little cafe racer out of it, and still have it. It's got a throttle cable problem, but other than that, I love the thing so much.
That's what I like most. Still have it.
Still have it. Yeah,
you know, that's what I like most.
That one I can't let go of.
Get that throttle cable fixed for down here next year. That's the bike you bring down here. Bring the little bike. Bring the little bike. Yeah.
My buddies just bought Groms, and they really want to do Daytona Bike Week in Groms. And I'm like,
I did it, and it's that's it looks cool for the first quarter mile,
and then you just want to go home. Get in the truck, throw it back, and go home.
Pick it up, carry it across the street,
carry it. Oh my goodness! Good race right there. Checkered flag flies, and for your Open C, or for your 250, Logan Letzel bringing out that checkered. Blake Hayes in second. Austin Hooker going to finish third.
Wes Kane would have had a big problem with number 18 position right there, the number 518 machine.
Oh yes,
Nasakaitis. Yeah, Wes would have never got that one. I'll guarantee you that.
Buddy Wes,
we love him.
He got to hang out and play with you guys on Saturday at Supercross.
Reminiscent of Trinidad Bachelatory. Man, look at this.
Trinidad Bachelatory.
75 RM 125, 76 YZ 125, 1980 YZ 250. Man, wow.
That's beautiful.
My head is spinning. Whoa, vintage Honda in the dirt. Hope he didn't Denny's pipe.
All right. Help's on the way. A little slow to get up.
He's getting up slow, but he's looking at the bike. Yeah, he's rubbing his knee, making sure the bars aren't bent.
I'm in pain, but it doesn't matter. How's the bike?
Exactly. Classic. He was rubbing that knee and going for the bike. Oh, 480 right there, bro. Look at that.
That's the 916.
9-1. Did I catch a sixer in there?
A sixer?
That's Bill Michaels. Bill coming out of Petersburg, Kentucky.
There you go. Saw the number 9 having some troubles as well.
How'd Mitch finish up there in that last one? Is it still up there?
It is. Mitch, oh no, it's gone. It's in the past. Well,
he's probably glad.
Top 10. He's like, yeah, don't mention it.
He's probably glad. Well, he knew I would.
Oh,
I love Mitch. We have a good time.
yeah, really good guy.
I told you I go into the office. You see some new interns. They're like, who is this guy coming in here? And they're like, oh, just ignore him.
Just ignore him. That's mega.
Hey, whatever he says, just shake your head yes and smile.
I love it. Evo 1, Robbie Horton leading the way. Chad Kimbrell second. Jacob Radulewicz, that rider out of Port Orange, Florida, just a stone's throw from here. Chase Adams fourth, Blake Argue fifth, and then your Evo 3 Golden Masters, Patrick O'Connor leading the way. That's the number 0, the Ott machine. Stan Gant in the 2 spot, Bill Michaels third, and Bill Borman, running out that top 4.
Just about 20 minutes to 12 right now, Mikey. Right on schedule, not ahead, not behind, just about right on schedule, it looks like. And, of course, Pro ATVs coming up at 12:30.
Yeah, that'll be Pro Sport. And, again, obviously Heat 2 will be following that, and then we'll get into our Pro class. Heat number 1 at 12:50, and then about 1:04, 1:15, we'll have Heat number 2 for the Pro guys out there.
A couple heats, get our gate set, and then the main event, my man.
Yeah, main events this afternoon. We'll have an LCQ, I believe,
yes,
if I'm not mistaken, I think for the Pro Sport class. But your Pro Sport Main 3:30, and then your Pro Main at 4 o'clock. Wow. Sort all that out. Joel Hetrick and Chad Wienen. Chad Wienen apparently suffering a thumb injury down in Argentina. How's it going to go today? And I asked, hey, did we go to Twist Throttle? I think Chris Borich and I think Hunter Hart on the GNCC side run the Twist Throttle. Everybody else still thumb throttle. So, but muscle memory, repetition, all those things. Even if it's a little sore, you just say, hey, I'm running it. Let's go thumb throttle. I'm not making the change.
Yeah, absolutely. Rick Johnson broke the navicular in 1988, and that's this little bone right here in your wrist that controls everything. Okay. He had to have the wrist basically fused, and at one point they tried a left-hand throttle.
Yeah.
They tried a thumb throttle on a factory Honda.
Mercy.
CR250. They tried a thumb throttle. They tried reverse throttle because his wrist would go that way, but not this. Dude, they tried everything they could to get him comfortable, but I could only imagine what it looked like out there at Palm Avenue or Honda Land. Those guys testing an HRC Honda 250 with a thumb throttle.
Oh. That's wild. Yeah,
Think about that, bro.
Looping out.
Right.
Scary, scary.
There's that art we were talking about, the Husky tanks, the polished panels in them, some red, some purple, some always you could tell the year and the size of the bike by the color of the tank.
That's cool.
But those yellow 125s, man, they just hit me as a kid. I was like, that is good. And they had a dark green one that looked good too.
Nice.
That it was a Woods model, of course, for
sure.
But had the forest green with the panels, the polished panels, and the white pinstripe. Again, artwork, dude.
Yeah, that's beautiful. The 22 going to bring it home. Robbie Horton, Jacob Radulewicz second, and Chad Kimbrell going to round out your top 3 in the Evo 1. Evo 3, your Golden Masters, that's going to be Patrick O'Connor, Stan Gant, and Bill Michaels. And we're ready to roll. I think this is race number 18, 250C.
You are correct, sir.
Oh, yes, so great one. Yes.
Sis Boomba.
We didn't watch any retro TV this weekend, my God.
Well, we didn't really have a chance, this week.
True.
But
way too busy. But
don't worry, man. I'll take a weekend drive over to your place.
We'll just watch some old
We'll catch up on Carson.
That'd be beautiful. 250C race 18, ready to roll. Zach Aaron bringing us another chair.
We're going to market those soon. The speaker chair.
The speaker chair. Thank you, Zach. ST5 chair, speaker tree 5.
Zach, you and I are going to have an opportunity to do several of these ATV Pro Motocross throughout the course of the year. Glad to be part of the series with those guys. Harv Whipple, a fantastic guy. Kerry Joe involved deeply in ATV Pro Motocross as well. And, it's a pleasure for you and I to go put on the best show we absolutely can for those guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Whether it's 2 wheels, 4 wheels, it's the cream of the crop, right?
Yes,
It's the pinnacle of the racing that you get. And as somebody, like I said, in the Carolinas there, I've had the privilege of seeing Joel Hetrick out on a practice track, seeing him ride. I'm very thankful that I wasn't out there because I would have had my hair blown forward so fast. He would have thought something's wrong with that kid's bike. But it is absolutely insane. Yeah, so Hetrick just, I say it all the time. When you see a guy throwing a pancake whip on a quad,
it's ridiculous.
That is ridiculous, to say the least. Yeah, and so super excited to be able to not only be a part of it, to be able to call the action, and excited to be at round 1 too, right?
Yeah,
we always talk about how special that is.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike, you and I were talking about it just a couple of weeks ago for GNCC, but everybody's tied, right? Everybody's at 0. Everybody feels like they've got a chance, and so everybody pushes just a little bit harder at round 1, I feel like.
About 4.5 hours from now, we're going to let the excuses begin.
Yep.
Yeah,
absolutely.
there you go. Well, and that's it. Okay, we're going to see who put in the work. We're going to see who follows through. We're going to see who's consistent. Yeah, somebody can have some real bad luck today too, where they prepared, they did whatever they're going to. But for the largest part, you know, we're going to see who brought their A game. We're going to see who is attacking the 2024 season, who wants it.
That's it. I get so sick of guys at this, and it doesn't matter if it's Supercross, outdoor, GNCC, ATV Mix. You ask the guys, hey man, how you feeling coming season? I'm in the best shape I've ever been. The bike setup is the best it's ever been. This year when I went to the Big Buck GNCC, I'm like, I'm not asking that question, and don't give me that answer. I want to know the truth. What have you been doing? What did you change up to get better results?
Man, we've worked on my cardio. We've got a new suspension guy in the house. My diet's much different. That's what I want to hear.
Yeah, bingo.
Okay, believe it.
Yep.
And the opposite side of it too. I mean, I think across the different disciplines of the sport, I understand not wanting to give competition any extra confidence.
Oh, that's
like
very
yeah, I mean, get it.
At the same time, if you know you're not at 100% and you don't tell us, we're going to have no choice but to question what's going on when we see you on track.
Oh, he's
so
lacking.
Help us help you by explaining things that are going on, because like we said, there is a lot going on coming into the season, whether it's an off-season crash,
that's right.
It's, still trying to get some stuff figured out with the machine. So help us help you and just tell us what's going on.
We're on your side.
Thank you.
I'll give you a hint. If that's 100%, you're about 30% off right now,
there
bro.
There you go. Yeah, get to work.
Absolutely. And
it's just that easy, doggone it.
Yeah, I swear, it's not that complicated. But talking to the motor
Trust us,
earlier,
those who can't do, teach.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll
I
tell
thought
you.
they announced.
Yeah, they announced. Yeah, same difference.
Yeah.
And talking to Kevin Bailey there, obviously an expert in all things pro ATV racing, he was even saying, you know, I've been riding with some guys in the off season. Joel Hetrick's had some guys kind of, I don't want to say giving him company, giving him challenges, but
what was Kevin Bailey riding, a mule?
No, I'm talking Kevin was telling.
Oh, I thought you said Kevin Bailey was riding with these guys.
No. Yeah.
What do you have, a golf cart?
Kevin Bailey's doing motos with Joel Hetrick. You heard it here first. But and he was saying though, I talked to guys. They say, "Oh, I've been riding with Joel Hetrick. I've been practicing. My speed's there, but when the gate drops, Joel's just got an extra gear."
Yeah,
so
sure, absolutely.
There's a whole different game between practicing and racing.
Another side to that, fellas, is listen. You may have burnt 2 tanks of gas per day.
Yeah.
Clean up. But if you were practicing wrong, if your corner is the same crappy corner you've been doing for the last 4 seasons, you're not gaining anything, okay? If you're still using the same technique and body position, guess what? You're still mid-pack then. You can train all day, but if you train wrong, that's all you did.
They say
train wrong.
They say practice makes perfect, but it's perfect practice that makes perfect. Absolutely.
That's absolutely true. Isaac Henderson going to take the checkered flag right here. Landon Bilyeu, 2nd place. Brock Bell-Sol, 4th. And Robert Leonard, 4th, with Matthew Orr rounding out that top 5.
Dylan Ferrandis on your screen right now.
Looking good. He's probably looking for redemption.
As Dylan Ferrandis and his brother both.
And look at that, Koenig once again from outside the doghouse. Competing for the whole shot. Going to come out just short of it this time. Grabbing 2nd.
That looked like Todd Street sneaking in there.
There is the 58, yet another repeat name, repeat rider we have out on track.
I'm slacking here with the sheets. There we go.
Aldrich out front leading the way. Koenig behind in 2nd. And I do believe, trying to double check on our Honda rider there, hanging out in 3rd. I believe that was the 337 of Lee Fleischman, rounding out your top 3 at the moment.
Yeah, correct. Ulrich, Koenig, Fleischman. Dennis Baldwin 4th, and Brian Sebner rounding out that top 5.
The top 2 kind of starting to inch away, not too quick, but definitely those two have got quite a pace going on, and that'll be fun to watch because you know both of them can go the full duration of the race. And Koenig doing what he can, not following, which obviously, as our guy Johnny G likes to say, you can't go through the guy in front of you, so you got to find a different line.
I was going to say, well, you can.
Yeah.
You're just not going to make any friends.
Yeah, it's not going to do you any favors in the long run.
It's like we were saying about our buddy Dom. If he was upset at someone 3 guys away from you, you're going to be collateral damage.
Yes. No
without a doubt
about it.
Always being challenged there, Zach.
Yeah, it's funny. Koenig kind of seesawing back and forth. I don't know. We talked about this yesterday some too. Maybe he's just tired of getting sprayed with sand.
That could be.
Gonna wait, but he's got to stay within a couple of bike lengths or so if he wants to strike. Something like that right there, where you see your leader stretch it out by a bike length or so on the straightaway. Now he's out of striking distance. Now even if a small mistake is made by Uldrich, he's not going to be able to capitalize. But Koenig biding his time. Once again, that's that far, I guess it would be the left-hand side of the track for the viewers on Racer TV. Seems like Koenig's got a spot figured out, and he's got a good drive going down the straightaway, too.
Uldrich wicking it up a little bit.
Yeah, I think Uldrich might have seen a fender, seen a wheel, knows that he's got to go. And I think Koenig knows that he needs to go now as well. He's running out of time. A lot of following right there. Oh, and you see, that's what happens. Just not quite as good of a drive for Uldrich through that rut, and actually plays into his favor. Yeah. Because Koenig runs into the back of him. Not sure if that was a full stall or just a stall of the momentum there, but definitely going to help your leader right now.
Yep, Koenig forced to check up a little bit. Still kept her on 2 wheels, though. Now he's creeping back up on him. Little sense of urgency. White flag will be coming out next time these guys cross through the finish. How bad you want it, Frank Koenig?
Yeah, without a doubt. He's got to make it happen soon. Not as close, probably 4 or 5 bike lengths further away this lap than he was the last. But you see, he's skying out that single now. You can always tell the sense of urgency in these guys when they start catching air over that single. As just like you said, Mikey, white flag coming out for your leader. Uldrich's got 1 more left to go. Let's see if Koenig follows him through this corner again. Uldrich's been using this inside all day long. And Koenig says, I'm going to go even further. And he lays it down. Hey, got to give props, though. He was going for it. He had the spot picked out. And like we keep saying, 2-moto format out here, so it is far from over. Koenig definitely wants to keep that thing in second, keep him in the overall fight.
Koenig had enough space between him and James Nagy as well. Nagy back in the 3 spot, about 12.5 seconds back. So Koenig was safe to take a couple of shots, and even with the mistake, still in that 2 spot.
Yeah, no pressure behind him, and I think at this point, Koenig's probably smart enough to say, hey, let's take the silver in this moto, regroup, and come out swinging in the second set.
Said, I need a start. All I need is a start. Let me get in front of Keith, play some defensive riding. But Keith Uldrich, there it is. Checkered flag flies for the number 58. On the KTM out of Florida, Koenig hangs on for second. James Nagy third. Dennis Baldwin fourth. And Lee Fleshman rounds out your top 5. Silver Masters 55 plus. Coming up next, going to be your Vintage Masters 50 plus C and Vintage Golden Masters 60 plus.
So taking a look, the number 48 on screen. Race 20 getting ready to take off. We've got Vintage Masters 50 plus C, and I believe, no, so the number 48, that's Robert McQuarrie we've got on screen. That's out of the Vintage Golden Masters class. And oh man, Mega picked a bad one to walk away from.
I was
right
just
now.
thinking that.
That is looking good. Riders shaking the goggles out. Ripping the bikes up. Several of those riders way back behind the gate. Looks like Dom's telling them to slide up right now. Hey, you cannot be that far back. Got to roll forward more.
The old school. They want that run and start.
Tricks of the trade, absolutely. All the rolling. And he hits the gate. Little too soon. Does it twice, and now he's stuck. Sometimes
Son
it helps.
of a gun.
Sometimes it doesn't.
The kids at home are like, how are they? What are they doing? Why is this a thing? Well, in the old days.
Yeah. Back in my day. So now they are off and rolling, and it did look like that rider got out of the start, got unstuck, and it's the 83 now claiming control of the lead. We dropped down. That is Joseph Gretchen coming out of Ohio, sponsored by Self. He's doing it all himself. 68 years old, out here having a good time.
I love looking. We get announcer sheets, right? And they always list the sponsors, and that is at the liberty of either your factory team to let you know, or of course the rider themselves at the amateur level. And my favorite is always like sponsored by Dad's Wallet or Grandpa's bank account, you know, things like that. Really honest parents and kids out there sometimes. Joseph Gretchen, Vintage Golden Master 60 Plus. He's leading the way. Robert McCrary in the number 2 spot. And Jerry Maddox in 3rd place. And for your Vintage Masters 50 Plus C Class, it's Wade Doring in the number 1 spot. Brian Oakley in 2nd. James Maynard in 3rd. Greg Holcomb 4th. And Glenn Apars rounding out your top 5. Whoo, big gap out front. I think that might be the number.
I think that's the 83.
Is that Joseph Gretchen?
Yeah,
okay,
Gretchen
yeah,
out front,
Masters.
still stretching it out.
Yeah. Checking out the Laderville right there. Good little battle behind them.
Yeah,
developing.
side by side, the 233 and the 48 going at it. Maybe it's a 203. Wade Doring. And then the 48 machine of Robert McQuarrie, who I believe grabbed your whole shot. They swing around the outside. I don't know. We had quite a lead just a minute ago, but it's disappearing in a hurry. The number 1, Jeremy Maddox, back out on track and looking to put the number 1 in position. Number 1. If you remember last time, Mikey, it was that final straightaway that he made it happen. He's not waiting that long this time.
No, it makes the pass right there. I think Joseph Gretchen was trying to sprint away from these guys. That hype. I'm in Daytona. Let's do this. And then, oh my goodness, wait, no, I got to do this for 5 laps. So Joseph Gretchen, or Wade Doring, excuse me, 1st place. Brian Oakley in 2nd. Glenn Apars 3rd. This is for your Masters 50 Plus. James Maynard in 4th, and Greg Holcomb 5th, with Charles Kiesel in 6th place for your Vintage Golden Master 60 Plus. It's Joseph Gretchen 1st. Jerry Maddox, excuse me, 1st. Gretchen in the 2 spot now. Robert McQuarrie, Tim Banks in 4th, and Carl Cox rounding out that top 5.
So now the 83 falling under more pressure. Finds himself losing 2nd place now. So the 203 slides in. That's Wade Doring. And of course, we do have 2 classes out on track. So Vintage Masters and Vintage Golden Masters. Yep. So we're just we're talking position on track at the moment. We'll give you an update per class as they come across the line. But per class, on track, regardless, Maddox out front.
That's it.
He says the number 1's in position number 1, no matter how you look at it.
Racing's racing. If I'm next to you, I'm battling you.
That's right. If you're in front of me,
riders.
I want to be in front of you. And now, yeah, look at this. This is what we talked about. Riding ahead. You saw Maddox take a quick glance over, adjusted, said, I'm going to take the long way around, and it pays off dividends.
Maddox scooting. Maddox looking good, too.
Yeah, once again, another rider kitted out, head to toe, got the old school paint schemes.
The 1K machine. So you are watching on Racer TV. That is a 203 of Doring. He is your leader for the Masters 50 Plus C Class. Also looking good out there.
Yeah, Doring there laying it on the back wheel, letting the front end eat some. Saw that a couple times yesterday. Vincent Way, I think he almost hit 12 o'clock at one point. That was incredible.
Yeah.
I can promise you, if you ever see me that vertical, it is not on purpose.
That's an oops.
Yes,
and a very split second of oh no.
Yes, and I will be changing gear as soon as I get back to the truck afterwards. But
just hoping pray you don't have the yard sale afterward, you know.
Yeah, I couldn't be wearing that white gear that Doring's there is wearing.
No, because, I see what you're saying.
I wouldn't be able to after that. And
283X maybe?
That's the 203 slash, I think, of Charles Kiesel. Another Florida native having some bad luck. Looks like he's going to have to retire early here in Moto 1. There is the 203. And you see up on the top of your screen, the backside of the gear, the blue number 1 heading off into the distance. That is Maddox, your leader. Skying that thing out, using every bit of the travel, however many inches it is.
Not quite centimeters, but
yeah,
you know, we're close. 2:03. Wade Doring leading it for Masters 50 Plus C. Checkered flag.
Checker flag's coming out. Maddox grabs the win in your Vintage Golden Masters, and Doring going to get the job done in Vintage Masters 50 Plus C.
So coming up next, going to be race number 21, Revolution 1 Masters. I think that's the 50 plus or 55 plus.
That would be Masters 50 plus.
50 plus, yes. And let's see what time it is. It is 11:59, so we are just about a half an hour away now from your Pro Sport ATV SX Heat number 1. That's taking place at 12:30. And again, that is 7 minutes plus 1. But have not gotten a radio chatter yet calling those guys into staging. But half an hour out, start thinking about that here in a little bit. And we'll make a call for you guys as well. You got Heat 2 for the Pro Sport following that. And then Heat 1 and 2 for your pros. Immediately following that at 12:50 to 104, 105 in that range.
Well, there's Paymart back out front.
Frenchie
doing his thing. Great drive out of that start, and pretty much going to try to check out and not look back the rest of the way. Very similar to what he did just a little bit ago. They said, that race plan worked out well. Let's try to do that again. So looking like the 768 of Dennis Baldwin in the second place spot.
Yeah, Baldwin checks in the second place. There is the 56, Mark Swart. In third place, Robert Green. Fourth, Scott Geller. Rounding out your top 5. 6 is Joseph Allen, Anthony DiMarzio. 7th, Dario Campo. 8th, 9th place is Glenn Britton, and Chad Godwin will round out your top 10.
Great shot of. Just shows to show you that in the center of the track there, that standing water, that is the remnants of what was left on the track. Like we said, at one point, close to a foot of water going across that start straight. So can't emphasize enough how amazing the track crew has been, how much work has gone into it day after day to be able to not only get the track ready to race, but to keep it in racing condition. Once that stuff gets super soft, you can't just magically make the moisture disappear, right? And it's actually turned out to be quite a benefit, I feel like. Some great racing, especially in the afternoon yesterday. And look at this track right now. Think about how many bikes have gone over this thing lap after lap, and it is still just absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, you put that in perspective, Zach. I mean, we had Supercross, we had Ricky Carmichael's Amateur Supercross, we've had ATVs on the track, and the different classes, the diversity. So it's not just your Supercross pros that are, cutting 2 or 3 really good lines through there. You've got different classes, different skill levels, really doing a number to the track, and it just speaks to just how well this track is built and prepared for our riders.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I love to see it. I mean, like I said, what we just saw right there, I love to see the ruts going up the faces. It is truly
the corduroy pants.
Yeah, exactly. It's national caliber for sure, and that's why we have such a big turnout from all over the world. Right now, I think Megawatt's right. The Triple 4 needs to bring this thing out to the ranch. It is looking good, and he is looking good on it.
We get him some Moto Kicks graphics on that bad boy. French will be set.
I got to get a set of those. Right?
I got one. I got a pair, I think 2 seasons ago now. Megawatt and I went down there and we got the hookup. I think I was at Minio's. And I am due a new pair. I need to go see them.
See Mega always rocking them. Saw a couple of people in them actually this past weekend. So definitely want to check those out. Look at that. Little Vincent Way style there.
Heck yeah.
He's leaning her up. He's sending it out too.
Yes,
wow.
he is.
Love to see it. He is looking froggy right now.
The French liner going to work right there. White flag out for him. 1 to go for Frenchie Greg Paymart. Meanwhile, Dennis Baldwin back there about 11.5 seconds back after 3. We'll see what it is after 4. Mark Swart, in 3rd. Robert Green 4th. 5th place Scott Geller. And Glenn Britton 6th. 7th place Anthony DiMarzio. Joseph Allen 8th. 9th is Chad Godwin. And Dario Campo running out your top 10 of your Masters 50 plus.
There we see your leader ducking his way around on the inside, taking that, especially that S-turn. That seems to be the main line. We'll see whether or not it stays that way throughout the rest of the day. And like we said, ATV racing coming up here in just a little bit. Don't want to miss that either. The best of the best when it comes to ATV Pro Motocross and Supercross. And there is the checkered flag. The 444 gets the job done here in Revolution 1 Masters 50. All right, and on the gate, race number 22. Hey, ladies, it's the women's class getting ready to do battle. There we see the 215 machine. That's Claire Parker coming out of Washington. We got Heather Bowman, Megan Bennett, Landry Hazen, Piper Harris, Shelby Rowland, and Kayla Alexander getting ready to take to the track as well. And there it is. Car goes sideways. Let's see who's it going to be. It's a KTM leading them into turn number 1, and she hangs on to it as they head out. Try to get a number on it. Might be Shelby Rowland. And it is. That's Shelby Rowland. And she is rolling out there as she leads the way. Taking a look, it's a Yamaha in second. Can't quite see the number on it. But Rowland right now comes across the line, takes the green flag. And looks like she is got a little over the front in there, but able to hang on. Looking good right now. Still waiting, trying to see exactly who that is. Looks like that's Landry Hazen coming across the line in second with Heather Bowman rounding out your top 3. But Shelby Rowland trying to keep on rolling, right? Roll away with this one.
She's doing it right now. Pretty good gap. Good battle right there between Hazen and Bauman for that 2 spot. A little back and forth just behind her, but Shelby rolling out front, riding on rails.
Making her way through. Got to start to be careful as these lines, the corduroy pants, as you say, going up these jump faces, because as we've seen both on professional and at amateur level, you get going too fast, you're not planting both tires in the same rut. Things can go wrong in a hurry. As we take a good look there at the 31 machine of Heather Bowman, continuing to put the pressure on the back of Hazen there on the 90.
And Shelby stretching it out a bit now, a 6-second gap after 2 laps of racing for her.
Yeah, it looks like the 215 having some issues. Hey. There goes Rowland passing through.
Mikey, we always talk about our moto family and our off-road family and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Literally, we talk about them. But anyways,
that's true.
Our, my good friend and a guy I met here a few years ago through Pete Noneman and the guys at Legends and Heroes, a guy I grew up idolizing, the killer, Don Kadowski.
Oh, yeah.
And we honored him here a couple years ago. Him and Denise are here every year. These guys are, just so into it. They live it. They give back. It was the life they lived, and it's how they made a living and stuff. And they give back. And just so you know, every 3 or 4 days, I get a text from the killer, just letting it know, hey man, hope things are good, hope things
fantastic.
And concerned about Hannah and the family and things like that. And hey, have you survived the storms? What's going on here? Was it just maybe once a week, every 3 or 4 days or something? But just wanted to let him know that I appreciate him and we appreciate everything he did for motocross.
That's awesome.
He was a factory Harley rider. I believe he might have rode Rokons at one time or something. And I was young, but, you know, he had that look, Mike. He had the hair down to here, dude. Slim dude, cut up. And when he was standing there next to that Harley MXer with the eagle wings on the jersey, hey, that was one bad dude, okay? And Killer, we love you, bro. Glad you're out here. You've been here all weekend with Pete Nonem and the guys from Legend and Heroes. But just wanted to let you know we really appreciate you, man, for sure.
That's awesome. Love that. That's what racing's all about right there. Shelby Rowland trying to bring it home. 4 laps completed for her. Landry Hazen still in the 2 spot. Heather Bauman in 3rd. Kayla Alexander 4th. Piper Harris rounds out your top 5.
Rowland just picking her way through, hitting her marks. Been very consistent all race long, not making any mistakes. Just going to try to bring this thing home. Pretty dominant performance here.
Roland been there, done that.
Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you, she's done a little bit of everything on the motorcycle. She's very well versed at Supercross, outdoor motocross. Been around the game for quite some time. Her and her mom regulars at Loretta's, Minio's, you name it, all the big races, and you know, had a great career with a lot of success, and you know, out here racing every week, and I love that.
Yeah, it looks like that was going to be the number 90 of Hazen there, taking 2nd, and we do believe there it was 31 crossing the line of Heather Bowman, going to grab 3rd place.
Man, I'm ready for this next one.
Oh yeah, King of Daytona, XR200, race number 23.
I got to follow these guys back to the pits, man. I got to get some pictures.
Look at that. We said we wanted
for
open
sure.
face helmets, and that's what we got.
Like, this is like our 3rd biggest class, dude.
Riley
There's
Ripper.
a reason. Watch, these guys are going to hold the throttle wide open on these XR200. They're going to pick a gear and pretty much stay in
Well,
it.
they are now that they heard you. They're like, you're absolutely right, Megawatt.
I'm telling you,
dude,
1-800-RIPPER.
Riley Ripper
Why
is
not?
his name.
Yeah.
That might be
Why
the
not?
most impressive moto name I've ever heard. Riley Ripper trying to rip a whole shot.
Now, I'm going to have to look at some rules. These guys look like they're pretty much stock frames.
Oh.
Nah, that looks like a different swing arm there and stuff. Okay.
Couple of riders going down.
All right. You are not the king of Daytona.
Not a good way to get the job done, that's for sure.
Smoke them if you got them there, boys.
But every one of these guys got the wrists locked. Yeah, right now. I love it. I got to step outside and look at this for just a second.
Go get you a picture, a video. Take the phone.
Oh, I'm going to go get me a taste.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I get it. Get the smell. Bring the smell back into the announcing tower with us.
Bottle it up.
Yeah, bottle that up. Yeah, yes, please. That one too. Blake Wharton, rider out in front. I wish you wouldn't, Mega. I wish you wouldn't.
Yeah, we'll pass on that one.
Brandon Glenn in the 2 spot. Colby Brizendine. Riley Ripper in 4th, and Jason Brizendine rounding out that top 5.
How about that? Blake Wharton, that is a name we haven't heard in a little bit, but certainly a guy that knows how to get the job done, former factory racer, and shows he can do it on the new bikes, can do it on the old bikes too.
Oh, and looking good out there too.
Without a doubt, Blake Wharton coming out of Texas. Had a fantastic pro career.
Had a little pressure right there from Brandon Glenn. It was about, what, 0.971 was the gap after 1. Let's see what Blake's able to do with that clean air out in front. Turns a 51.6.
Both these guys Texas natives as well, so can't help but think they've maybe lined up against each other a couple times in the past.
Yeah. That gap now 2.3, so Riley Ripper. I saw him on the start on the inside, got a little shuffled back, but he's working his way up. He's up into the 3 spot. Cameron Allen in 4th now. Jason Brizendine in 5th. Changes all over the place. David Arts up around Chase Pauland. Hayden Hefner back in 8th. William Hobson in 9th. And Colby Brisdale. No, make that David Halseal checking in the number 10 spot.
Yeah, Hayden Hefner, no stranger to this as well. Great ride. Curious whether or not, I wasn't sure whether Hayden might have been caught up in that first turn chaos. But yeah, Riley Ripper, man, we saw him on camera. Might have thought the mustache weighed a little more than he thought. He had to weight too far over the back. Pop that front end up, but continuing to rip his way around. Well, okay, for a second I thought that might have been your leader we saw, but it is Wharton still out front with the number 15 you see on your screen, Brandon Glenn, chasing him down. But slowly but surely, Wharton starting to inch away.
Yeah, he's stretching it out and turns. That was a 51.3 in lap 3. And I think he was right at that in lap 2. So been real consistent through the first 3. Chase Pollard just checked in. He's up into the number 6 spot, gets around David Arndt. So those guys going back and forth. William Hobson, another guy, picks up a position up into 8th. There is the 4.37 of David Housel. White flag out. And Blake Wharton checks up a little bit, but not a lot of it. 52.8 on the time. And Brandon Glenn does the same. He runs a 53.5, so he's checked up just a little bit. Now that gap right at about 5 seconds.
Yeah, Blake knows exactly what he needs to get done. He knows how to manage a race to the finish. So just going to try to cruise around, take that 731 for a nice little spin.
That is a beautiful looking machine.
Absolutely. It just goes to show, like, when you get to put the right rider on the right machine, it's poetry in motion no matter when the bike is from. It is always fun to watch. And see whether Wharton pushes the issue here. Trying to get around the lap traffic. Says, excuse me, sir, I'm going to snag this checkered flag real quick. So there it is. Blake Wharton going to get the job done, grab the win. As of right now, he is the guy set on trying to be crowned the king of Daytona here, the XR200 class. A great ride from him. He reaches out, goes to give a high five. There we go. Number 15, Brandon Glenn, going to come across the line in second. And look at this, Riley Ripper waiting for it to become official here. He was shown in third the last time we saw him. And with bated breath, yeah, there it is. Riley Ripper. It brings the stash across in third place. Open face, helmet style. Probably got a little sand in that stash.
Oh, I don't doubt it. The old crumb catcher.
Absolutely. Dropping the gate now on Vet 30 Plus. Race 24.
Don't forget, coming up here at 12:30, Heat number 1, Pro Sport ATV SX. And that'll be followed by Heat 2, obviously, and then Heat 1 for our Pro class and Heat 2 for our Pro class. And we'll have the mains this afternoon. We will, I believe, have the LCQ this afternoon for 2 o'clock. That'll be for the Pro Sport class. And then when we get to the mains, that'll be 3:30 for your Pro Sport and 4 o'clock for the pros.
Man, look at that, the 165. James Roberts out front leading the way and putting a mark on him right now as he's opened up a bit of a gap just after the completion of lap 1, completely across the start-finish or the starting gate area before second place even touches. So the 165 machine,
James
32
Roberts.
years old, yep. Backed by that TCD Racing ride.
Mark Denton second, Cole Robbins third. As you'd mentioned, Andrew Franson fourth, Austin Wells rounding out the top 5 for your Vet 30 Plus.
So we see the 93 coming across there. There's the 102. Looking like that's the 38 on screen of Denton. Followed by the 80. And this is what we talk about. 2 strokes, 4 strokes. We've got 450s out there, 250s. Shoot, I don't know, I might have even seen a 125 as well. So a little bit of everything. Yeah, that's what I mean. This is Vet 30 Plus. Everybody's got their preference, what they like riding. And it goes to show the number 80 right now. Cole Robbins showing that you can get the job done on the 2-smoker as well. Hanging on to that final podium spot at the moment. Already starting to see riders shifting a little more towards the outsides. A lot of riders starting to duck in if they're following or trying to make a pass on a rider. They say, I'm going to try this outside berm. Doesn't look like it's costing them a ton, but as of right now, the inside's still just not quite rough enough, not quite deep enough ruts to really slow them down to the point to where the extra distance makes sense. We say it all the time, the intelligence that the riders need to say, all right, this is what this looks like now, and then by the end of the race, I'll probably still be able to do this. And depending on how much track work gets done, the second set of motos, I may not. Oftentimes you see the riders throughout the day. Of course, they want to watch the other racing as well, but they're spotting lines, right? They want to see, this is how this jump is developing. This line had a big kicker in the face in Moto 1. What's it look like now? Everybody's just trying to get a little advantage, a little more information before they go out and do battle on the track. So looking for your leader on screen. There you go, the 165 right now making his way around. And he has officially hit cruise control, it looks like. Taking a glance back over, wants to see where second place is. Look at that, not even getting up off the seat. Says, I'm gonna just ride around, make sure I'm okay. Don't really need to go too hard on this. Stands her up on the back wheel, just up for a nice Tuesday cruise, if you will. Beautiful weather out here in Daytona today. And yeah, your leader just kind of rolling around now. We'll see how much time he's got left. There it is, the checkered flag comes out, so the 165. And believe that's going to be the 38 of Denton going to bring home second. But a solid ride there for your winner, the 165 machine, James Roberts. Going to get the first moto win in Vet 30 Plus.
Well, I believe we are going to have one more race here before we get to our ATVs. So we are going to look into or head into race number 25. That is going to be your Evo 1 Golden Masters, Evo 2 Masters 50 Plus, and your Evo 3. Locked and loaded down there on the gate, ready to rip and roll. And then I'm pretty sure after this we'll have our ATV Pro Sport class lined up for heat number 1.
So on the gate right now, race 25. You got the smoke floating off behind them. Love to see it. Couple riders just ever so slightly scooching back. I just want to get a little more distance, get that roll going before I take to the track. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. We've seen it both ways. Look, number 34 bumps into the gate, backs up, and he's able to get through clean. Good drive from the number 5 machine, headed into turn 1, Robert Tilson.
That was a nice jump right there, man. He did. He got a good drop on the gate.
And he goes down, it looks like.
Oh, no. Worst go. Oh, and then he gets kicked down.
Man.
Looks like he got shoved down by the guy behind him while he was trying to get up.
That is not going to do anything. Back up and rolling.
Rick Johnson working his way through number 5 on the 86 onto there.
Doing what he can.
Oh, man.
So let's see. I believe that's the 146 going to take over the lead right now. Checking for that. There you go. Tyler Creasy on that Evolution 3 class leads the way right now.
Yeah, good looking Yamaha out there. What's that? We got a KDX, man, I think running in the number 2 spot out there.
Try to get a name on that. I believe that's Sean Sweeney out of the Evolution 3 class sitting in the 2nd place spot. We've got Steve Bowman checking in leading Evolution 2 and Scott Clamforth leading that Evolution 1 Golden Master.
He's gone full alligator enduro. He's got the headlight on that thing, dude. Full KDX, man.
He wasn't sure if we were night racing or not.
Well, he saw pictures of the track the other day, and he's like, man, instead of the KX, I better bring the KDX.
Better safe than sorry.
Look at him representing, going to high beam guys when he passes them. Nice.
Yeah, good thing your leader doesn't have any rearview mirrors. You'd be seeing flashing lights.
Oh, no doubt.
Move over. And we see the number 5 starting to pick his way through. RJ-esque style, man. He said, I'm going to go down, but it's far from over.
RJ was never a great starter. Ever.
So your leader back on screen. Flowing with that machine. Looking good. And just watching him just kind of pick and choose his way through, not pushing the issue. You see that a lot. These riders, you know, they get the start, let's put in a good hot lap, maybe 2, and then at that point, if the gap is manageable, I don't want to override. But the 146 can't get too comfortable, like we were saying, Mega. That KDX just close enough to where a good-sized mistake from your leader, and KDX is going to be shining that headlight out front.
No question, man. He's on a mission right now. Riding clean, and you know what? Those bikes are notoriously easy to ride. Okay, they handle really good. The power delivery for a two-stroke is unbelievable on an early KDX. Okay, it is so smooth, so linear, and right now you see his suspension is settling into those corners nicely, man.
Yeah, it just seems like he's able to methodically kind of ride. He's not,
oh no!
Oh, looks like one rider having a pretty big get off.
Hope that wasn't a slam right there. He's up on both feet right now, getting the bike picked up. Looked like the old Red Rocket tossed him down.
We'll wait and see. I didn't quite see. Was there a white flag out yet?
I didn't notice. I was too busy. Look at this. All right, there comes that KDX.
And that was a pass for the lead right there. So new leader. The KDX out front, leading the way. Sean Sweeney.
Sweeney making it happen. Look, see that bike not jumping around? That bike's not fidgety and all this kind of stuff. It's just stable. It's just sitting in there. He rolls the throttle on, it gains traction and goes. You know, it's not spinning out sideways. It's not spinning the wheel.
Yeah, the 561 looking good right now, and these two have been rather evenly matched on speed. Looks like the 146, though, might be kicking it into overdrive. He's not stoked to have lost that lead.
No.
They take a little look over the shoulder. Yamaha's got the inside line. Pass back as they come to the white flag.
Let's see if Sweeney responds, man. What's going to happen here?
Better throw the headlight on. It's about to get serious. He's going to run it up the inside.
Oh, I think this is where he made the, no. Yeah, this is where he made the pass for the lead.
And look at that. It kind of bumps. Not sure if there was contact made or not, but the 146, the last second, changes line, goes outside. That cost him a bike length or 2 at least.
That's the same move he used for the lead last time. And look, back out there again. Wow.
Yep. So, wow, a great shot there of the KDX. Says, I'm far from done here, and this might be enough. He's going to have to run that really tight right-hand side all the way down this back straightaway. He's going to have to leave that thing as wide open as he can.
Yeah, the drag race is going to go to the Yamaha.
Yes. So it's all going to come down to, does he have enough gap? Oh, I don't know.
Oh, no. And he's going to put the same move on him as he did last lap.
Yet another side-by-side action. Now, Kawasaki's got the inside. Let's see if he can roll that throttle on enough. Headed to the checkered flags. And it will be Sean Sweeney grabbing the win. A great ride on that 561 machine. Huge shout out to Tyler Creasy coming in second, just behind him.
That was an awesome race, man. That's why this is so fun.
Absolutely.
You know, that's why this is just so awesome. Look at him. He's shaking his head. Look, he's shaking his head, and the other one's going, that much, that much. He said.
I said, I'm not saying you got lucky, but I'm not stoked about it. I'll put it like that.
You see this little itch? I think I may be bitten by that XR200 bug.
Oh, no, you heard it, folks. He's got the bug.
I don't know, man.
So it looks like
we'll have to talk to Dwayne Brown here in a little bit.
Oh, you've heard it. Looks like we're dropping the gate on Revolution 2. Race 26 off and rolling. We'll see who, I believe that might be Brown out front. And that's purely off of riding style. I believe that's Brown leading the way on the 910. Blake Wharton in this one as well. Alex Wagers, Elliott Cook. But, man, look at that. Brown trying to make quick work of it. Oh, look at that.
Oh.
Little changeover line there.
We call that a transfer.
That's creative. That's what happens when you're ripping motos on mopeds, right?
That was pretty cool. Yeah. Hey, when you double a Zuma, at a BMX track, you're doing something. So.
As somebody with a Zuma, I'm still yet to try that one. Get the old BMX ramps out of the garage and see what I can do. make sure somebody's recording, I guess.
And Mikey, when he says old BMX ramp, he doesn't mean 2 cinder blocks and a piece of broken plywood like I used.
Well, I was still of that generation too by the time I was growing up. And then maybe 5 years later, they finally started actually selling them because everyone in the 80s were breaking their legs in half.
You haven't lived it unless you busted a ramp before takeoff.
Hey, I'll say what you will, but I have gone through a lot of plastic BMX ramps, all right? The old school wood and bricks, they might be a little more sturdy, to be honest with you.
No doubt. Oh, shoot. You didn't jump nothing with banana handlebars or banana seat and ape hangers.
Oh, my goodness.
No, I'll tell you that.
Actually,
oh, here we go.
Dino's bike, it's still up and running, keeps it in good race shape. So I've rode it around a couple of times, banana seat and everything.
The old BMX bike you saw yesterday, Mega.
1976 Yamaha BMX bike in pristine condition.
And shockingly, just kind of unlocked by the fence line. And I said, Mega, any dude over like probably what? 45.
You know, you better be 50 to know what that bike is, really.
Yeah, that was kind of cool to see. And the guy's got a lot of faith in his fellow man not to take
Well, he knew these kids have no idea. They're like,
it goes down.
Problems for your leader, Carson Brown, goes down.
They're like, look at that old thing, these kids. It didn't mean nothing to them.
And it's Alex Wagers there in the second place spot. And Wagers no slouch on a motorcycle. He's a big 2-stroke rider here locally in North Carolina. And so be on the lookout. Any more mistakes from Brown, he's going to have his hands full. But now all of a sudden it looks like he's popped back up with an additional sense of urgency.
Oh, yeah.
He said, I had a minimum race time I wanted to be out there. I got to make this back up. See how hard he shoots this wall jump up. Yep.
Oh.
Says, I just keep forgetting there's not a landing there.
Nope. It doesn't matter. White flag. Jinx.
You owe me a monster.
Oh, that transfer's too cool.
Yeah,
he's doing that transfer every lap. Just a little manual, sets a wheelie, sets it right down on the other side so it doesn't kick.
And as far as I know, I didn't see that in his first race. So I'm curious, these following motos, how many riders are going to start taking that line?
Oh, yeah. And curious how many aren't going to set the front wheel down right.
That's true,
Bite it.
Yeah, he picked the front end up a little too soon.
Set it down a little too soon.
Yep, things are not going to go to plan.
All of a sudden, that transfer becomes a jump.
Transfer to the hospital. So here we go, final corner, the 910 Carson Brown. Going to get the job done here in Revolution 2, race 26.
Yeah, I believe we're going to talk to Carson here in just a little bit as well. I think him and Dwayne are going to come over.
Oh, are they good?
I believe that's what they just told me, yeah. So
good.
Yep, love those guys. Great guys. Again, have seen him race our pit bike of nations for us at Redbud. Have seen him race Harley Davidsons. Have seen him race national motocross, Supercross. So Carson Brown, one of those well-rounded guys, YouTube sensation. So
yeah, all-out ambassador for the sport.
Yeah, great guy.
Just an awesome guy. You see him hanging out with the kids. Got to hang out with him up in Idaho for the Ryder Co. launch, his gear company. Him and Motorsport been helping put together, and so he's just all about trying to connect with people. And I think that's why you see companies like Red Bull say, "Hey, let's pay attention to this guy. He's not doing the standard racing program, but there's something that we like about it." So awesome to see things going well for Carson.
Well, for those wondering, I'm sure at home, 12:30, I believe, was the start time for heat number 1. We were so close in that race order for our vintage to be done with their first motos. They made the decision to close them out. So I believe this is race 27.
Yep, that's a great idea.
Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense. It's not adjusting the schedule by that much.
And all those ATV guys are cool with 4 minutes. They know it helps the whole program.
Absolutely.
You know, they understand that, and that's cool.
So this will be our last vintage race for Moto 1, and then we will jump into the ATVs. Card goes to, and for this one, this is our Vintage Masters 50 Plus, a Rev 1 Golden Masters and Rev 2 Senior 40 Plus. Card goes sideways, and here we go.
Lightning Wepler. These names are awesome.
That's
out
strong
here today.
That's a name made for racing.
Absolutely. Looks like it's the 58 of Keith Aldrich once again getting out front early.
Or weather, a weatherman. That could be.
True. Let's check in on the Thunder with Lightning. He may have a career change after this. He opened his eyes to something.
Well, Mikey, we've been waiting for this. I'm sorry, didn't mean to step on you there, Zach. We've been waiting on this, man, and, you know, kind of close out the weekend. You guys, Zach's been back and forth a couple times. You know, You've been over there handling the duties at GNCC. Made that trip over Saturday night. Had a great day yesterday. And this is kind of the day even we look for, you know what I mean? Change of pace with the quads and stuff, and a different scene for us. Exciting for us, you know, changes it up for us.
Yeah, no doubt. This is kind of the icing on the cake.
Yeah, it is.
Weekend for us. A flat track moving in.
Man.
So the racing don't stop. We'll exit, but the racing don't stop. But Tuesday's really cool because Vintage is, obviously we've seen some great racing, but really it's about going out and having fun on a dirt bike more than anything. Then we wick it up with serious competition in the ATV SX. Those guys in the pro sport class kind of setting the foundation of their 2024 season.
Right. Yeah, definitely.
But this is a day to
thank you.
Really just enjoy ourselves more than anything. And it has, I know it's still early in the day, but it's been a pleasure these last couple days calling racing with you guys.
Oh, always, man. You know, you and I stay in touch every week.
Yeah.
I mean, every week. We're going to let Zach in the fold here soon.
I think so. Don't you have my phone number?
Yeah. Oh, I do.
You talking about me in that group?
Oh,
my goodness.
I do.
I'm getting nervous.
We talked about that last night. Us announcers, we dare somebody to pin us against one another, and the ones that succeed in this business are the ones that work together as a team, and the ones who don't, and the ones that fade away are the ones who want to make it their own show.
Yes, you better believe it, man.
Because we've done everything together: locals, nationals, off-road, little outdoor. You know, Loretta's obviously many.
Right.
You gotta be close to your group
and understand how each other works, understand each other's style, and man, I appreciate you guys for sure. I'm the old man of the group, no matter where we're at, and it's a lot of fun hanging with you guys, and you guys teach me a lot for sure about procedure, so I appreciate you guys.
Hey, likewise, Mega. We need, you know, like, in all seriousness, Vintage today, like I in my opinion, I know Zach agrees with me, and he's more in depth on it than I am, is keeping this kind of stuff alive.
Yeah,
and keeping those stories alive. Yeah. We need that.
Yeah, it's been pretty cool. I remember being a young kid out at a Budds Creek Pro National, and Rocket Rob Bidas bringing me up in the booth. And Megawatt didn't even know who I was back then. And just a little kid hanging out, enjoying the show, and that kind of set the foundation for my interest in broadcasting, and you know, kept the love for the sport alive as well. So it's pretty cool being the younger guy here, being able to hang out and call the racing with the voices that we've grown up with. You know, we're up in the tower. You may not see us quite as much, but at the end of the day, when Megawatt's talking, when Rob Bidas is talking, you know it because you've heard that voice for years.
How old are you, Zach?
I am 26 and feeling every bit.
Okay.
All right on.
So you're close. I think I was 29 when I started this.
Cool.
So yeah, it's good deal. It goes quick. Megawatt can attest to that.
Oh
too.
man,
it goes quick.
No doubt about that. And you know, it's the little things that we appreciate. Dinner.
Yeah,
recapping the day, you know, the rental car ride back to the hotel where we talk about 1976, or we talk about Jet landing on the tough block.
Horses jumping out,
so
horses jumping out in front of cars.
A little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Back roads. Yeah.
For sure, dude.
Tonsillectomies, I mean, coverage everywhere.
Listen, you name it. I can give you a story. I can give you history on it. Believe it.
Love to see it.
A lot of fun.
Absolutely, absolutely. Just a ton of great time. But when the racing stops, the fun does not. That's for sure.
Oh, no. And it's like anything else. It's a job. You know, these guys don't understand. 5:30 almost every morning this week. Track crews out there at 5:30.
Yeah.
You know, not okay. Let's meet up. No, they're working at 5:30.
Yep. No, that's absolutely right. Shout out to those guys. Checkered flag flies. That is Jacob Radulowitz grabbing the checkers for the Rev 2 Senior 40 Plus. Steve Nagy will take second. James Nagy third. We take a look at that Masters 50 Plus. Robert Heinzerling will take first place. David Whitehead second, and Brian Oakley third. And then your Rev 1 Golden Masters, Keith Ulrich taking first. Gregory Lykin second. Vaughn Smith rounds out your top three. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We are about ready to go four-wheel racing for your Heat 1 in the Pro Sport class. And want to give a kind of a quick rundown here And thanks some sponsors of ATV MX for the season, ATV SX here today in Daytona. Of course, thank our featured sponsors, RP Race Performance, Rocky Mountain ATV MC.com, CST Tires, of course, Kenda Tires, as well as VP Racing Fuels and ARMA, and our associate sponsors as well, SSI Decals, DWT, that's Henson, your Henson Clutch Components, Elka, Experience, The Edge, Defiance Lifestyle, and now we're getting them revved up. 88 Live to Ride, Rocket Racing, and of course, the American Motorcyclists Association, the AMA. And as we look at that starting gate for your ATV Pro Sport class, 28 entries, I believe, in total in this one. Give you a rundown here. The 0-0 of Cale Deal, Jaden Lounderville, of course, two different heats here, so we'll get an idea of who's out there in between each heat. Caden Gingras, Chris Miller, Dawson Herringer, Cody Hochton, Dominic Noble, Briar Birchfield, Lucio Mercogliano, Nick Corelli, Nicholas Mather, Damian Hubert, Nolan Scalisi, Blake Shugart, Vincent Dillon. Card goes 30.
We talked about it all day long. Going to see a lot of different riding styles, different lines here from the quads compared to the bikes. Let's see how it shapes out.
Gate drops. Here we go. Heat number 1, Pro Sport.
Contact almost immediately coming on the other side of the gate. Guys are bumping and banging. Who is it grabbing the whole shot? Looks like that might be the number 3.
That is Jaden Louderville, the rider out of Wausau, Wisconsin, on that 4130 Motorsports Launderville-backed ride. The 19-year-old out of Wisconsin with a hot start.
Doing Earnhardt proud as he grabs the whole shot, putting the number 3 out front here at Daytona.
Do it for Dale, baby.
That's right.
So good battle right there for that 3 position. Going to see a couple different line choices here as they're going to check in with 1 lap completed.
And I'll tell you what, Mikey, a little bit of track work done, but minimum. I mean, still a lot of motorcycle ruts in this. You even saw on the backside of the starting gate, you had dirt bike ruts leading that. Caught a couple of riders off guard as they left the start.
So it is going to be Lounderville out front. Tyler Marlin in the number 2 spot. Heath Hanna in 3rd place. 4th place is the 27X and Nicholas Mathard. And Damian Hubert 5th. Outside of that, Brett Matusik in 6th place. Cody Houghton 7th. 8th place going to be Briar Birchfield with Blake Shugart in 9th. And Ian Ushia rounding out your top 10.
Zach, we talked about those short chutes upstairs just a little bit ago before this ever started. Already coming into play. I see a couple guys riding high up on that wall. Somebody could get high centered. Somebody could get thrown off the track. So pushing the issue through there. You got to pick that line, commit to it, stay on it, and we're going to see some action through these switchbacks, I promise you.
Without a doubt, you saw the riders that found themselves outside the top 5 getting creative early. Hey, if I'm going to try the outside, let's try it now. You see a couple of different riders on screen. Said, go ahead and switch it up. Riders getting a little sideways through the sand, going to run it up the inside. And that's all it takes right there. And get the position.
Nice move.
That might have been Brett Music making that move up into the 3 spot.
Making sweet music on that one right there. Absolutely. Another one bites the dust, what he was playing.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yes, sir.
209. Yeah, Brett Music. So Brett Music, the new owner of that number 3 spot. Let's see what he can go to work right here on Tyler Marlin. And Lounderville's trying to stretch it out front.
Do you see how those guys are getting kicked off sideways in the air, hitting those bike ruts? Can't help but get a little bit cross-rutted. None of these are perfectly ATV evenly spaced.
Music with another pass.
The man on the move.
Yeah, that guy's been around for a bit. He's no joke, man. That guy's always in the mix. I don't know that I've ever seen him, you know, I'm sure he has, but necessarily whole shot and run away. You see that guy come through the pack.
So now Lounderville out in front, still doing his thing. That's a 2.9 second gap back to Brett Music, who picked up 2 positions. Now let's see what Music can do with that, call it a 3-second gap up to first. And now Tyler Marlin being challenged again. I think that's Heath Hanna back and forth. Nicholas Mathard, 5th place.
Yeah, things are starting to happen quick for Marlin. They're in 3rd place. They call it the quicksand. One guy gets by it. Next thing you know, you can't even catch your breath before another guy's right there.
Mikey, you know how many we're taking out of this one? I forgot to ask, to be quite honest with you.
That is a good question, and I've got it.
I figured you did over there in our notes. The 4 laps complete on this one.
And man, look at this. 2nd place. We'll see what he's able to do. Got some clean air right now.
You know,
Was that your leader? I think Launderville might have just gotten hung up. Gonna have to wait till we get to a wider shot. I didn't see him out in front. I think we may have a new leader. Yes, I do not see him. There is the number 3, I think, in behind. He got stuck in that sand section, got caught in the thick stuff. Like we said, Mega, a couple inches to the left, to the right too far, and you're going to get out of that main race line, and it can cost you dearly, as we just saw.
So is that Music out front?
That's Music.
Yeah, dude.
Business.
We knew he was tough, for sure. Now you see these guys starting to create a couple different lines of their own within just 4 laps, changing this racetrack up.
Starting to push that berm further and further out. Love it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brett Music, what a ride by him so far. About, what, a 4th place start. Not buried in the pack, but certainly not up front, but wasted no time. And after 5, leads the way. Louderville in the number 2 spot. Tyler Marlin. Big changes back there as well. Marlin in 3rd. Nicholas Mathard in 4th. Damian Hubert 5th. Cody Houghton up. Heath Hanna. I think Blake Schuchart is our rider. Finally checks in all the way back to 11th.
Wow. So now we can see Music got some company to number 3. Not stoked to have handed that lead over so easily. And as they get ready side by side, look at that. The number 3 skies it deep. Go Carson Brown style. He's going to have the inside line. And the number 3 regains the lead as they come around. Not quite seen a white flag yet.
What are our lap times looking like, Mikey?
So best lap time, fastest lap time is Jaden Lounderville. That guy, the small mistake, but he said, I had that lead, I want it back. He turned a 50.5. That is going to be your fastest lap time. Music on lap 3 had a 51.4. I think that's when he was making some major moves, but he has checked up a bit, a 53.2 this last time around.
That is quicker than this morning's unofficial times.
Yeah, Marlin remaining in that 3 spot, Mathard in 4th, and Damian Hubert rounding out top 5.
Man, and despite the track where you can really see the chatter on those ATVs as they're coming down that back straightaway, track definitely getting rough. See the handguard shaking on the quads as they make their way around. So far, looking like everybody funneling into that inside in the final corner just before the finish. Haven't seen any of these quad guys take the Carson Brown line either.
I was just going to say it. You saw that guy coming in the corner in that drive. I was like, I still haven't seen a transfer yet. Trust me, you mess that one up and it's a high center.
I was about to say, yeah, that one could go wrong quickly. Whoa, getting a little sideways there.
I love it.
Grabs a handful. And that's a whole nother thing. I'd be curious to go through the pits and see exactly how many of these riders are doing thumb throttle versus twist throttle. I know there's actually a lot of difference in the GNCC ATV classes as far as who does what. A lot of it just comfort and preference. But right now, Louderville trying to check out.
I think there's a huge difference in setup, too. A lot of these guys have a different theory on soft and hard as far as the bumps, the traction in corners, whatever. I think there's a lot of different setups where sometimes guys all tend to go same setup, that kind of thing. I think there's way bigger differences on these quads.
Yeah, from what I understand, as far as the suspension setup, I know a lot of times they may soften it up a little for better control in the corners, but obviously through some of the bumps, through some of the jumps, not going to respond quite as well depending on how big. Obviously, not huge jumps out here at Daytona today, but as we continue into this ATV MX season, we're going to see some big motocross tracks, some big jumps, and going to have to stiffen those things up for sure.
The skyscraper at Ironman, you watch those guys just launch, and it breath taken away.
The uphill triple at Mount Morris.
That's it. Yep.
Budge Creek.
Yeah.
Send it.
Send it. Yeah, it's wild. Gnarly to watch. If they're coming to your area, can't encourage you enough, go check them out.
Almost definitely.
Watch some amazing racing.
So white flag is out, and Kevin Bailey brought up a good point too. He said if they leave these ruts in, now all your motorcycle guys just got an additional 2 to 4 ruts courtesy of the ATV.
Right.
And it goes both ways though. You see a lot of these guys kind of banking off of the motorcycle ruts. So, and they said we couldn't all get along together in harmony.
Right. Hey, listen, in the 80s when I was growing up, late 70s and 80s, I watched the transition. I watched them go from 3 wheels to 4. Okay, 3-wheelers were cool. They had a wheel in the center.
Yeah.
They mashed everything through the woods equally. 4-wheelers come out, and all of a sudden I had these 2 ruts. going through my woods.
Yeah.
Everywhere. And you learn how to ride it.
Yep.
You know, you learn how to jump from rut to rut, pick the good rut and this and that. It was interesting. Not all of us had motocross tracks in the backyard, so you went out and rode where you could. And the four-wheelers, they changed the game.
So there it is, Jaden Launderville checking out the number 9 of Cody Houghton there. I thought he was going to make the pass for second. They were almost side by side, but Brett Music's going to hang on for it. So man, what a great race to kick things off, and that was the kickoff of the 2024 season.
That was it, man. I love it.
Absolutely. So, and you can tell all those riders riding with a sense of urgency. They want to start things off on the right foot. You know just as well as I do, May. You can't win anything today as far as the championship goes, but
you can lose it all.
You can lose it all, and even we've seen starting the series off on the wrong foot just kind of leaves a bad taste in your mouth. You know, it's almost like if you put the work in on the off season and you don't execute, it leaves you questionable. But you do exactly what you wanted to do all the time in the off season, pays off, and you just seem to come out swinging come main event time, taking 8 riders out of these heats for your main event. So your top 8 going to make it through there, and
the LCQ coming up. So man, listen,
LCQ,
hey, folks,
2 o'clock this afternoon.
Line that fence when this LCQ comes up, because I'm telling you, you don't want to start the season off without making the main, and these guys are going to lay it on the line. Unfortunately, not all these guys are going to go. 8 of them are going to go. The rest have got a date to the last chance qualifier, and man, it is going to get gnarly.
Yeah, no doubt. So Launderville checks into the main. Music, Cody Houghton, Tyler Marlin, Nicholas Mather, Damian Hubert, Heath Hanna, and Gage Beebe moving on. And the rest from heat number 1 will have to race this afternoon in the LCQ as we prepare now for ATV Pro Sport heat number 2.
There we go, cards sideways. Let's see where the start comes from. Bunch of banging there on the inside. Looks like the rider who's as far inside as you can get with a straight shot at that first turn is going to come out first. Mikey, I saw you appearing. Did you get a number on it?
No, I could not. I think that was white numbers, white background there, Mega.
Our favorite.
Had to go there, Mikey.
It was the all white. It was the white on white. Couldn't quite catch it. But in his defense, it also might be the Florida sun playing tricks on my eyes as well.
Yeah, they got rules they have to play by down here as far as those backgrounds go, so we're good.
Oh, yeah, it's highlighted in black at least. And that is the 900, Joey Norris. Cale Deal in the number 2 spot. Lucio Mercogliano in the number 3 position. Noah Arnold 4th. Dominic Noble in 5th place. Nolan Scalisi in 6th place. Landon Korn in the number 7 spot. And Justin McDaniel rounding out the top 8 for your transfer spot. And on the outside looking in right now is Caden Gingras.
Now, does he also do some GNCC?
Norris,
I don't think
name
so.
Doesn't ring any bells for me.
If he has, it's been a couple of years.
Yeah.
All right.
Tell you what, though, if he's riding like this, he's more than welcome anytime.
Oh, yeah.
And talking about that, let's talk about it. The number 1, Joel Hetrick. Last year, we saw him shortly before he went over for ATV Motocross of Nations. Came over, was hanging out with his teammate for the weekend, Bryson Neal, and unfortunately had some issues and ended up having to retire early. I got to interview him, and he said, man, this is a whole different ball game out here. He said, this is crazy. So always awesome to see riders switching over from one discipline to the other. But yeah, right now, Joey Norris must be taking some lessons from Uncle Chuck, because he is kicking butt right now out front here in Heat 2.
That was good.
That was
good. Uncle Chuck, I love that. For the little kids out there, that's Chuck Norris. And if you don't know who he is, well,
you should be ashamed.
You should be ashamed. Go home and binge watch Walker, Texas Ranger right now.
Taking a look at another rider on screen, looking like that is the 15 of Lucio Mercogliano.
The Cale Deal right there. Checking in, another lap completed. Joey Norris, Cale Deal. I did see back Justice McDaniel had made a pass on Scalisi up into the 7th spot. He said, I need a little breathing room. I don't want that final transfer spot. There's Dawson Herringer checking in. So now Nolan Scalisi back in 9th, and Vincent Dillon on the move up into 10th.
Tell you what, Mikey, in that final corner headed towards the finish, it looks like the inside really starting to get deep. Your leader almost looked like he was getting hung up just a smidge. The undercarriage of that quad maybe starting to rub the ground. Wouldn't be surprised if you see your leader shifting here in the next little bit.
Got high-sided, got to wiggle with it.
Remember just a few minutes ago when there were deep, deep ruts all across that face, and now they're gone.
They're gone.
Look at that sand section.
I was just about to say that. That's a cool sight with the ATVs.
That'll throw the bikes off.
Yeah,
you'll have to get in. You'll have to pick a couple.
Oh, rider goes down. Up over the front end. Joey Norris.
He got spiked.
Mercy. Checking out to Laderville, Joey Norris.
That might have been the 15. Looks like he is stuck in there too, and that's what I'm talking about. The bottom side of the quad's really getting hung up. Looked like he might have just had a little too much weight forward. Just knifed the front end right now, tossed him right over.
Oh, it spit him off. Yeah, just in a matter of, what, 7 minutes now, another about 12 minutes, this track has completely changed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. So some yellow flags flying. Your leader carefully making his way around, swinging to that outside. He had a little issue there as well, yeah.
Just getting loose.
Looked like I saw a little shake of the head there.
Yeah. Oh, so you got to be worn out after that too.
Absolutely.
Just fighting that, your adrenaline's going.
And we're seeing right here, I think is going to be a big factor come main event time. Lap traffic and the ability to select the lines that you want to. When you got a lap rider in front of you, if they're headed for the main line, that's not what you want to be following. Yeah. So it's going to really start to open up the entire track for your front runners if they want to be able to get around clean. No doubling in those rollers right there. He was just slamming into the faces.
To say, interesting strategy.
Hey.
I mean, bam, 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 bam. He just pounded him.
Bold move, Cotton. We'll see if it pays off.
Bold move, Cotton. Normally got to pay double for action like that.
Hey, Chuck Norris is in that too.
Right. He was.
He does. Throws him the thumbs up.
That's right.
That's exactly what Joey's looking to get here.
I think he's well on his way.
Trying to bring it home, absolutely.
A vision from Uncle Chuck.
Starting to see some shininess there in that first turn as well after 2 ATV races. The hard pack kind of getting brought out from the quads, packing it down. So throttle control going to be crucial as well. I believe it was Joey that we saw just a little bit earlier. Got a little throttle happy and the back end stepped out on it.
Yeah, for sure. Spun that thing right out that easy.
They say Joey Norris was bit by a poisonous cobra, and after 3 grueling days in the hospital, the cobra finally died. My goodness. That's the only Chuck Norris joke I can remember, and I'm pretty sure I butchered that one too, so.
If only we could see the Racer TV chat right now. I'm sure that.
Oh, yeah, they're blowing up. They're like, what the heck? Oh, yeah, Chuck, throw it out, baby. Throw it out.
And so we see no rider down there, but your leader once again choosing to take that outside. Can't help but think that's maybe some forward thinking, trying to figure out exactly what the game plan is come main event time. You hear that from a lot of those top riders. Yeah, on the final lap, I didn't have anybody behind me, so I just started scanning, right? We'll try some different lines out.
I was really hoping Joey Norris was from Texas. He's actually out of Baltimore, Ohio, but I'm still calling him Joey Norris, the Ohio Ranger.
Absolutely.
We're going for it. Baldwin Motorsports backed rider, Pro Graphics. 88 Live to Ride, back in those guys. 88 Live to Ride playing a big part down there in Loretta's.
You bet.
For that Monster Energy Tower. They dedicated that? That was last year we dedicated that building.
Yeah, they provided the containers.
Yeah.
And then Maxon Construction, Phoenix Honda.
Yep.
David Eller's crew, they come in, they did the welding, they did the plumbing, the electric, they assembled it. They put in those ocean pier pilings.
Yeah.
So no matter what kind of disaster we have in the event in the future, you know, we're going to be protected. We're going to have a command center to work from.
That's right. And boy, the rain we had, I wasn't crazy about being in a steel box in a storm necessarily, but I'm like, you know what, if this is going to flood, I'm in the safest place on this property right now.
Yeah, and the coatings are on those crates and stuff and this and that. But, you know, there's about 5 lightning rods up there called antennas.
True. Yeah. Good stuff. This is heat number 2, your ATV Pro Sport. Joey Norris doing his thing out in front. Near flawless ride for him to this point. Landon Korn in the 2 spot. Arnold 3rd. Harriger 4th place. Dominic Noble 5th. Cale Deal. Justice McDaniel. Vincent Dillon in 8th. That is your last transfer spot as checkered flag flies as Norris checks in. And if they are outside of that top 8, they're on the outside looking in, and we'll have to race in the LCQ coming up this afternoon at 2 o'clock. And we're going to reset here for ATV Pros. I will give you a quick rundown again of your top 8 that transfer. 6 are in now. Norris, Korn, Arnold, Harriger, Noble, Deal, and McDaniel. 8th and final transfer spot, Vincent Dillon checking in right there to move on. And here we go, your Pro ATVs locked and loaded down on the gate. Joel Hetrick, Max Lindquist, Bryce Ford, Cody Ford, Aaron Salinas, as well as Nick Janusa, Nick Gin USA, baby. Zach Decker, Marshall Smith, as well as Brandon Hogue, Jeffrey Rastrelli, Kevin Sarr, Chad Weenan, Mason Jackson making his pro debut. And a lot of hype around that young man, 18 years old. And putting that in perspective, 18, Marshall Smith, I think the oldest pro out there, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 48 years old. Adam Ulrich out there, Augustino Abatillo, Blair Miller, Wesley Wolf, WW. Good to see you, buddy. Haven't had a chance to talk to you yet, but want to say hello if I don't see you. I'll try to find you. And then Joseph Chambers out there as well. Oh, Larry Mills saying bye-bye. So doing a little bit of track maintenance, and then we'll be ready to roll with our ATV Pros. All right, and while we are doing a little bit of track maintenance, I think we are going to be taking it to a commercial break and get a word in from some of our sponsors out here. But, boy, what a great pro sport. Heat 1 and Heat 2. Saw some great work out there by several riders, and the stage is almost set for that one. We will have the LCQ this afternoon at 2 o'clock. And once we get this track maintenance wrapped up, we'll be ready to roll here with our pro class down on the gate. Just about ready to roll. So again, we will take a short break. We'll get in a word from our sponsors. And you are watching ATV SX here on RacerTV.com. We'll be right back after this.
It's a big world out there. How do you choose to see it? When you crave the long canyons, rocky trails, rutted tracks, and lonely highways, they become a part of you. Podiums and personal records, we choose it all. Because life is about moving and feeling. It's about being connected to the adventure. Some just never pull the trigger. They keep waiting, wondering what it means to wander. It's a big world out there. You just need a ride where you belong.
Would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
ontrackschool.com. Check it out.
The United States Motorcycle Coaching Association has been setting a standard for motorcycle coaching since 2016. Coaching is important for all riders, no matter the age or skill level. The USMCA connects riders with coaches, whether the rider is just starting out on their motorcycling journey, to a competitive amateur racer looking to reach their next milestone, or the professional athlete trying to clinch a title. Download the Motorcycle Coaching app and get connected to a USMCA certified coach today.
30 minutes and 2 laps. Let's go racing. Full contact. Look at that lead. Down to the inside. Jet Lord still on top. Oh, the podium's here. I don't think any atmosphere can match it. Nothing quite like Pro Motocross.
It's a big world out there. How do you choose to see it? When you crave the long canyons, rocky trails, rutted tracks, and lonely highways, they become a part of you. Podiums and personal records, we choose it all. Because life is about moving and feeling. It's about being connected to the adventure. Some just never pull the trigger. They keep waiting, wondering what it means to wander. It's a big world out there. You just need to ride where you belong.
How would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
ontrackschool.com. Check it out.
The United States Motorcycle Coaching Association has been setting a standard for motorcycle coaching since 2016. Coaching is important for all riders, no matter the age or skill level. The USMCA connects riders with coaches, whether the rider is just starting out on their motorcycling journey, to a competitive amateur racer looking to reach their next milestone, or the professional athlete trying to clinch a title. Download the Motorcycle Coaching app and get connected to a USMCA certified coach today.
30 minutes and 2 laps. Let's go racing. Full contact. Look at that lead. Down to the inside. Jet Lord still on top. Oh, the podium's here. I don't think any atmosphere can match it. Nothing quite like Pro Motocross.
It's a big world out there. How How do you choose to see it? When you crave the long canyons, rocky trails, rutted tracks, and lonely highways, they become a part of you. Podiums and personal records, we choose it all. Because life is about moving and feeling. It's about being connected to the adventure. Some just never pull the trigger. They keep waiting, wondering what it means to wander. It's a big world out there. You just need to ride where you belong.
How would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com.
Hey, welcome back to ATV SX here on RacerTV.com. Boy, gate drop snuck up on us right there. So here we go for your pro class. And this is heat number 1 of 2 for your pro class. Oh, there you go, Mega. As our rider's about to check in for one lap completed right here. Brandon Hogue leading the way. That is the number 26 machine. Bryce Ford in the number 2 spot. Chad Wienen back in 3rd. Rastrelli back in 4th place. And Max Lindquist in 5th place. Wow. Things really mixed up early.
Mikey, you can already see the track is more conducive to quads.
Yeah, oh, for
Just
sure.
from the last 2 motos and then a bit of touch-up, man, you can see that this thing has changed complexions right now. Night day, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde right now.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing of note, folks did not know, we were speaking with Kevin Bailey prior to the broadcast today, and if you were not aware, Chad Wienen suffered a thumb injury down in Argentina. So is he 100%? Don't know. We'll find out, I guess. But right now, Wienen back in 3rd after 1, and after 2, it is Hogue, Ford, and Wienen 1, 2, and 3. So he is about a second and a half off that pace of 2nd place.
Let me answer what I think is with Wienen. Is he 100%? No.
Right.
No,
yeah,
he's got it.
Right.
Will he give 100%? Yeah, he's going to give everything he has. He's going to forget that pain.
Yep.
And let me tell you something. These guys have the ability to do that. Okay, these guys have the ability to put that aside for the next 15 minutes of that main event or 20 minutes of that main event. Again, really starting to see the different lines here on the track. I'm starting to see what I think are some good passing areas. As things tighten up here a bit, we are going to find out. Back through one more time cleanly. Everybody so far a little bit of follow the leader, but look at this. Starting to see a challenge up front now. Look at that from the overhead view. Yeah. Oh, big mistake. Just as we said, got out into that fringe, climbed that berm, gave up 2 positions right there. I believe that was Bryce Ford that did that. He was in the number 2 position. I'm going to guess he's back in 4th place right now.
No, I think he got out in front of Wienen.
What?
He just barely
got out.
Wienen had to check up just enough.
Oh, man.
So he kept it, but now Wienen just all over the rear grab bar as he's checked up a little bit. So I think it's still Hogue, Ford, Wienen, Rastrelli.
Really? I didn't think he got through. Wow.
Is it? Yeah, that is Bryce Ford.
Great job, because, man.
Heads up.
Hey,
I mean,
as Weed said, that thing was blown out.
It was.
For sure. Definitely.
Max Lindquist is checked in the number 5 spot. Blair Miller 6th. 7th place Kevin Sarr. Cody Ford back in 8th. And Adam Ulrich in 9th place.
I think we're going to get Randy Richardson up here in a little bit. Yeah, he's got some issues with the machine, so.
And now down goes
Bryce
Ford.
Ford.
Now Ford will give up 1 position.
That happened quick, Mikey. That stuff's deep right there, and I have to tell you, that spin him right off.
So now Ford, well, he dropped 1 position, trying to get back into 3rd place right there. Will he have that inside line as we switch over to Hogue, who is in 1st place. Wienen now in the number 2 spot, and a pretty big gap between 1st and 2nd and 2nd and 3rd. Max Lindquist is in 3rd place. Rastrelli 4th, 5th place Blair Miller. Kevin Sarr 6th. Where's Bryce Ford? Finally checks in the number 7 spot. Cody Ford just behind him, and then Adam Ulrich.
Bummer. After that first mistake, was able to really salvage it, put himself back in good position, didn't give up any spots, and then unfortunately down in that deep corner got away from him.
But Brandon Hogue, boy, he's looked pretty stellar so far.
Brandon Hogue hadn't missed a corner, hadn't missed a line yet.
No. Riding really well.
He knows exactly what to do, too, when he gets out front.
Yes.
You give him clean track, clear vision. He knows how to take advantage of it. That's exactly what he's doing. He has stretched that gap on this lap as well.
So a mistake, if you're just tuning in, a mistake by Bryce Ford goes from 2nd to 7th. By the time he was able to get back and mount his machine and go back to work. But Hogue in control of this one. Wienen in the 2 spot. Lindquist 3rd, Rastrelli 4th, and Blair Miller rounding out your top 5 here for heat number 1 in the pro class. Heat number 2 coming up after this. Once that concludes, we'll be back to vintage bike racing. That's be close to 1:30-ish
right
in
about
that ballpark a little later. And then we will jump in about a half an hour after that one. I believe 2 o'clock in LCQ for that pro sport class. And that'll go quick. 4 minutes plus 1, I think, is the LCQ.
And, man, I got to tell you, to get into the first race of the season,
yeah, you want it.
These guys are going to lay it on the line. The last thing you want to see on your results at round 1, DNS.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this is the foundation for your 2024 season. You got to make something, make it happen right here. You cannot. What do we say? You cannot win the championship in round 1, but you can lose it.
Oh, yeah, you can lose the whole season.
Yeah.
The only thing you got to gain here today is 1 race win.
That's it. Long season.
Look how Hogue rides with those feet back on the floorboard. Rides on the balls of his feet on the pegs. But that Nerf bar, you can see he's got it positioned where he's farther back. Looks really stable that way. The bike stays flat.
Yeah, really flowing with the track right there through those S turns. Very smooth looking, man. Looking flawless. Brandon Hogue out in front. Wienen still in the 2 spot. Lindquist 3rd. Rastrelli 4th. Blair Miller. Bryce Ford picked up a position. He got around Kevin Sarr. See what he's got for the rest of this. Main's coming up this afternoon. We got Pro Sport at 3:30 and the Pro Main at 4 o'clock this afternoon, and Vintage all in between. We were able to get through our first round of motos completely for our vintage bikes. So we'll go ahead and, I guess, start calling up if they have not already. I'm sure they have. They've done they're grown men.
Absolutely,
we don't really have to worry about, I never worry about pretty much from 35 plus up. Those guys are just always on time. You may have a few stragglers, It's the kids. It's when we're teenagers that we're like, oh, I'm going to cool guy the staging. I'm going to get there late.
Yeah, I'll be last.
Those are the ones you got to worry about. But the adults.
Here's a good one.
We no longer need to be cool. We just want to go race.
Yeah, your dad's at work every morning at 5:30.
That's right.
So, yeah.
So Wienen still in second. Now 10 laps into it. He is 9 seconds back from Brandon Hogue. Max Lindquist in third. Rastrelli, pretty good gap back to him, 9 seconds. Bryce Ford up into fifth and stays there, but a half a second behind Rastrelli. Kevin Starr gets around Blair Miller, so Blair Miller drops to seventh. Cody Ford now eighth, and Ulrich in ninth place.
Man, we have seen this track change in 3 quad motos. I'm here to tell you, this thing is getting shredded. Guys are on the phone with Jay Goebel right now getting advice how to set this thing up. Jay, you should see the braking bumps. I high centered 3 times. Tiled.
Watching Brandon Hogue on Racer TV, there is the 68. That's Adam Ulrich, so he has lapped him. Bryce Ford still on the move. The number 4 picking up positions, clicking them off around Rastrelli now. And 14 seconds back. I don't know that he's going to have enough time, but maybe I shouldn't doubt the man. He's done some pretty sensational things here in heat number 1 for your pros.
You know, I got to wonder, did Ford jam a shoulder, a wrist, anything like that? Right. He jumped back up quick, but that doesn't mean something's not sore now.
Yeah.
You know, for sure.
And I think I heard on the radio chatter, I think we're getting white flag next time Hogue checks in. So down to the nitty-gritty in this one for Bryce Ford if he wants to make something happen and move up. He's still got the main to go.
Yeah, Hogue's bike's just settled so well. Yeah, I mean, it is.
So when you interview Hogue prior to the season starting and he says, my fitness is never as good as it's been. My bike setup is never as good as it has been. And right now, we can believe him.
Yeah. Right on. Look at it.
Proof's in the pudding right here.
You better believe it.
There it is. White flag flies for Brandon Hogue. Methodically moving his way through the Daytona racetrack here.
And on a plus note, quad looks really sick, dude. Looks good.
It does look good.
Yeah. Total package.
Yeah. Look fast, go fast.
Look good, feel good, ride good. Period.
Great form. Real smooth through there. Absolutely rolling. Man, hard to pick anything about the ride Brandon Hogue has had here in the first heat. What does this mean for 2024 for Brandon Hogue?
Yeah, I haven't wanted to throw the announcer's curse on him. I haven't commented on this. I'm just letting him do his thing. I'm letting him do his thing right there. And wow, great job by Hogue. Wienen continues circulating that number 2 position. I will guarantee you 100%. Well, now he's in the 3rd position, unless that's a lapper. So.
Yeah, I know Ulrich was in there. That was Ulrich.
Yeah.
So it is Wienen in 2nd. Max Lindquist will hang on for 3rd. So that's going to put Bryce Ford
immediately
in the 4th spot.
You saw Wienen release that grip immediately. Took that hand off there, stretched that thumb. So, listen, they're going to tape the living crap out of that thing. They're going to ice it down here before this moto, and he's going to act like it never happened.
That's absolutely right. How about that last second pass by Kevin Starr? He will check in for 5th in front of Jeffrey Rastrelli, who finishes in the 6th spot.
That could be huge because one gate pick can make a difference here.
Not wrong. Absolutely. It starts so important. And on the ATV side, it's important for any race. But I know, Mega, you don't want to hear about race starts. You want to hear about results and finishes.
Get good starts. Get good starts. Hey, good starts are awesome. Good finishes are better.
Johnny Gerard, only guy Sunday at GNCC that went down on the start, and he won.
Yeah. Hey, how many points you get for a good start? Oh, that's right, none.
None. Well, sometimes you get a whole shot award.
Oh, that's cool.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's good for the mantle.
Yeah.
So we reset.
I won the short race.
Joel Hetrick. There's Nick Janusa down there. I believe we'll get our first look at the rookie as well. A lot of hype around that young man.
Look at these factory machines, dude. Look at this, Zach. I mean, these things are pimped. They are detailed out. I love all the bead lock stuff, all the high-end suspension component, whether it's Elka, Fox, whatever. I don't care. I just love it all. I love it all, dude. Yeah, I mean, that's what to me is really cool about four-wheelers, the hardware.
Well, it's a full factory effort.
Yeah,
it is. Outside of the truck, you can even see on our screen now, there are team members, there are team personnel in staff. There's people, we got, DP Brakes in the house. We got all the sponsors. We got all the people with these companies here because this is, like we said, this is a pro motocross, pro supercross for the ATVs here today. And here we go. Oh, a couple riders jump in the gate.
Boy, now going to be interesting to see.
Yep, and I tell you
what happens here, we're going to let the officials decide.
I'm not sure what happened. I did see a couple of people behind the gate waving their hands, but I tell you what, the rest of the field did not want to see the big blue number one out front early.
Yeah, Joel Hetrick going to set a blistering pace out in front. You talk about a good start. Yeah, we will wait on the official word there. Are we rolling? But yeah, boy, what three guys it looked like, at least from our angle.
So ladies and green flag, we are racing.
There we go.
So Joel Hetrick out front.
And this is what the competition doesn't want to see.
Yes.
Two guys, three guys that can really take advantages, and Hetrick is one of them. That big number one plate. This guy is going to sprint right now.
Yeah.
Is exactly.
Oh, and he goes flying off of the machine, and I think that might have been the rookie, Mason Jackson. Catching the front end right there. He had a guy right on his 6. I think that was Zach Decker, the 23. And can't quite see the number on him, but it's Hetrick, Janusa, Wolf. It was Jackson. I think that is Jackson down. Decker gets around him. Chambers in the 6th spot. Aaron Salinas, Augustino, call him Tino, Abatiello in 8th place, and Marshall Smith. And look at Joel Hetrick. I mean, he heard enough of us talking about Brandon Hogue, man.
Yep.
He said, I get it. Yeah, he had a great ride, but there's a reason I'm rocking a number one plate.
Wow. He just floated across that sand section. Everybody else is kind of plowing, digging through. We talk about staying light on the bike. Well, he just stayed light on the quad right there.
Well, and we've seen even in that last heat how crucial that's going to be as these ruts get deeper and deeper, especially when you're landing off these singles just like that right there. Little too much weight on the front end. You're going to take a trip just like we saw Jackson.
Did you see how he kept the rear wheels on the downside of that? He wheelied down the back, but he didn't jump. He just literally wheelied down and kept the contact with the ground the whole time.
Yeah, like we said, reason this guy's a multi-time champion.
Yeah.
And you can see in that back straightaway when he can open the machine up, just absolutely sending it. Talk about bike setup. Just look at the way that Phoenix Yamaha soaking everything up.
I want to tell you right now, that Phoenix bike's fast.
Comfort and confidence got to be at an all-time high right now.
Dude, when I watch that thing accelerate from corner to corner and then down that back straight, that thing's fast.
Yeah, it's just sensational. They got them dialed. It's dialed here in ATV SX. It's dialed over on the off-road side with B. Neal opening up the season. A perfect 2 for 2, maybe his teammate.
If it says Phoenix on the side, it's dialed.
It's dialed.
Ask for Randus.
Mr. Eller makes sure these guys have exactly what they need.
And accepts no less.
That's right. Yeah.
And you can even look at the body language of Hetrick there, kicking the feet off in some of those corners where he really needs to get it pivoted. I mean, the guy is extremely comfortable moving about the quad, very able to predict where it's going to go and how it's going to react. That just goes to show, I was told he's got everything he needs usually by about October, right?
Oh, yeah.
So he spends the whole offseason not testing, but perfecting. So he knows exactly how the bike's going to handle.
Dialing. You're exactly right.
I want to hear that from more riders. How was the summer? How was the winter break? Well, we were doing a lot of testing. I want to hear we were doing a lot of perfecting.
Yep. Right.
That's a new one.
Exactly, man. It is.
That's how you know you're ready. Boy, Joel Hetrick, blistering pace. Mason Jackson, the rookie, will be tested immediately in round number 1 here. Had the gnarly get off, and when he came in, he's back in 8th and still back there. 6 seconds back from Tino. 6th place, Joseph Chambers. 5th, Zach Decker. Salinas in 4th. Wesley Wolf, WW in the 3 spot. Nick Janusa 2nd, and Joel Hetrick running away out there.
It's just incredible. You know, I sound like a broken record, but just to watch this thing, all the manuals through that big rut into that bump right there, just so light on the daggone bike. And it makes so much power that with a slight blip, he can lift the front end, or he can change position. Yep. He can kick the front out when he wants, or the rear end out anytime he wants to.
But I tell you what's just as impressive, Joel Hetrick is not a big guy, and he's manhandling that machine, absolutely putting it where it needs to be.
I see finesse.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
he's
just
working
see
with the machine, right?
Exactly.
He's not fighting it.
He's an extension of that bike right now, bro.
Yeah, you know what's interesting, you know, talking about Hetrick, the success he's had over the last few years. We've talked about this with guys like Chad Wienen in the past. We've talked about it with Walker Fowler. Now Bryson Neal. You go to the two-wheel side, Caleb Russell back in the day. The GOAT, Ricky Carmichael. You know you've made it when you continue to have success year after year. You're stacking up #1 plates. And most importantly, you start having people hate you. Now, air quotes hate you because... but I'm of the type, I've finally grown old enough now to where shut up, sit back, and just appreciate what you're watching, because that is generational talent.
Absolutely, 100%.
Well, and just talking to Bryson Neal, he spent many a times on the top step of the podium saying, hey, I did my time. I did my time chasing Walker, waiting and working. And
more trouble for Mason Jackson. Go ahead.
Much like Joel Hetrick, waiting on his time. Chad Wienen, dominant there for year after year. Yep. Joel, keep putting in the work, keep improving. Now it's his time to shine. So having a great look right now. Hetrick, looking like Hetrick's taking a lot of outsides now. He's got the gap where he needs it to be, wanting to stay out of the deep stuff on the inside, not wanting to pull a Jackson there, go flying over the inside, really taking the wide lines. And I can't help but think that he might be doing some spotting for the main event as well.
Yeah.
So, maybe I can make something happen here if I need to. He's a very smart rider as well as a skilled rider.
Yeah, very methodical, and Joel's almost one of those guys, kind of that similar sort of Bryson Neal pedigree, where he learned how to channel going 100 miles an hour.
Yes.
Sometimes I don't need to go 100. Maybe I reel it into 95, 90, and I can be as successful. But you watch him, I don't know, maybe he's going 120. Like, it's flawless.
And now I have twice now I've seen him take a glance down at the machine. I don't know exactly what it is. It clearly doesn't look to be holding him back at all. But I have noticed just before that back straightaway, he took a glance down, and I saw just there at the end as well. It could be something as simple as a boot buckle coming undone.
All right.
But gonna have to pay attention to see whether or not that keeps happening.
It looked over, not a look over the shoulder. We'll call it a look over the wrist, if you will. Just checking the peripherals, seeing who's over there. It is Nick Janusa in that #2 spot. WW Wesley Wolf 3rd, Zach Decker 4th, Aaron Salinas 5th, Joseph Chambers 6th, Tino back in 7th, Marshall Smith in 8th, Mason Jackson getting a hello and welcome to the pro class. A couple of big mistakes by him, but that young man, I think, going to be pretty sensational. Just got to calm down up there with the big boys, making that jump. And Zach, you can talk to it. We see it on the off-road side where we're at normally. That jump is huge when you go from a Pro-Am or a Pro Sport to Pro-Row #1. There's a lot of pressure both on the physicality side of it and the mental side of it.
Well, and of course, everybody wants to be the Jet Lawrence, right? Everyone wants to make the jump and all of a sudden jump straight to the top.
Yes.
And unfortunately, that just doesn't happen most of the time. And so they come out, they're full of excitement, their energy's at an all-time high, and oftentimes, kind of like what Megan was saying, you're overriding, you're going too fast for your own brain. Simple mistakes that aren't even characteristic for the riders. Jump up and grab them. So I think we're going to see Mason there start to, I don't want to say slow down, but smooth out, if you will, throughout these upcoming rounds. Like you said, getting a taste of the big show, going to have to be, unless he makes a couple of moves, going to have to be going to the LCQ as well. So it's just going to bide with time. I mean, Joel Hetrick can probably tell you a thing or two about that. Hey, you're going to make some mistakes early.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a part of the process.
A learning process. There's no doubt about that. Hetrick turning and burning. 10 laps completed for him now. Janusa, Wolf, Decker, Chambers, Salinas, Tino, Marshall, Jackson, Marshall Smith, and Jackson. I was going all the last names, and then I messed up and called him Marshall. Sorry, buddy. But nonetheless, Joel Hetrick up 8.5 seconds now. Janusa's got 9 on Wesley Wolf. Decker 11. Everybody kind of on an island by themselves right now. Salinas and Chambers in the closest battle back here for 5th.
Your leader on screen, Burn blasting it, taking those outsides. got the throttle just wide open. I mean, it seems like the guy hasn't cracked the right wrist yet. He's just pointing and shooting that thing whichever way he wants it to go as he gets ready to come through the finish line once again. I mean, this is how it's supposed to be, right? This is exactly what you want to look like. This is how you want the season to start. Get a great start, come out first, and just try to bring it all the way home. As you can see, though, right there, that corner giving him a little bit of trouble. I'm telling you what, the later stages of the races, these things get super deep, and they're reaching up and grabbing the undercarriage of these quads. And then on a complete opposite side, you saw right there, that little bit of shiny that you see on your screen, that's more hard-packed soil. Right. And there is moisture in the air. It's not rainy, but it is very humid out here. So once that stuff gets packed down, it's going to get super slick. You grab a handful on that, back end's going to break loose, and you might be spinning all the way around.
Let's keep it going. Let's just keep racing on this. I want to see blue groove. Let's do this.
Yeah, be very curious to see as we get ready to go back to vintage racing how things differ, because you see even in those S turns, all of your bike guys, they're hugging insides, right? Your quad guys, as the white flag waves here, they're trying to rail the outsides, keep the momentum up, and do a little berm blasting. So right now, Joel Hetrick on his way to doing exactly what he wants to do. Says, I'm going to take that same line again just to make sure I know how to do it. Gets through it clean that time. And so Hetrick going to cross the starting line one more time. And as we've seen, the start going to be absolutely crucial. We talked about Joel, not the biggest in physical stature, certainly not at a disadvantage because of that. A little lighter, maybe a little quicker draw off the gate, and he's clearly got enough strength to be able to handle everything that Phoenix Yamaha can throw at him. So it's if you're going to want a chance to beat the number one, you got to beat him coming out of turn one. So, but with that, we saw what he's capable of. He's going to go get ready for the main event. Joel Hetrick grabbing the win here in Heat 2.
So Hetrick takes first place. Second place going to go to Nick Janusa. On the number 15, Wesley Wolf, WW third. Fourth place, Zach Decker. Fifth place, Joseph Chambers. Salinas sixth. Tino seventh. Mason Jackson, the rookie. Ooh, with some learning experience out there. His first time around. Eighth place and ninth place, Marshall Smith.
Hey, you know what they say, I never lose. I either win or I learn, right?
Win or learn, absolutely right.
Jackson going to go study those lessons, come out swinging for the LCQ.
So as we wrap up with our ATVs, we will get some track prep for our vintage bikes. We'll get back to that. So I think we're going to take a short break for them to groom the track, and yes, we are. So I'm going to guess they're going to take a little bit of time here.
Yeah, I'd definitely probably say 10 to 15 want to bust out those quad runs. Like we said, two very different styles of riding, very different styles of shaping the track as well. So going to get this thing back in race shape for the two-wheel side of things and come back with your second motos there for the vintage bike races.
But going to be a good one. ATV Pro Sport. We'll have the LCQ coming up at 2 o'clock, and then we got our mains for Pro Sport at 3:30, and the Pro Main going to be happening at 4 o'clock this afternoon. So we'll take a short break, get in a word from our sponsors, and be back with more here from ATV SX and your Ricky Carmichael's Amateur Supercross Vintage Day here in Daytona on Racer TV.
It's a big world out there. How do you choose to see it? When you crave the long canyons, rocky trails, rutted tracks, and lonely highways, they become a part of you. Podiums and personal records, we choose it all. Because life is about moving and feeling. It's about being connected to the adventure. Some just never pull the trigger. They keep waiting, wondering what it means to wander. It's a big world out there. You just need to ride where you belong.
would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
OnTrackSchool.com. Check it out.
The United States Motorcycle Coaching Association has been setting a standard for motorcycle coaching since 2016. Coaching is important for all riders, no matter the age or skill level. The USMCA connects riders with coaches, whether the rider is just starting out on their motorcycling journey, to a competitive amateur racer looking to reach their next milestone, or the professional athlete trying to clinch a title. Download the Motorcycle Coaching app and get connected to a USMCA certified coach today.
30 minutes and 2 laps. Let's go racing. Full contact. Look at that, ladies. Down to the inside. Jet Lord still on top. Oh, the podium's here. I don't think any atmosphere can match it. Nothing quite like Pro Motocross.
It's a big world out there. How do you choose to see it? When you crave the long canyons, rocky trails, rutted tracks, and lonely highways, they become a part of you. Podiums and personal records, we choose it all. Because life is about moving and feeling. It's about being connected to the adventure. Some just never pull the trigger. They keep waiting, wondering what it means to wander. It's a big world out there. You just need to ride where you belong.
How would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We have just kicked off the second set of our vintage motocross motos. This is race number 1, Evolution 1 Masters 50 Plus. And looking to pick things up right where we left off. I believe it was the 27 grabbing your race win in moto number 1. We got the 73 of Denny Arati leading the way right now. But there we go, Sky in it. Man, he said, I must have heard Zach. He said I was in first the last moto. I got to get back up there right now. Doing the jumps on this freshly groomed course. Did a little bit of track work from our ATV racers and sending the vintage back out there. So right now, 27 Todd Street takes over the lead once again. And trying to pull a 1-1 here in Evolution 1 Masters 50 Plus. Going to be a fun one to watch for sure. Got all the way through those 27 motos. So first moto's done. This is for all the marbles, right? This is when it counts. We had a lot of great battles coming down to the finish line. A lot of riders that got second in Moto 1 that I know have something to prove here in the second set. So it's going to be a fun one to call for sure. But right now, the 27, Todd Street out front leading the way. The Pennsylvania native, 55 years old, having a great time out there on the Honda machine. got the Honda gear to match with it. Guy is kitted out. He is trying to get himself a vintage championship out here at Daytona.
Because he wants all the marbles.
Exactly. He's going for it.
Streety, like I said, guy's been in this thing for a long time. He's local to the High Point area. Him and his kid. I think they've got a couple modern 450s. But listen, on a weekly basis, this is what they ride. You know, they don't look for vintage races or vintage week or vintage day. You know, every week they go to Pleasure Valley or they'll go to Tomahawk or they'll go wherever and ride their Elsinores.
Yeah, absolutely. This is not just a one-off thing for these people. They thoroughly enjoy riding.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, that's what we do this for, right? I mean, racing is great, but we all fell in love with this sport because we enjoy riding. And so as these riders, you know, they get on in age, we were talking about it earlier, man, I want to ride what I was growing up riding, right? I want to get that reminiscing feeling of going back. So,
or that one I wasn't allowed to have, or that one that the neighbor had, you know, or something. For sure, dude. That's what it's all about. It's basically a time capsule, time transport for all of us. I sit down in one of the old Mustangs, and man, I'm in high school all over again. You know, it just takes me back to where we were and how we fell in love with these machines in that time period.
Yeah, I agree. Last time I sat on a 2015, I was back in high school.
You're like, man, oh man, that's 6 years ago.
I just think you still had a Kickstarter on it, man. Felt like a dinosaur, right? No, it is super exciting to see, and I mean, just the evolution. I was over there oohing and awing, and I can only imagine, you know, I try to have as much appreciation as possible, but when you really get up close to these things and you look at how different each and one of them are and the innovations and the changes over time, it just goes to show, like, man, this sport has come a long way.
For sure, man. And, you know, what's really cool is when the young guys like yourself appreciate it, see it, acknowledge it, and you're so technical, you know, you see each one of those things we're talking about.
Yep.
So you had uncles or your dad's buddies or whoever had a lot of these bikes. You grew up around them, you know.
And if I didn't get to see them, I got to hear about them.
Yeah.
Son, I tell you what, you never seen a CR500 before. No, it is. It's always awesome to see. As right now, Todd Street's leading the way. Denny Arati sits in the second place spot with Scott Clamforth holding down third at the moment. And once again, this is race 1, Evolution 1 Masters 50 plus.
Half the battle is getting the bike set up. Getting the thing jetted. You know, jetting was a nightmare on these things. Today, you put modern flat slides or whatever on them. You put a PWK or something. You put a new Mikuni, new whatever on it. And that really helps. Guys like Chris Carter over at Motion Pro, they've got awesome cables that fit these bikes. They've got they've got modern bend levers that bolt right up to the perches and give you a little better angle and ratio, that type of thing. Even EBC, yes, they've got the brakes that fit, the shoes that fit, but it's a better compound, a better material than Randy Richardson and I ever saw back in the 70s for sure. So speaking of which, we've got a guest here in the trailer right now. We want to welcome him in. We're going to get him dialed here with a headset. Have a seat on our fancy, extravagant chair there, Randy, and welcome to the booth.
Oh man, I'm excited. This is the first thing I've sat on all day. I don't think I'm going to fall off of.
Oh no!
So we're good.
We know better than that. We know better. I don't know that I've ever seen you fall off of one. So.
Well, I had a big one in practice today. So I seized up. Yeah, I seized up my little high rev in 77 on the big tabletop, right on the face in fourth gear, and threw me straight over the bars. So,
oh wow!
Good Lord,
how
watching
did we
over
miss
me.
That? Yeah, for sure.
I think that was when we caught the tail. Was that after? Or was that before you pushed her off?
Okay. All right. Very good.
So yeah.
Wow.
Thankfully blessed and being watched over good.
Randy, you've been here all weekend.
Yep.
Man, oh man, you got to see the transformation from Saturday to today. We have had 6 different racetracks minimum.
Absolutely, and I think all crews involved have done an amazing job to give great racing, not only Saturday night with what we saw with Jet Lawrence and the boys, but and then the Ricky Carmichael event was phenomenal, and then what they've put together for us today in vintage racing as well as the ATV. You couldn't ask for better.
Awesome. I agree with that. Hey, when you were out there early this morning, you were on the 125, I believe, first thing. What were the conditions like then? I mean, that thing was fresh. It was It was tasty. I mean, that right there was cake mix.
Absolutely, it was, and for sure it was. It was good. Ruts were starting to develop, which is good. And I was in the, I think, second practice session, and again, like third lap, seized her up on the face of the jump. Not what you want to do, but then I went back out on my 250, the 74 250 mag, and the track was just getting better and better. I was so excited. My first race, got into the back of someone in the sand pit there and took out about 6 or 8 spokes. So, I got thankfully John from WUSA sending me some spokes for an upcoming event next weekend. So we're all good to go. Who we got out front here?
Looks like we got Jeffrey Drysdale once again finding himself out in front of the field. This is race number 2, your mini open class. Drysdale trying to go 1-1 out here, but Brantley Friedel on the 175. Going to try to put a stop to it, but I'm telling you what, the number 5, Randy, we saw this in race 1, got the start, and you give this kid clean air, he's going to take it. He's looking to run away right now.
Yeah, definitely. With the track like this, I think it's creative with the inside, outside, the split lane. So when you're out front, you can choose your race, ride your race, and take it to the checkers for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. This class looking like we got 7 entries in it, so more than likely not going to have a ton of lap traffic. You might go through some lap riders, but not going to have to do too many checking up or line switches. And like you said, still got a relatively fresh track after that track maintenance, jumping back to the vintage races. But Drysdale, yeah, he's I saw him up in the Illinois area doing some racing at Lincoln Trail. This kid's been putting the work in. I know he didn't have the performance at Loretta's last year that he was hoping for. Maybe looking to get a little higher up there. So he's trying to kick off 2024 with a bang out here at Daytona.
Spend as much time as he can here with us this weekend, no doubt, taking full advantage of the opportunity to be inside this speedway. Randy, you know, how old are you, Randy?
57.
Okay.
Well, I like to call it 4017, but
yeah,
but
my man. Yeah, absolutely. 57 myself. And, you know, this was it. This Daytona Supercross was it, man.
Yeah.
Okay. When we watched back in the day, they went out, they jumped over the wall back over here, and they jumped back in and that kind of stuff. Did you ever think back then, I know I didn't, that we were going to be sitting here in the middle of this thing camping, and the Speedway was going to give us open arms as amateurs?
Yeah, it's incredible. Life has, for me and all of us, life has so many cool chapters. So I came here in the 80s with my dad and watched Hannah and the guys battle it out. I wore in today the registration. I wore my 1983 Daytona Supercross T-shirt, and I wore that thing. It still fits-ish. And then I raced here in Pro 93, 94, 95. So I had the chance to do that. Yeah, when I raced Supercross. And then now my next life chapter, and I'll call it somewhat adulthood, to come back and ride some vintage bikes. It's an absolute honor to get to throw some dirt down on these tracks out here.
What a thrill! You know, when we talked to Jeff Stanton there, you know, of course, 6 wins here at Daytona, one of the greatest. He said he still gets cold chills. Yeah. You know, any race fan's going to, because this is hallowed ground. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah.
But the opportunity right now for these youngsters to come into the RCSX, to have a futures classification, so we get these guys ready so they don't leave Loretta's, go to Unadilla and get thrown to the wolves.
Exactly.
You know, we've got all these things in place. What do you see next? What do you like? What do you really agree with that we're doing and happening in the sport to make this next generation better and really get it?
What I think, first and foremost, what I agree with is opportunities.
Yes, sir.
And that's what these young riders have, regardless of skill level, to be able to come here to the Ricky Carmichael, you know, Supercross and participate at varying levels on varying size bikes, and just, again, hone their skills, become more comfortable on a Supercross setting in this type of an environment, work their way towards the futures, which is an excellent opportunity, right? And then I think this opportunities is a key word. So glad to see them having those, right?
Right on. Zach, where are we at, buddy?
So we are getting ready to kick off race number 3, Evolution 3 Masters 50 Plus and Revolution 2 Golden Masters. Huge shout out to Jeffrey Drysdale doing the 1-1. And look at this, looks like we got a hold up at the gate. Rider struggling to get the bike fired. Actually, we believe the bike is running.
He's getting a glove on.
Yeah,
there we go.
Throw the glove on. Gonna have to put those goggles on as well.
Getting that last sip of Pedialyte, huh, Randy?
Absolutely.
Making it happen, buddy.
Absolutely. Got to get those goggles on. At least he's not like, you know, like Jet was struggling with a wheel change, right?
How about that?
Right? So, yeah, there's always that last-minute excitement. Typically, you see someone who's just frantic. Heart rate's probably 220 right now. I think he's going to get the whole shot.
Hey, you know what? How many times has that happened,
so many,
Randy?
right?
How many times has that?
Stanton did it here.
Yes.
Lawrence did it the other day.
Yep. And Jeff talked about that, too, when he was up in the booth with us. Hey, do you ride modern bikes?
Yeah, sure do. Yeah, I've got some Husqvarna, a little 150, and then a dual sport Husqvarna 701. I love that as well.
Oh, that's a great machine.
Modern bikes and vintage, I love them both. Yep.
Yeah, we do the Huskies, Husky, Honda, Yamaha at our dealership.
Okay.
And I just love that 701. To me, it's the epitome of fun. It defines fun.
Yeah, it's such a versatile bike. I've used it to cruise around here and do my full day job, with Michelin, going to the Harley-Davidson booth up there and work that. So it's good to commute on, and some trail riding. It's so versatile. So I love it. Yeah.
That 150 is a killer.
Oh,
that 150 is a killer, dude.
It's fun. Yeah. Absolutely.
Taking a look out on track, I believe it is the 04 of Gregory Likens leading the way, but here comes the number 6. I knew he was going to be coming forward. Michael Martin trying to get back out front right now, and he takes over that lead position. We'll see if Likens is able to remain in second, but he's got the number 5.
Yeah.
RJ's coming quick, huh, Mega?
I love that RJ look. That is so good. Yeah,
man, come on, man. Hey, I actually saw it, a number 25 CR500. That's from the USGP, where Ricky Hull shot and put in some great performances there. I thought that was cool. Everybody finds a favorite memory, maybe do a tribute bike, that kind of thing. Or you want to make it look exactly like it. Listen, everything of mine's got 538 on it.
Yep, absolutely.
From the time I was a kid, that's for sure. But did I love the tribute bike? Sure, absolutely. The bottom line is that's what keeps it alive for the next generation. You only got so many print magazines that are going to live.
Absolutely, and now we still be able to check out Racer X, which is awesome. You got not only that magazine is such a cultural magazine, not only modern racing, but also some vintage stuff. The Dave Coombs Senior Memorial Race and those type of things. Loretta Lynn's coverage, GNCC. You got it all in there.
And you need to get with me. We need to have you at the DC Vet Homecoming.
That is on my bucket list, sir. Absolutely.
As a matter of fact, you've got my contact right now. I'm going to set you up in turn 2 beside Todd Street.
Heck yeah, I love it.
And you know what? You'll be a guest of honor up there. But you got the open invitation for this year right now, and we'll stay in touch.
Thank you. I hope to make that for sure.
Hey, tell everybody, man, how easy this is to go vintage racing. Oh, we got access to chains, sprockets, handlebars. Listen, you're not going to find that NOS tank strap for that YZ360A. Ain't going to happen. But you know what? They make them.
Yeah,
they make repro parts.
Today you can reproduction stuff, and I get a lot of my stuff from Ventco.
Yes.
So all engine rebuild stuff, gaskets and things like that are super helpful. I got some Race Tech emulator kits in there, and some Olin shocks on the back, so I make my suspension a bit more modernized for what
retro
it is.
mod.
And then I heard you mentioning earlier the brake shoes and brake pads and what have you. It's pretty accessible. Right now, what I'm looking for is about 8 spokes. So if anyone's got about 8
spokes, there we go, my man.
meet me in the back of the pits, and we'll trade it out. But
don't need a lot. Just
exactly.
Would you agree with the fact $2,000, you can find a $500 or $600 roller?
Yeah.
Okay. And for $2,000, we're competitive.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we're having more fun.
Absolutely. And for me, though I'm very competitive, I embrace the spirit of this, right? And I respect the AMA rules of no open face helmet, but that's obviously what I typically run with a cigarette hanging out.
Listen, this guy goes full McQueen.
I saw it.
This guy goes full McQueen for us, man. When he busts out the Red Wings, okay, and the open face, and look out.
Well, you know what I say, style never goes out of style.
No.
So
no. And if it does, it'll come back in.
Absolutely. But yeah, vintage bikes are so accessible. There's a lot of them out there. There's great deals. You can find them on various things, Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist, this and that. And I like to just get a brand that you love, and or maybe ride a bike that looks like something your favorite rider was on. So yeah, I love them. I love modern bikes, vintage bikes, anything with 2 wheels. It's my deal.
My favorite's the one the guy gave up on.
Yeah.
My favorite. Hey, he's done invested, man. It's sitting there with laced wheels. It's got accels on it, isn't it?
It's good to go.
It needs a crank seal. Okay.
Yeah. We can do that, right?
Yeah.
We can do that.
But it's a great opportunity. Listen, you may have wanted that bike when you was a kid. You couldn't have it. You went to college.
Yeah.
Mom and Dad bought you this one instead of that one. It's just such a great way to make it happen, Randy.
Yeah, absolutely. My buddy Robbie Green, who's out here racing the number 215, he's on a 78 YZ400, and he's also on an 88 Kajiva.
There you go.
Really rare bike. He has an amazing collection of 100-plus bikes that, as a kid, he couldn't have, and now he's a successful businessman. He can acquire those things, and I think it's awesome.
I do too.
We got some modern bikes here now on the gate.
Yeah, huge congrats, Michael Martin and Jason Clark grabbing the wins in those last classes. This is the Warrior class, race number 4. Randy, we were talking about this in Moto number 1. Such a cool class, unique opportunity for our veterans and first responders to get to, see their fellow vets out there, and then also get to go racing as well.
Absolutely, just another example for me of what MX Sports and the Ricky Carmichael Supercross does to give us a specific class for people who give so much for us, right? That provide service and freedom to all of us. So to me, it's a cool honor to see this many, especially out on the track battling for the win.
And I'm telling you what, the vets they know how to ride.
Oh,
a lot of these guys,
they
don't just run the Warrior class. They're dicing up in the B classes. We've seen it all over the country. And right now, the number 12 out front leading the way, Shane Wade, not waiting for anybody as he is once again out front trying to run off with him.
And our guy Gary Peak, 77 years young. Listen, that bro's riding Warrior class, okay, because he is a Warrior,
yes,
Randy.
Absolutely.
He's also riding the plus 65 class or whatever, but he's out there with these brothers that put our lives ahead of their own.
Absolutely.
That put our freedoms and our beliefs ahead of their own.
Absolutely.
And that guy's out there riding with them. MX Sports will always look out for our veterans, our heroes, our first responders. We will never disrespect a veteran, and we'll never defund the police, bro.
Absolutely.
Believe it.
Absolutely. And you think about the battles they fight daily, so these battle on the track's nothing to them, right?
That's right.
It's old hat to them.
You better believe it.
Yeah, I'm telling you what, this is, you go to any motocross race, start playing the national anthem. The race comes to a stop. The pits halt. Everybody at attention. It's really cool to see. Absolutely. The respect is not just here on a national level, but even at your local track. Everybody's all on the same page.
Almost every national, we provide an area, military appreciation area, where they get good viewing, they get shade, they get protection from the rain, refreshments, and this and that, as they should.
Absolutely.
That is awesome, man. And number 12, that's number 12. Number 12 there, he's giving them some protection from his roost because he's that far out front. He's doing them a nice job, right?
Absolutely. He's going to save him a little money on tear-offs and just try to run off with it right now. As Shane Wade running a 50.5 on that last lap. So last lap was his fastest lap at the moment, but trying to take a look down. I knew Derek Struck didn't have a great start in Moto 1, but he kind of worked his way through the pack. We'll be able to see if he's able to do anything with a little better start. Now Dylan Frisch checks in the second place spot, about 2.5 seconds slower than the number 12, though, right now. The Kawasaki's looking strong.
Randy, I didn't even look. Where's home?
Piedmont, South Carolina.
Okay, I thought it was one of the Carolinas.
Yes,
okay, so it is.
Little town about the size of that track out there.
Awesome.
And I'm the fastest man in that town, in case you didn't know it. So
I love it. That's the same with the town Tim Cotter and I live in. We live in the same town. It's about the size of that track, not much bigger.
Absolutely.
And I'm still faster than Tim Cotter, so I'm in pretty good shape.
That's saying something, isn't it? One of the things I love about the vintage races is you mentioned earlier Jeff Stanton. So he's been, the marquee rider here a number of years. When I came here in 2020, my first year doing the vintage race, I got a chance to battle with him.
Oh yes,
and he had a bike break. And I'm not saying I beat Jeff Stanton, but
I beat Jeff Stanton.
Well,
that's where this is going. I love it. I love it.
I was in front of him when his bike broke. Let's just say that.
Hey, 6 times listening to. Hey, that's Richardson talking right now, 6 times.
No, but in all seriousness, the cool thing is in 93, 94, 95, right? So 93 for sure. He's a champion in the sport, and he's winning main events. He's Mr. Daytona.
That's right.
And I'm a privateer just trying to make that main event. So look at how cool this opportunity is years later, decades later, for me to come out and bang elbows and bang bars and rub with someone who's an icon in the sport. You can't do that.
Absolutely.
We can't go play basketball with Michael Jordan, but we can come here and battle with legends.
You're not going to walk in Gillette Stadium and play flag football.
No.
Okay? It's not going to happen, bro.
Not at all.
And that same conversation, we did have Jeff a couple times, but I stopped one time and I looked. Jeff's on a 1980 CR125 he's riding out with you, and he also had a YZ100 the year he's battling with you.
Yep, absolutely.
And, here I'm sitting on his replica. It's my 87 CR, but it's a replica of what he rode. Mitch built it.
Yep. Absolutely.
And I'm sitting here and I take a look around me, and I'm on the hallowed grounds talking to the guy who at that time had won it more than anybody, and thought, man, some high school grad from Bridgeport, West Virginia, sitting here getting to experience it, man, and that's the beauty of it. It's available to everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Sitting here in the center of the world, center of speed with Mr. Daytona.
That's right. That's right. Doesn't get any better than that, for sure. Well, right now, that's another one in the bed. We're rolling right through these. Another one in the books. Rather, we put that one to bed, should we say. And up next, Open E. Starting to lose that voice a little bit right there. Been a long weekend.
There's been a whole lot of racing going on, that's for sure. And like we said, we've got plenty of the past. We're getting a little taste of the future coming up next with our Open E class. Hey, want to remind everybody, those ATV LCQs are going to be starting at 2:30. So make sure, riders, that you're up in staging with plenty of time before that. And then, of course, the main's going to be at 4 o'clock. You are not going to want to miss that. About 3:45, time to get you a cold monster, find you a spot on the fence to watch. As right now, it's Matt Burkeen out on the start, handling business. You probably can't hear him, but he's out there. Go check it out. Randy, we talk about it, how awesome the past bikes are, the previous bikes, to see the evolution in the sport. Now, getting a taste of the next chapter, right? What's arguably going to be the future of the sport. I know whether Mega likes it or not, it's here. We'll see whether or not it stays. But what do you think about the electric bikes and what they're bringing to the table?
Yes, so for me, I've yet to have the opportunity to ride one of the Starks. I think it's a beautiful bike. I have ridden the Alta some time ago, and I'm a huge advocate for e-mountain bike, right? So for me, if it's something that gets someone on two wheels or makes it more accessible or makes it a little bit easier to learn the complexities of the sport, right? I'm all for it. Let's get people on motorcycles, whether they're combustion or electric. I think it's a good thing. And I like how Burkeen there, look at that. He's on a Stark, an innovative electric bike, but yet he's got that throwback vintage look with that duct tape #1.
Absolutely, man. That's how we did it, man.
That's good.
You showed up, somebody else was number 13. You know, you busted out that duct tape, that electrician's tape, and all of a sudden you were 131.
Just like that. Absolutely, yeah. And Matt, obviously a two-stroke ripper in most other times. Curious when this all came to be. I didn't know Matt was planning on participating, so curious to find out how exactly he got his hands on one of these, and curious to hear what he thinks about this as well. A lot of the other manufacturers, KTM, a perfect example, bringing the e-bikes to the other side of the sport. We're starting with the youth, right? Starting with the kids, the 50s, the mini E-Class, a huge class we had even yesterday as well. And so a lot of the manufacturers saying, hey, it is a different power delivery. It is a different style of riding, if you will. Let's start with the kids so they grow up getting comfortable with electric bikes.
Yeah, we don't want to take a bunch of guys on gas bikes and tell us all about it. We want somebody's first generation on that bike. We want them to tell us it did this, it did that. We don't want them to compare it to a KTM 50 gas bike. We don't want them to compare it to a 65 gas bike. We want them fresh with their thoughts. With that being said, during the pandemic, kids that would have never been allowed to ride a motorcycle before in their life were allowed to take that electric bike into the neighborhood. Mom didn't have to mix gas. Okay, you didn't have to clean air filters. You did not have to maintain the bike as hands-on as you do a standard bike. You had to adjust the chain, keep the battery charged, that kind of thing. But when you fired up that KTM 50 and it went bing, ding, ding and smoked all through the garage, she said, no way. When you went, through the backyard on that electric Husky,
and another great benefit of that is you have the variable, like the speed control. So you have variable settings. So as your child, as he or she begins to develop those skills on the little electric bike, they can progress within one bike. So basically, you buy one bike, but you get 4. And as their skills develop, they continue to grow. For me, I started riding at 4. So I learned clutch, brake, shifting at a young age. But for a lot of people, that's like trying to fly a helicopter, right? Like trying to figure out all that at one time. So to simplify that and get someone a love for the sport, whether they stay with electric or convert over to combustion engine, just get them on 2 wheels is great. And I'll give a little dig to our buddy Jason Wygant, right? Like, he's got to love electric because he cannot work on anything.
Listen,
he has to go to YouTube to see how to plug in an electric bike.
Oh, he does. Poor Lane. I tell you, man, that's my kid, old fast Lane Wygant. But, it was up against the 8-ball at High Point already. Dad had lost 2 10-millimeter, Weege had lost 2 10-millimeter sockets, a pair of pliers, and a screwdriver by the time practice was over. That was it. So Lane was at a disadvantage. So that is the perfect example of where an electric bike comes in as a benefit.
Man, we are rolling through it here, already off and running on race number 6, Evolution 2 and Evolution 2 Golden Masters. Take a look who it is out front. Saw the golden rims, if I remember correctly. I think they were out front early in Moto 1 as well.
Yeah, it's a small turnout, but again, if that's Golden Masters, I believe that's 60 plus, if I'm correct. I think.
I know the vintage Gold Masters, I know, is 60 plus. So
yeah. So, but look at that. Look at people. So I'm looking forward to getting in that class. I'm tired of racing these 40 and 30-year-olds. If I can get in that plus 60, I'll be tickled to death someday.
Yep, 61, 64, 62, and 68.
Awesome.
Joseph Gritchen out there still rocking and rolling. As your leaders make their way around, it is William Momsen leading the way in that Gold Masters class over Joseph Gretchen and Carb Brumlow. And then taking a look at Evolution 2, it's Austin Seelig leading the way over Brock Gill and Brian Oakley out on track right now. So I believe it was Hobson that we saw in that first race. Rocking and rolling, and we talked about this too, Randy. The whole kit, right? It's one thing to get the bike decked out, but you said it yourself. So you got to go full character, full throwback all the way around.
Hey, look at this KTM that's got the number plates, the side panels integrated into the rear of the bike there. I saw him walking over here to the booth a little bit earlier. That looks so awesome, and I love the unique style of them. Now, a lot of the bikes, let's say they all look the same, right? They vary a little bit by color, but each one of these vintage bikes have just their own unique character, and I love that about them.
They were art. I was explaining to people about your bikes. The mag was purple. As a youngster, I wasn't sure, but I knew the 125 was yellow. Blah 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 for whatever reason. But I knew I liked it better than the Mag 250.
Yeah, exactly.
Or some of the green ones were off-road.
Yep.
But the polished panels.
I love them.
The pinstriping.
Yep.
The white house. Art. Okay, look at a Penton.
Yeah.
Okay, art. Look at a Mako.
Oh,
art.
Beautiful
For sure.
Yeah,
definitely.
Every single one of them.
And I think sometimes, function really overrules form these days, and it should. I get it. But to say some of them look boring or look the same, it's 100% correct.
Yeah, there's a lot of similarities for sure. I want to point out one thing. Joe Gretchen, currently running third there. I worked with him in the years past. He was the truck driver for Factory Suzuki for a long
very
time.
Cool.
Yeah, back in the Pastrana and Wyndham days. Yeah, so it's great. I always love seeing Joe Gretchen out of Ohio down here racing, and he's a super competitive guy.
Nice. He knows Pat Alexander and all them guys.
Oh, he knows them all. Yep.
I guarantee there's a great bunch of
the late Mel Harris and everything.
Mel. Yeah, fantastic dude, man. We love that guy for sure.
I think that's a whole nother element that this vintage race gives is you have industry people that maybe haven't been able to stick around as much as they like. It gives them a whole new opportunity to come check things out, whether they already had a vintage bike or they're like, man, that looks like a lot of fun. All my old buddies are hanging out there. I got to get down there. And so great to see some of those familiar faces back out.
And I was telling you, Street Nose guys, they show up at Pleasure Valley. They show up at High Point for a district race. They bring the Elsinores. They don't ride modern bikes too much. I think they've got a couple 450s, but it's what they live with. It's where they're from, and that's what their game is.
Yeah, look at that William Hobson out front there. He's definitely putting on a show here for sure. And one of the cool things I think about the vintage bikes is it kind of, let's say, it limits you a little bit. Some of the tracks nowadays, as I've gotten older, the tracks have some pretty big jumps that maybe I don't want to do, right? And so then thankfully the vintage bikes, that kind of checks your ego for you. If you've got 4 inches of travel, you don't want to use all 12 of it, right? So you certainly make some adjustments and ride within the bike's capacity. So.
Oh, goodness. And then you got those exceptions to every rule. You got Guy Cooper and Kevin Windham. Guy sending Persang 60 feet straight up.
Yeah, I went to his party in the pasture one year, and he had this big 4-level step-up thing that he jumped on someone's loaned little taco that he borrowed that I didn't jump on my modern bike, and it was humbling.
Yeah, I said Persang whatever. I knew it was a bull.
Yeah, it was.
But listen, I've got pictures of that thing. Didn't Cooper do it too?
I think so, and for sure, I told Kevin, I said, what was the wheelbase on that thing before you jumped that? So,
yeah, because it was 4 inches longer after it landed.
Absolutely.
I will promise you.
I don't know if the guy was able to fit in his trailer to get it back home, but I know he's honored to have Kevin Windham ride it.
It'd never fit in a tech jig again.
No, never.
So here we go, coming out of the final corner. Looks like it is going to be Hobson hanging on for the win for this second moto of Evolution 2 Golden Masters. Just like that, race number 6 getting wrapped up. And here we go. We are rolling through them. Race 7 on the line. That's going to be your 125 class getting ready to take to the track. Something else we talked about, Randy, now maybe not so much in this 125 class, but especially in those older models, you don't see start devices, right? No launch control, nothing like that. It rolls on skill. Now, I know you're a big make motocross non-great again, bringing the skill back to the start. Talk about how cool that is and how much of a different element that is that maybe somebody like a Carson Brown or some of these kids wouldn't be used to.
Absolutely. For me, I especially on the vintage bike, there's not even a way to, unless you got a couple bungee cords you cut loose in the first turn, there's no way to put a start device But yeah, I like it just genuine, authentic, and real. I certainly do like. I love that we have here a dirt start. We're racing dirt bikes, so I like starting on dirt, and that's one of my things for sure. The drum brakes. That's one of the things on the vintage bikes. You can carry a lot of speed on a lot of these bikes, especially like a 250cc larger displacement bike. But you have to have a reminder that that the drum brakes aren't as good. Maybe I need to remind myself that, and I wouldn't have those busted spokes. But when I ran into the back of the guy, but hopefully he's still good and going. I got my wheel buried on his CZ lowboy pipe, so. We threw some cold water on him and got him separated, and then he went on racing, and I went back to the truck.
So we got a KTM out front leading the way.
Yeah, I love the two-stroke sound. These are so good. We can hear it in the headphones and out of the trailer, and it's love it. Love these little 125s, the little zingers.
Absolutely, yeah. Makes you want to run down, take a sniff behind the gate, right? One of the best smelling classes too. And gotta love the premix for sure. As we watch the KTM rider out front as they check in, it is Jacob Hinselman leading the way on the number 7 with Dennis Burnett and Tulio Cesar on the 21 in third. Taking a look at the rider in second at 135, he was probably 6-7 inches further back off the start, doing a little old school roll-in technique.
I've seen a lot of that today.
Absolutely, yeah.
Not shocked by that at all, but
pulling out all the tricks, right? Got to do whatever you can.
I will let you know from my first moto, they are pretty particular about you setting up a little bit of the angle.
Yeah.
So someone named Randy may have had someone get onto him for that. So anyway,
no idea who.
I was trying to line it up for that first turn, and we squared it up with the gate, but. You know, if it's what do you say? Win if you can, lose if you must, but always cheat a little.
A
right?
little. If not, you're not trying hard enough.
Absolutely, yeah. As my good buddy Travis Pastrana calls it, creative winning.
Creative winning. that is dialed.
When are we going to get TP out of this?
Oh man, I don't know. You know,
we got Mario today.
Yeah, we got Mario here. We got the Red Bull rig, and he's awesome. And we're actually parked back there with him and Carson Brown.
Nice.
And he's such a great dude for sure. Seen him for years and years. Yeah, Travis. You know, I was joking. You know, there's some rumors at Loretta Lynn's about Kevin Windham, and he made some statements as we know last year. And so it's funny. I text Kevin and Travis the other day, and I said, hey, because I would love to go, love to try to qualify in plus 50. So I texted and I said, hey, am I the only one going to go to Loretta Lynn's this year, or you both guys going? Wyndham texts back, I'm in, and Travis says, I sold all my bikes. I hope we can still be friends. I know he didn't, but he's certainly coming off of a major full knee replacement. True. And amazing guy.
Absolutely.
We had Ryan Sipes. Ryan Sipes was it jumping jacks the other day? Something, it was stretching, and he said, this is the first time in a long time I've been able to do this movement. I've not been able to do this. Yeah. There's hope. There's hope.
Yeah, absolutely. And, he had such a massive injury to his hips, and pelvis and whatnot, and that was probably a couple of years he was at Loretta Lynn's. I think 2 years in a row there with his son Jackman Sipes, and he's walking around with crutches a couple of years in a row. So, but what does he do when he gets healthy? He gets back on a motorcycle, and that's the passion we all have for the sport.
It's so crazy. We talk about when I first joined GNCC back in 2017, Sipes was still running a full pro career in GNCC at that point. That elusive overall win was eluding him, and he finally got that. And then he came out with the Ryan Sipes program of, hey, I'm going to race my dirt bike where I want, when I want. And I remember thinking at that time, this man's crazy. This is never going to work. And now we refer to anybody who does that as, you're doing the Ryan Sipes
Exactly.
thing.
That's what Carson Brown's doing now, right?
Yes, exactly. Good example of that.
So taking a look here, that was a battle coming down.
That was.
I got to give a shout out to Jacob Hinselman and Dennis Burnett. Both thought Burnett was going to get him in the final corner, just not quite close enough. So a huge congratulations to the number 7 machine. Taking a look now, we got senior 40 plus race number 8 getting ready to take off.
I see the 222 there, and I'm having a great time with you guys, but honestly, I wish that was me right there on the gate. Yeah. So Sue gets this whole shot.
And we've seen whole shots coming from the far inside. We've seen a couple of people leave the throttle on and take the long way around. There is Frank Koenig. That is a name we have seen up front multiple times throughout the first motos, and he's trying to bring things home here in Moto 2.
Yeah, Frank Koenig, I've had a chance to race him a couple times in the South Carolina area, and he's consistently defeated me. So though he does live in South Carolina, I hope he doesn't move to Piedmont, because I do want to keep my title fastest man in Piedmont. So hopefully he's not looking for a house anywhere in my neighborhood.
I love that.
I got to give a big, huge shout out to our boy Chadwick out there listening on RacerTV.com. Huge help to us over there on the GNCCs. I know he's barreling down the road right now, so glad to have him listening to us right now as we enjoy some more racing here. Not quite as vintage, right? We got some modern bikes in this senior 40-plus class, but man, Frank really looking strong as they make their way around. And this guy, from the drop of the gate, it's pretty much been, he gets around that first corner. We did see in one moto he had to do a little bit of battling, but all in all, Frank's been putting himself in a good position early.
Absolutely, he's so proven on so many levels, right? He's this is 40-plus class, but yet he's a top 10 guy at Loretta Lynn's in plus 50. So you know, as I have aspirations of maybe doing that this year, I kind of benchmark myself off of well, how fast is Frank, and where would I be, right? Where would I fit in? So amazing rider, and he has his wife here with him, mechanicking for him and signaling. So they're a great couple, and it's always good to see them somewhere at a racetrack.
Yeah, absolutely. I've had the privilege of announcing Frank several times in the North Carolina series, and man, this is not a fluke. I'll put it like that. The guy can get starts. I don't care whether it's concrete, cement, dirt, sand, you name it. The guy knows how to get off a line, that's for sure.
Right now, Koenig, it is Romero and Powers. Corey Romero, Mark Powers in third. That is your top three. Some changes in there. Derek Hedberg, fourth, fifth place, Chris Maninen.
Hey, talk about riders that are not going to be stoked to get second in the second moto. The 41 machine of Romero was in the same position in Moto 1, came up just a little bit short. Can't expect that he's going to be quite as nice here in Moto 2. Like we said, second in Moto 1, you can deal with it, right? Yeah. Second in Moto 2, yeah, you're not bringing the gold home with that. Right. So it's going to get creative here in these closing laps. Maybe a bike length or two ahead.
Absolutely, and if he reminds me of another 41 that we all know that rides a Honda, if that's it, Trey Kennard looking. So if he's Trey Kennard-esque, we know that he will for sure do what it takes to win. One of the nicest guys with the helmet off, but he's a true warrior with the helmet on. So it'd be great to see Corey Romero put the pressure on Frank here in the closing laps.
Without a doubt. Now, Randy, you could probably tell us better as far as the line selection out there. It seems like everything is pretty raceable, but we're seeing Romero doing a lot of following right now. Do you think he's scared to maybe try something else out, or just biding his time till he gets a little closer?
For me, I think maybe they figured out, you know, on these split lanes, like where the fast line is. So he certainly doesn't want to lose time going to a less used line where maybe it's a bit softer, a bit muckier. He'll go with that proven line and just try to inch up on him and make that close here as we finish up this last lap.
Now, as the white flag comes out, we saw Carson Brown actually take a crossover transfer line from one side of the split lane to the other. Looks like the ATVs have actually built that wall back up. So short of Carson just getting crazy out there, I don't know if we're going to be seeing that. Now we see Romero taking a wide line, but I don't think that had the effect he was looking for.
No, it didn't. Look at that gap that Frank now has on him. So yeah, he went outside, which is great. You can carry more corner speed, you can carry some momentum, but if it's less used and it's more soft, it bogs the bike down and just robs your momentum. So he may be settling into this 2-2 overall.
And even though we are in the afternoon of Tuesday, this ground's still a little soft. You go and you push too hard into these berms, the front end's going to sink into it. We've seen several riders go up over the bars, and so you can push, but you start pushing too hard, the track's going to push back.
Yeah, you can only race what the track gives you, right? So and Frank Koenig has done that for sure with another win here in that 40-plus class.
So Frank getting the job done. Huge shout out to Romero for being there all the way to the end on the 41 as we throw the checkered on race number 8, our open class coming up next. And we talked about it, the Red Bull back rider. There he is on the Honda, second gate in, the 910 of Carson Brown. And this guy is just, he's a hoot to watch. I mean, if two people you need to be following online. Yes. FMIP and Carson Brown, all right? Two of the best follows that you can do. Man, it's just a ton of fun, whether it's a CR, whether it's a moped, Zuma, whatever it is, this guy can ride it, and he can ride it fast.
Absolutely he can. And actually the 01 CR250 that he's on, he bought from my buddy Robbie Green, which Robbie doesn't sell bikes. Usually it's 100 plus bikes in his collection. He rarely sells any, but he made a really good deal on the 01 there, and also a 93 250 CR250 that Carson and Dwayne, his father, they keep here on the East Coast for these events that Red Bull has them come out to.
Man, look at that. That's textbook right there. That's how you're supposed to be riding in 01. And look at that, absolutely moon launching the machine.
amazing. We were talking about it back at the truck, and he was talking about that wall jump. And I said, well, I don't think they meant for that to be a jump. But what you're doing, it's a wall jump. For me, it's a wall. It's so impressive and such an incredible talent on, as you said, any type of motorcycle, any type of displacement, any two-stroke, four-stroke, whatever. He's a really gifted kid, an amazing, just a clean-cut, great kid. And his wife, Claire, she's out here competing as well in the women's class, number 215. That's on a borrowed bike from my buddy Robbie. So yeah, she's out here having a great time. So how cool is it that husband and wife out here racing today? Awesome. That's what motocross is all about.
That's it. There's another good example. Just absolutely hucking it.
I'm curious to see what he does through the split lane, whether or not he gets creative, tries to reopen up that line. There it is.
Yep.
Didn't look near as bad as I thought it might be. It was curious. We see those edges get built up by the ATVs. Don't stand a chance against Carson Brown, that's for sure. But look at this, the Kawasaki, Logan Litzel there, not letting him get away, maybe having a little more horsepower under the hood, but yeah, this is going to be interesting to watch. He has closed the gap up significantly.
I'm going to assume that the Kawasaki, I'm assuming it's a KX450, so just think about that. Let's say a modern, say it's a 23, 24, whatever, a modern KX450 and the 2001. So that's a couple of decades difference in technology, carbureted two-stroke versus a four-stroke EFI, and but yet the rider skill is what it all comes back down to, right?
Hey, absolutely. But you know what they say, there's no replacement for displacement, right? Having the bigger bike might pay off towards the end. And right now, I mean, Carson is under pressure. One mistake, one getting stuck in a rut here, and he's got a green fender all over the back of him. Small mistake from the Cowie as they exited back onto the start stretch. And they are also starting to work their way through the tail end of the field, so be curious to see whether or not that holds up Brown at all.
For me, Carson, his jumps and creative lines, and his corner speed it's rare. You know, I'd put it up against anyone, and you know, I've been blessed to see a lot of great racers, but his corner speed, his execution, and in the corners and the corner speed he keeps, amazing.
Yeah, being able to do a little off-road riding with Carson out in Idaho. Even the people out at Gold Creek Lodge, big shout out to those guys. They were like, man, we knew Carson was good, but he's like really good out here. I mean, it was impressive. Whether you're on the track, the trail, it blows people away, just the amount of skill that this guy has on a motorcycle. And he's putting that skill to good use right now as they make their way around. I believe that was the white flag flying, correct?
Yeah, it was white flag, and looks like Logan Litzel has Logan's definitely closed it up there with the number 208 Kawasaki, tightening up on Carson.
He's going to need something. We'll see if Logan's going to send this wall jump. He definitely sends it more than I think he had in previous laps, but I'm not sure that it's going to be enough. Gets a great drive through the corner, but just too little too late as Carson Brown going to hang on for the open class win. Takes a look over his shoulder, gives some props there. Heck yeah.
Yo, good ride,
That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about.
That camaraderie is so awesome. That's that same place right there where a couple of years ago I forgot to put gas in my bike and ran out there and practiced, and right along that same area is where the Jeff Stanton we talked about earlier gave me a push back to the pit. So so thankful for him being a genuine human and helping me out there.
Without a doubt. Revolution 1 getting ready to take to the track. 22 entries. I believe Megawatt said this was our biggest class of the day. And here we go. Moto 2 off and rolling. Good jump from a couple of Hondas. And looks like one of those CRs is going to grab the early hole shot. Looks like that might be Wagers again in the second place spot. Alec Wagers, I believe he got second in Moto 1, so he's going to be one of those guys that has got to get in the first place spot if he wants the overall.
He's going to have to deal with the 355 of Horton, if I'm correct. I'm pretty sure that's Robbie Horton out front. That little kid, I'd call him a punk, but he's an adult man now. But back in the day, he was a little punk. I'd ride plus 25 in pro class in District 29, and he and his brother Richie, who unfortunately passed. But those little kids would be on a staggered gate behind us and run me down and pass me on their little 85s and 65s. So I've learned to respect them. But boy, I used to dislike those little kids back in the day.
Robbie Horton, for those that don't know, 44 years old. So he just entered adulthood.
Wow, he just entered adulthood.
Yeah, I'm almost there at 38, just knocking on the door.
Absolutely. Yeah, Robbie's
and would he be considered a senior citizen at this point?
He is, he is. You know, he's once you get in the 40s and you're still active and healthy, you're definitely a senior citizen.
I love that.
Yeah, I may have to hook him up with a shirt if he wins this thing, which right now it looks like he's going away. over Alex Wagers on the number 920.
So Wagers in a fight of his own right now. He's playing full defense as he is trying to keep Matthew Carpenter off his rear end. I think Carpenter might have had some bad luck, might have gone down off of the start in Moto 1, so really didn't get a chance to show what he's made of. And right now, what he's trying to be made of is silver as he's going for that second place spot.
Yeah, if he I'm not sure what he had the first moto, but if he gets a 3-2, that would definitely beat the 2-3. And I think if Horton won his first moto, yep. So the 1-1, and he'll take that beautiful Honda back to Georgia.
Yep, Alex Wagers doing a lot of work for Dreamville MX out there in North Carolina. Got to give those guys a big shout out. That's what I mean. Alex, I consider him a friend. I know him personally. His is not a guy that's spending days during the week training, right? He's a weekend warrior, and quite honestly, a lot of times he's the guy prepping the track for us to go ride on the weekend. So great to see Alex out here making the trip down to Daytona and showing what he's got. The guy's got tons of skills on the bike, and yet another just awesome human being. Happy to chat it up with you. He's the type of guy, if you say, hey man, there's something going crazy in the back of the track, he says, give me 5 minutes, I'll take care of it. So
yeah, that's the camaraderie of helping one another for sure. It's earlier after I seized the engine on my little 125, I had a guy come by and ask me, hey, would you happen to have an extra Kickstarter? And I said, well, take the one off my bike with the seized engine. If it'll fit, you can have it. So there's a gentleman out there who's got a Husky 360, I think, with a 125 Kickstarter. Hopefully he was able to make the race today. And then I saw Racer X's Mitch Kendra out there, had a chat with him. So he said he's riding a modern bike. I know that he and his dad ride some old Husqvarnas as well. So it's good to see the industry people, to your point, get out there and enjoy the sport that we all fell in love with so early on in our lives and now are blessed to work with them.
Yeah, very cool. I think Mitch got a top 10 as well. Yep, last I saw.
That's good. Yeah. That's good.
Yeah, had some fun out there.
Always cool to see the industry people able to get back to the roots one way or another. We've all got some way that we got into this, and so Mitch doing his thing all day yesterday, getting the shots out there for Racer X, and now throwing the helmet on and getting a little throttle therapy out there right now. As we see Horton cutting his way back across the start straight, slicing and dicing through the lap traffic. For some reason, it seems like the lappers are a little thicker this moto. I'm not sure whether things have slowed down towards the back end of the field or Horton's just wicked it up that much more.
Yeah, that or it could have been those guys that he just lapped. They could have had a little tangle and got going again, maybe off camera. But either way, yeah, Horton definitely putting them a lap down. So as he gets ready to take a win here.
So here we go, final corner. Nice and smooth, headed out, taking the white flag. Okay, so white flag for your leader.
He's in shape. Let's give him another one. Right? Let's get another one. Yeah, beautiful bike there, the Honda, the CR. I'm not sure exact year, early 80s there or mid 80s, 85, 6, 7, somewhere along in there. I know he rides a good bit with with Chad Kimbrell.
I believe Kimbrell's out here as well.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, they've got a lot of nice bikes. I admire their collection and the quality of work that they build.
Look at this, Horton really locked in a traffic jam, trying to pick his way through. I believe Wagers got caught up with a downed lap rider as well. So now making his way down the backstretch for the final time, tossing her up on the back wheel.
Come on. Robbie, don't pass these guys. Let them get another lap. Get him another lap. Don't you pass that guy. You let him get his other lap.
There we go.
There we go. That's
letting him get his time.
You know, but the bad thing is a lot of times I had a race at Muddy Creek one time, and I was getting ready to lap someone, and I checked up. Just follow the guy up the thing to make sure he got his other lap, and that guy chewed me out between motos. He said, don't you ever not lap me again. I don't have 5 laps in me. He said, if you can shorten my race up, I'd greatly appreciate it.
I was planning on a 4-lap race. Come on now.
At a 2-hour or 3-hour GNCC, you will see guys, if they hear those pros coming, they'll stop before the finish, sit on their bike and just wait. Like, I'm not doing it again.
They don't even hear them. They'll be asking the team, how much longer? I can sit here for
When's the leader due in?
Yeah, exactly.
5 minutes? Okay, that's fine.
So it looks like we've got our ATV LCQs coming up next. And if you don't know anything about LCQs, this is fireworks getting ready to head your way. So make sure you guys get you a spot on the fence line. Look at the grandstands. Everybody turning out. Love to see it. And this one's going to be a fun one to watch for sure. And we talked about this as well, Randy. Different rut styles, different track development from two-wheel to four-wheel side of things, especially here in this Pro-Am class. We even saw just the ruts coming out of the gate caused a lot of chaos. A couple of riders getting kicked off to the side. So going to be interesting to see with everything on the line here, your last opportunity to get in the main event, how much that plays into this. Taking 4, like you just told me. So, yeah, it's not a lot of opportunity to get in. You got to get a good start. And, man, on that backside of top 5, things are going to get feisty. Awesome shot there from the Racer TV crew.
I think that's our guy Mike down there, right? Running the bolt?
I believe so. Yeah, look at him down there on the ground.
Mike running the bolt.
Huge shout out to Mr. Mike Nichols.
I was going to say we had one rider down in the first turn, but I guess maybe that's one rider over. I don't know the exact terminology for a four-wheeler, but I certainly admire. I never raced these, but I admire the strength and the skill to maneuver these heavier bikes around and battle what they do on these tracks. So definitely takes some skill to do it.
Yeah, it's so funny. We've got Johnny G that does a lot of the GNCC calls with us. He's one of those guys. We see him do it on the EMTB bikes. Oh, big over the bars for your leader. That's a huge shakeup.
Very costly. Again, top 4.
Got to get that tether cord plugged back in as well, I believe, before he can get going. So 55, what a heartbreak there as he was on his way to leading the first lap and arguably on his way to making the main event.
That was Jacob Visnick, and now Jacob Visnick probably going to be on the outside looking in because this is going quick.
So, but yeah, as I was saying, I've had the pleasure of seeing Joel Hetrick on the two-wheel side of things, and it's pretty crazy. The guy's got a ton of skill. I'm telling you what, he might be a pro in quads, but he can get the job done on two wheels as well. But it's a very different style. You see the riders having to throw their bodies to the opposite side, almost going slideways through those turns, if you will. So it got to be difficult to kind of transfer over back and forth.
Absolutely. I think of the iconic, the GNCC legend Barry Hawk, winning championships both on both two wheels and four. That is amazing to have that diversity.
Hall of Famer.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yep.
Getting inducted. So a huge shout out to those guys. Man, they're fighting tooth and nail. It definitely does not look easy out there, and we saw it from your leader right there. Just a split second, wait a little too far over the front, maybe get kicked off to the side a little bit, and you can be up and over in a hurry. And as this track continues to break down, we see some things smooth out, right, Randy? The faces of these jumps all of a sudden don't have the peg dragging ruts up them, but the corners, that's where things continue to get deeper and deeper, and you see the ruts start reaching up and grabbing the underside of these quads. The same thing, it can stop your momentum, throw you right over the front of it.
Yeah, and that could have been what happened with Jacob there. Exiting the corner, could have just plowed the front a little bit into a moto rut, let's say, tuck the wheels and put him over the bars. Yeah, they'll start to develop and push off some of the moto lines, and you'll see, like in that corner, you'll see two distinct ruts. So later you see the moto guys may be dealing with an inside or an outside option, similar to sometimes in the GNCC series where you got the moto following the ATV, and it keeps you on your toes for sure, and you have to be sharp out there.
Absolutely. Looking like we had a pass for second place. Took place just after the finish, so I believe that is going to be Ian Juka there, I believe, taking over the second place spot from Caden Gringras. We'll see whether or not now these things are starting to tighten up. It looked like fourth place might have been secure for the moment, but now fifth has reeled him back in. He must know that he's on the bubble, and he needs one more pass to get himself in the main event.
Yeah, top 4 right now: Scalisi, Gingras, Juka, and Fancher. On the outside looking in right now is Lucio, rider out of Daytona Beach, Florida. Maybe home field advantage going to play an advantage for him.
Could be. We know for sure he probably slept in his own bed last night. For sure. Unless he was out like me last night at the Broken Spoke, which ironically, me go see Hairball, which is a Monster Energy band. Go see Hairball at the Broken Spoke, and then later today I have broken spokes. So anyway,
put that in the universe. That's on you, man.
I wonder what the protocol is here when the ATV LCQ. Is it similar to Supercross where anything goes? Like
pretty much.
Yeah, just have at it, right?
Have at it, boys. Carnage.
I want to see one of these quad guys go for the Carson Brown line. Obviously a little bit wider, going to be harder to keep that thing straight, but I think if one of those guys can get the line built, that's going to completely change things following the finish. And wow, look at this. I didn't think we'd see 3 wide on the quad side of things.
Now I want to see that, or I want to see him a little A-Ray or Cade Clayson. I want to see some of that type of action here on this last lap. White flag lap, and the battle for that transfer spot is hot.
And I think the second spot has swapped back and forth three or four times now.
As a matter of fact, yeah, Scalisi still out front, Gingras second, and Lucio, hey, we were preaching the gospel. Being from Daytona Beach, he is up into the 3 spot, and Ian drops back into 4th, still in a transfer position, but the heat is on.
If he's from Daytona, he may be putting the razzle-dazzle on him.
That's it.
Or the razzle-dazzle, at least, maybe. Maybe that's what he's doing to him out there.
So here we go down the backstretch for the final time. Oh, your leader getting a little bit of a kick there. That might allow second place to try to get up in the mix. Look at this. This guy says, I don't just want second. I don't just want to qualify. I want to win this LCQ.
And that's absolutely, that's a racer's mindset. A win is a win, whether it's a transfer spurt or not. If he wins this race, he carries a lot more momentum into that final.
So there it is, and I believe
that's Lucio.
It's Lucio doing it. Daytona Beach, Florida zone, baby. Good job.
Love to see it. High-fiving the fans. The crowd goes wild. So some good racing. Not quite some fireworks.
Absolutely,
Nobody going over the berm, but nothing else. We'd love to see a nice last straightaway pass.
Yeah, definitely bummed for Jacob Visnick there. He had the lead and ended up finished 6th, couple spots off of that transfer spot. So I know he'll be kicking himself like I am with a seized up and a banged up bike.
Golden Masters 60 plus, race number 11, taken off back to vintage racing. And yeah, worth noting, no track prep between this and that. So you're going to be running ATV lines out there. Oh, we see one rider getting a splash, saving the money on going to Daytona Beach. Says, I'm going to just check out the infield out here.
Mercy.
Hopefully these flaggers are lifeguard trained as well. He went into some pretty deep water there that the crew's done a great job of pushing off. So we'll have excellent racing today. So we don't mind puddles in the infield. We're glad we don't have them on the track. So kudos to the crew for providing us the track we have today.
Absolutely, continuously working this Daytona soil over, getting in the best race shape possible. Now there we see the KTM, the 58 machine of Keith Oldrick back out front. That was one of the ones we saw given Koenig there. All the, oh, look at his second place getting a little, I believe that might have been Likens. I'm not sure what happened. Oh, he's good, taking a detour.
Look at there. He's trying to use that brown that McAdoo used the other night.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly happened there, but
31 with a little bit of a bike problem. Maybe those two tangled. I don't know.
Yeah, anybody's guess. Likens, though, definitely getting a little off course as he funnels back into the second place spot. Watching the back straightaway, these guys picking their way through.
Beautiful day out. Yeah, beautiful day out here today. I was looking at the weather and concerned about what looked like impending rain, but man, we're blessed with beautiful skies today. Low 70s, no rain that I know of until late in the evening, I think. So the moto gods are watching over us for sure.
Absolutely, yeah, taking great care of us this weekend, and I think it was a blessing in disguise. Even the rain in the beginning of the weekend, it has really shaped up for a fantastic track. I mean, this is national caliber, right? I mean, you got the best of the best in Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross. You got the cream of the crop in ATV motocross. We want a challenging track, right?
Yeah,
I mean, we want to make this thing deep. We want it rough, and we want you to, when you take the win, to know that you did it on a hard track against hard competition, and that's where all the pride comes from. Is that you win up against some serious competition and a tough course as well. So right now, the 58 doing just that as he continues to lead the way here in Golden Masters. So once again, everybody, just making sure you are aware, ATV Mains at 4 o'clock. Once again, ATV Main is going to take place at 4 o'clock. So I'm talking 3:30, you need to be out of the camper. 3:45, you need to have you a beverage. And by 3:55 at the latest, you have a spot in the grandstands. And look at this, your leader tiptoeing through that corner as well. I think this is why you're seeing so many riders down in these corners. They are not able to pivot and charge out of the corners quite like they normally are because they're in ATV-styled ruts. We saw Likens get completely off balance and tossed over there. The 58 machine almost came to a complete stop to try to regain his balance and get going again. So just like you were talking about, Rennie, the different ruts making some serious challenges here in Golden Masters. Getting a little kick over that off that face right there, nothing too bad. And Likens just kind of hanging back there. He's if the 58 has any big issues, he's going to be there to capitalize. Closes it up just a little bit, headed towards the wall.
So we're going to have white flag this lap, or do we know? I can't remember.
Believe we will be seeing the white flag.
Yep.
There it is.
Right.
So one more to go, and now let's see whether Likens uncorks it. Right? Maybe he's been saving something. He's got a line picked out, a favorite spot. He wants to make it happen.
At this age, they probably got the family watching online at home, kids.
There it is.
Oh, look at the battle.
Likens making it happen. Might have just lost it again, though. That wide line did not work earlier, and not going to pay off once again. So the 04 tasted the lead for about half a second.
Couple spots if he can carry his momentum down this front straight here. He can't close in on him there at the end. See what he does with these few tabletops on this back straight here.
Yeah, hopping through the switchbacks, he's able to keep it within a couple of bike lanes. Whoa, getting kicked off a little sideways there. Is able to reel it back in. He's got that 04 machine wide open. This one's going to come down to the final corner. They're almost side by side over the wall. A wheelie from the 58 machine, and that's going to do it. He's getting off the side of the track. Is he able to rejoin? And there we go, doing the right thing. Going to let Likens go by, and the 04 of Likens going to grab the win. Man, that thing came down to the wire. The 58 machine. Keith Aldrich going to bring it across in second. You see the shake of the head there, Randy.
Yeah,
he was oh so close to it.
He's frustrated. He's probably thinking once this race is over, I can go grab a beer, but he certainly did not want that whiskey throttle in that moment.
Yeah,
sure.
without a doubt. He had KTM power down to the ground. I thought he was going over.
But it was good for him to kind of check up and do the right thing in that corner there.
So now dropping the gate on Masters 50 plus, and we've seen Aldrich now back to Koenig. Like I said, I don't know, that might have been Mike Alessi before there was Mike Alessi, right? I'm telling you what, the guy has got the starts figured out. And look at that, already putting half a second plus on the rest of the field. We talk about how beneficial it is to start things out front, but I mean, especially in conditions like these, get out front, get some clean air, and if you're somebody like Frank, you might be able to turn that into yet another win.
Yeah, and it changes the whole mood of the race. You know, myself, my one race there that I DNF'd, I didn't get the best of starts. A guy fell over. I kind of had to wait, and then I rushed it. So at the end of lap one, I ran to the back of someone when he fell, and that's 100% on me because I was rushing it. It's a short race, so you can't wait around. You know, it's not like Loretta Lynn's where you've got a 20-minute moto, but I certainly rushed it.
Yeah, it's definitely, oftentimes people think it's the big mistake that causes the issue, but it's, I think, almost the rushing of correction from that mistake that usually winds up in the big one putting you down. But absolutely, Koenig, cool, calm, and collected out front as he brings that 43 machine around once again. And starting to see those faces, not quite as deep a ruts as we saw thanks to the ATVs, but they are chewed up, kind of kicking riders to the left and right.
Track is certainly ever changing.
Absolutely.
For sure. So that's 2 laps down. He should be white flag, I think, next lap, and then Frank and his wife will take home another win if he keeps her upright. And he's a veteran rider and just rides with so much skill, experience, and typically does not make mistakes. That's just something you learn over time, and something I need to learn over time. So.
Hey, you get a little older. By the time you grow up, you'll be there for sure.
Exactly. I refuse to do that, but
you can only be young once, but you can be immature indefinitely. That's what I've always been told. So.
Absolutely.
But right now, yeah, absolutely, very calm looking Koenig out front right now, not rushing the corners, stands it back up if he needs to. Hey, make sure I get around this. Doesn't want a simple mistake to throw away what right now is looking like a flawless race.
Yep, really neutral on the bike and using some good lines. And as the track continues to develop, should be a white flag for him this time, if I'm correct. No?
Maybe 2 more.
Look at that,
might
2 more.
Yep,
That's
might
awesome.
have been a 5-lapper here.
Heck yeah. That's good. I know Frank is in great shape. He's got 5 laps in him for sure. So.
My man's been turning 5 after 5 after 5, though. You don't get a chance to, if you didn't know him, you do by the end of the day today, because we're talking about him a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll rest well tonight for sure.
Without a doubt. And starting to see this track getting a little bit of shiny spots there. That's another thing that the ATVs provide, especially there in the first turn. Not quite as banked up, more of a flat turn. So you start to see that shiny, hard-packed, slick pop back up. It's humid out there. It's not wet, but humid. The moisture definitely going to cause traction to break loose if you grab too much throttle.
And the great thing is we've had basically no dust all day long, and I think that's providing some great racing, right? For me, I'd rather have to grab a tear off here or there for some roost than deal with dust all day.
Without a
we
doubt.
can see through a little bit of roost, but dust is really tough. Yep, Frank is, looks like Steve Nagy there is closing up a little bit on him.
Yeah, Nagy was all over the back, charging hard for the lead. That was one of the battles we had coming all the way down to the line. And he's still charging. Look at him. He's now creeping into the picture with 1 lap left to go. I'm not sure if Koenig knows he's there or not, but he better start paying attention.
Yeah, he's going to know it soon. Steve Nagy had half a second lap faster than Frank Koenig there on that last one. So half a second faster, closing that gap just a little bit as we get towards that checkered flag.
On the back straight for the final time, half a second or not, he's not close enough to make a move. He's only got 1 turn left after this.
He does that Carson Brown line. Nope, didn't do it. That could have been. Hey, that could have been it right there. The Carson Brown Hail Mary over that one could have been it.
Absolutely, and there it is. The checker flag flies on race.
That was race 12.
Thank you. Okay,
Race 12,
race
yep,
13.
yep.
I was like, I know that wasn't the vintage class. Perfect.
Listen, I've already got you straightened out on that sheet, man. It's coming up next, race 13. Come on, man.
I should have known. Megawatt always 1 step ahead. A huge props there. A little knuckle tap between the 40 and the 43.
Right on.
That respect and camaraderie. Yep, this would have been. This would have been the one I was in. I'm trying to figure out who it was I ran in the back of. It was a CZ there. It was a low pipe.
Yeah, he didn't have no brakes. You can count on that. That's easy.
Oh,
it didn't have no brakes.
Exactly right. And I should have had some better ones. I would have ran in the back of the guy. So hopefully his bike was able to continue and race. We had one guy on the very inside there, not able to get the bike going. Okay, he's got it going now. We're ready to go.
Just in time. There we go. See him creeping forward.
Is that Stott or whatever? What's his name? 103.
I believe Stott's in this.
Yeah.
one.
Yep.
I think
Sure
Maddox on the number 1 as well. And the 201 grabs the early race lead. Ryder Maddox.
Yep.
So Ryder and Jerry Maddox out there on track. We were talking about Jerry and Moto.
Oh.
And speaking of which, one of them going down.
Well, that's a tough way to fall there, Randy. That foot peg, you land on that side of that bike, you got a hot pipe, you got a foot peg, a shifter.
Yeah, you definitely don't want that. That's the Stott was one of the ones I'm sorry, not Stott. Maddox there was one of the ones I tangled with early on and had to check up, wait, then get going again, and then end up running in the back of the guy with CZ. I'm pretty sure it was a CZ. Anyway, it's on an other. He was riding an other motorcycle. Other.
That's it.
But that's like Chris Stott. Is he out front there?
He is.
Oh,
he was.
He was.
Yeah, the 209 making the move on him.
There goes Stott around the outside, though, trying to answer.
It's far but over, that's for sure.
That's a beautiful KX there DeVito has, the 209.
That's
really
what I'm saying.
Really a pretty bike, yep.
Earlier, and they're one of the harder bikes to restore.
They sure are, yep.
They went 400, 450, 400, 73, 74, 74, 75, 76. And those parts, there just wasn't many of those bikes built as TMs and RMs and Elsinores. And NOS parts are really hard to find. But you call Nightmare Racing, you call Ventco, you call these guys, and boom, guess what? You got a beautiful KX out on the track.
I was talking with Chris Stott there before practice, and I know he's going to be ordering some parts. He needs a new kill switch for that number 103 there on that Elsinore.
Sure.
Because he said it was shorting out, so he just disconnected it, and he was just going to put it in gear and install it. So that's what you have to do sometimes with vintage racing. There's one thing you need you need a pretty good bike, you need a lot of zip ties, and a couple rolls of duct tape, and you can go vintage racing.
Absolutely, and you can last all day.
Absolutely, yeah.
If you got extra spokes.
The duct tape, is that for man or machine?
Yes.
Tape some things up.
The answer is yes.
Whatever it was, right?
Whatever it takes. Yeah, and getting that's one of the Maddox there coming back up in the battle. So we got three riders right there together.
Man, look at Jerry making it happen, wasting no time.
Stott didn't hold his ground there, man. He just gave it to him, got shoved out there, kind of missed a gear, maybe hit a false neutral. Easy to do on the old bikes. Hit that false neutral for sure.
And I tell you what, I think Maddox is looking for a 1-1 because I'm almost positive he won this first moto.
Yeah, if he can run down the 209 there of Nicholas DeVito, he'll get that 1-1. He's got a little bit of time to make up. Let's see if he can do it.
Yeah, DeVito got a bad start in Moto 1, was working for his way up from the back and got in the mix there on the final couple of laps. So it's anybody's guess here. He got a good start. It's got clean air in front of him. 209 could bring it home.
A nice set of progressives on the back of it. You know, just a clean racer that is working for him. He's got it set up to do what he wants to do. He didn't build a museum quality rebuild. He didn't look for an NOS restoration. He's got a beautiful replica of an NOS bike that works.
Yeah, that's for me. I'm not into show bikes. I'm into go bikes.
Yeah,
so,
man.
That's what I want, something I can race and have fun on. And if it's a little like me, a little beat up and scratched up, it's all right. I love them to go racing with, right? So
I got a few scars myself.
Yeah, I admire the bikes that people build to look at. They're beautiful, but yeah, my most fun time on a motorcycle is riding it, not just looking at it. So yeah, Lucky's opened up a bit there.
Yeah, definitely.
So Nicholas DeVito has spaced it back out a little bit over Maddox, so looks like he's got a comfortable lead.
So looking on screen right now, and you can tell using every bit of that travel right there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not a smooth landing by any means.
So vintage like this, yeah, it's the maximum is 4 inches of rear suspension, and certainly you can do a lot with it as far as the the type of shocks, like you said, a progressive or an Öhlins or something like that. But still, 4 inches of travel is 4 inches of travel, no matter how high tech you make it.
Exactly. I don't care if you put Race Tech, Öhlins, Simons, whatever. It's 4 inches, Andy. Randy, it measures the same.
That is it. See, is he closing up? Nope. Still got about the same gap there. Good little battle. White flag lap though. Let's see if he can get him.
Randy, you do vintage motorcycle days? You go to Ohio?
I've been once many years ago with my dad. Yeah. With my dad racing, and that's another bucket list. I want to get back up there as well. So
you ever run up 95 up there and go up do the York swap meet up in York, PA?
I haven't done that. I get this job gets in the way. I got to hurry up. I got to hurry up and retire and start having life. Right? I start living life.
I hate that when work gets in the way of my fun. Man.
But it's like I tell my son though. We have to do the things we have to do before we can do the things we want to do. So
always, man. Always, for sure.
Riding a very controlled race out front there.
So let's see, race number 13. Race 13 on the track. Race 14 coming up. That's going to be our Revolution 2 Masters 50 Plus. Race 14 on deck right now in staging. Race 15 Elite Masters 65 Plus.
So DeVito getting the job done, bringing down the checkers. Maddox going to pull across in second. And looks like the 103 of stock going to round out your top three. Looks like one rider a little behind the 8 ball there. Wasn't quite ready to go. They dropped the gate here on race 14.
Beautiful YZ out front there, the number 19 at Richard Searles. Beautiful bike.
Searles trying to hang on to the lead. We got 3 wide here at Daytona. And the number 11, I believe that is another of the Nagys. Yep, so that's James Nagy Jr. taking over the lead. And look who he's bringing along with him, the number 40 of Steve Nagy.
Yeah, Steve's going to move right now. He had a good line right there. He's carrying some momentum. He's going to go wide. Got a rider down, though, up there deep in that berm.
I think that was from the previous race.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things about the old vintage bikes. If you stall one or tip over a bit, sometimes it takes a little bit. They're temperamental, right? You got to be nice to them, talk sweet to them, and hold your tongue right just to get them to restart. So
that's right.
That's brutal, though. The last corner. I mean, they're sweaty, they're tired.
Yep.
Come on, baby, just start for me, please.
Just Ryan Hughes that thing. Just push it across the finish line, right?
Well, I was there.
Yeah.
The city that day was. I lived near the racetrack off at Morgantown.
Okay.
So High Point's my backyard.
Yeah.
Steel City was there. You're always close to Budge Creek. Mm-hmm. Back in the day, Kenworthy.
Yep.
Broome was one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Just anywhere we could go, we went. Randy, like you, as long as we can get out of work, we went.
Absolutely. Take a day off, yeah.
There's Frenchie.
Yeah, Frenchie not getting a good start at all. He was, I believe, your race or your Moto 1 winner. Every time we saw him touch the track, guy grabbed the whole shot and checked out on him.
Listen, I'm still lobbying. That guy needs to take that bike down there instead of that KX450F to the ranch. Frenchie looks faster on this thing all day.
Yeah, he certainly does. Such a great rider, and has his shoe brand as well that he's out promoting.
MKS Moto.
MKS Moto. Yep. And I saw his super cool that flat nose.
The Freightliner, or the French liner.
The French liner.
Yes. The French liner.
I love that. I love that. The French liner. Yeah.
Hey, he's all in.
Yeah.
Okay, he's like it's a lifestyle to Frenchie. Okay, he's been in the shop business his whole life. Now going to be semi-retired, looking for a venture, a little self-employment with Moto Kicks.
Yep.
Got the custom hauler now, but it's all about dirt bikes with Frenchie, man.
He definitely loves the sport and has immersed himself in it for sure. Great battle right here with the 40 closing in. That Steve
Steve Nagy and James Nagy going at it. So Nagy squared right now. And we saw this battle a little bit earlier. Now they were battling for second, and the number 11, I'll be honest, kind of rolled over a little bit and gave it to the number 40. We'll be curious to see whether or not things are going to be the same here in Moto 2 when they're battling for the lead.
I don't know if that's father, son, brothers, whatever, but you know, somebody looked like there might have been consequences and pulled over there and let somebody go.
Hey, I'm just saying, old Dino's not afraid to put the chrome horn on me if we're ever out there riding together. So father, son, or not, they better be going racing, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Regardless of how they're related, I think right now it's just racer. But at the same time, you'd usually be a little more polite. You're riding home together.
I tell you what, they may want to start getting a plan to work together as well, because Frenchie's coming. That's for sure. He has closed the gap in there. You see him.
Hey, Frenchie put that thing together last night.
Really?
Yeah, parts showed up last night. I guess it had a thrashed head and something else.
Yeah.
It was leaking and all this, and sure enough, man, fired it up last night, broke it in today.
This is going to be an absolutely great lap last here. It looks like Frenchie. Does Frenchie have goggles or no?
Nah, man, look at that. He peeled them.
Look at there.
That's old school. Oh, my goodness.
Look at how tight Frenchie was bringing it right through there.
Yep.
That was inside of the inside line.
He's got that beautiful KX for sure, and putting the pressure on the lead two riders.
What are you going to do, French? Oh, dug the toe. Great. Look. Hey, on the rear wheel went by him.
Yep.
Yep. A mistake and then a mistake, and that's what happened. Let's see what Frenchie does here. Maybe he'll do that Carson Brown line and just jump all the way into the corner and take that lead.
Earlier, let's see. I'm not sure we reached the same height, but that was definitely a sin in my book. That's for sure.
Frenchie going to protect that L3, L4 a little more.
Yeah, he is. Look at there.
Wow. All the way to the line. I believe the number 11 going to get credited with it. James Nagy going to hang on to the win. And Frenchie going to bring it across the line in second place. Great ride.
Yep. Good stuff. Race 15 coming up. Now that's Elite Masters 65. Just about 1 hour away from our ATV main events. That's coming up at 4 o'clock. Just about 1 hour away. Continue to work our way through our vintage motos. And here we go. Drop the gate on another one.
Here we go. Elite Masters. Out front once again is the 653 Del Grosso getting the start once again, but we saw it last time. He grabbed the early race lead. He's going to need to try to check out because I believe it was the 34 of Zuraw that tracked him down the last time, and he sits in second once again.
So Zuraw with a great start, so he may start putting some pressure here on the win any moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now see Donnie Banks there. Is that the Donnie Banks?
That's the Donnie Banks.
The Donnie Banks.
Yeah.
Wow. Awesome. Legendary guy for sure. And
He
I
is.
know he's actively riding quite often, but I didn't know he was here today. So for me, it'd be cool to see him make some moves, get towards the front.
Still teaching, still got schools going on and stuff like that. Donnie, great guy.
See the 653 taking his time, working his way through there. Doesn't want to get hung up on some of those inside walls that have been built up essentially.
They probably won't take that Carson Brown
that transfer
line. Probably won't do that.
I
No,
loved
no,
it.
No.
We just kind of looked at each other, Zach and I said, did we just see that? Because for the average guy, that's just a launch into the infield is what that is. That's a ramp.
Yeah, absolutely.
So starting to see your top two stretching out just a little bit, similar to race one. And it was those last couple laps that you really saw the 34 starting to track down your leader and make a pass. Might just be kind of biding his time there, keeping it within about half a second or so. See what the gap is the next time they come across the line.
I saw a 31 there for a moment, and I immediately thought about Barry Carson.
Yeah.
Right? That's who the number goes to or my mind goes to when I see that number.
That's it.
Iconic guy that races so much. I'd love to see him do some vintage stuff. I know that he's always on the modern bike. 34 and the 653 battling it out.
Slicing and dicing. Look at this. A pass, immediately pass right back. Hey, that's what they say. If you get past, try to pass them back as quick as you can. Shut them down. But I don't know. The 34 back on the charge.
At 65 like that, that's them battling for the whole shot at the Golden Corral at about 5 o'clock in the evening.
You know it, man. You better believe it. The early bird special.
Absolutely. The
Hey,
all you can eat.
Don't count out Steve Scott either on the 66 machine. He's right in this mix as well, trying to play spoiler.
Love seeing it. And the 66 there on a two-stroke, like a Yamaha, the YZ250 appears to be. So, again, a mix of bikes. You're looking at nearly a couple hundred years of experience between these three riders.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
That is so cool.
No doubt about it.
Look at this, the 66. Look,
you and I over 100.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just you and I over 100 years of riding, you know?
Absolutely.
So the 653 up on the pegs. Look at this, though. The 66. He means business.
Oh, drug that rear brake a little bit, but he has the right idea. There he comes.
Steve Scott came from a little off the pace as he's closing in there on John Del Grosso. So we'll see what happens. They did not get the white flag, so another lap and a half, let's say. So let's see what happens.
A couple of riders getting stacked up on the inside of those S turns.
Quick move of both of them to go to that outside split lane there as they were bunched up on the inside with the caution flag. So heads up riding by both of them.
Back down the back straightaway.
Bookends right there as they came through for sure. Matching pace, working their way back down through the rhythm section, and here we go into this right-hander to finalize the lap.
Believe they'll be looking at a white flag this time around. So there it is. Now it's no holds bar, right? Side by side. Looked like the battle for second had Heat back up. And the 66 kind of in a tough spot right now, playing a little bit of offense and defense. He was trying to chase down the 653.
That last corner there before the white flag, he had a lap rider, and so Scott had to go to the outside, go around, lost a little bit of time, but looked like he's quickly closed that back up and put the pressure back up there on the 653 of Del Grosso.
Yeah, he's definitely closed that gap back up, but we say it all the time, catching up to him is one thing, making the pass stick is a whole nother ball game, and he's running out of real estate.
Yeah, white flag is out, as you said, so less than half a lap to go in this one, and only so much room to work with right now. Randy, what's up for you the rest of the summer? What's going on?
So for me, I'll have some spokes flown in, and I got some spokes flown in tomorrow. Thanks to John at W Wheels sending me some spokes.
Heck yeah.
Me and a bunch of friends are headed over to Day in the Dirt down south over at Dade City
man.
this week. So
right on.
Yeah, so that's one thing I'm looking for, some fun. With my real job, I got some bicycle events at C Classic, and then I want to ride some more moto. Just spend some time, whether it's vintage bike, moto, or dual sport, anything on two wheels.
I got you, man. I got you. Awesome. Take a look on the screen right there. Jordan McFadden, our engineer in charge, making sure everybody's in position out there, giving us these great camera shots, drone work as well. Hats off to all our guys, production crew, directing team in here with RacerTV.com.
I thought for a moment the guy there with the signboard was Kevin Kelly, but we know he can't raise his arm up that high right now.
Or count that high. So.
Yeah, or count that high, exactly.
All right, here we go. Open C and 250 on the course right now.
Oop, got a big pilot right there in that inside chicane.
Wow, that looked like half the field possibly on that one. Good news for these guys, though. A little further up the trail, and we got wide open racing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we're starting to see our first group as they work their way through. Another good-looking KX out there leading the way. So race 16, that's Open C and 250. Race 17, that's Evolution 3 Golden Masters. They're getting loaded into the gate right now, and in staging, we should have 250C. Got any bikes you're building right now, Randy? Got anything on the bench?
Other than those 2 broke ones back in the pits. No, I have another 75, the 250 mag. That's a WR. So I've got some mag cases I'm needing to figure out how to get welded back. That's the challenge. So, but nothing big project. Just as there always is with the vintage racing, there's always some ongoing maintenance, which is kind of the cool thing. You get to know the bike, work on it, and but yeah, the 3 vintage Huskies that I have, and then a couple of modern ones. So, but no big projects to speak of. Yeah, I
hear you. I came across a Terry Cunningham bike.
Really?
Yeah. I come across a 430 Auto.
Yeah.
And it was legit. I went through Mark Hyde and verified all this stuff, and we called Terry, and Terry's like, man, I got some, but I know a guy's interested.
Yeah.
And ended up sending that thing out near Seattle.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, I had the chance to race at one of the ARMA vintage hair scrambles. Had a chance to race against Terry, and definitely amazing competitor, multi-time champion and everything. So super good to battle, but race with him.
Absolutely.
We got Nathan Prince out front on the 828. Looks like, right?
I believe that was 8. I wasn't sure if that was a 3 or not. So is that 828? So that is, I didn't even look at the sheet. So.
Yeah, it looks like 828 of Nathan Prince out there.
Perfect. So less than an hour to go now. We're going to get these ATV main events underway, and I have to tell you, there's a buzz back there as I was coming through the pits. These guys are anxiously awaiting round 1. There's about 4 guys that I think have a point to prove. I mean, got a chip on their shoulder type of thing, and maybe didn't end last season exactly the way they wanted to, and really determined right now, Randy.
Yeah, just they want to come out and set the tone for the new series, right? The 2024 series, and this being round 1 of their elite professional series. So they want to set the tone, carry that momentum into the coming rounds. I heard you all talking about them, the rounds in Texas and in Georgia and whatnot. So that series is crisscrossing the U.S., and no better place to start off that momentum than here at the World Center of Racing in Daytona.
Oh, no question about that. And these guys are going to see varied variety of tracks. So they're going to see off-camber at Mount Morris. They're going to see big jumps in Georgia and South Carolina. They're going to see high speed. I know at Matt Walker's place for sure. They're going to see high speeds there.
Absolutely. And you're not just talking about how fast Matt talks either. Right. So I got to get a dig at Matt. I got to get a dig at him. We were chatting earlier, and I'd mentioned something about Loretta Lynn's. He said, well, man, you got to race. You got to race. And I said, well, what do you think I'm doing, Matt? You walking around talking. I'm suited up and riding today. So, yeah, but love Matt and how hard he works for his tracks and the great racing that he provides, formerly with the training facility and now with Ichikani. I look forward to getting down there in June for a regional qualifying.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Good guy. I love the comment. But you know, he's not afraid to try.
No.
Listen, it may go horribly wrong, but he may try a new grandstand. He may try a new PA system. He may buy a new dozer. He is really, really an innovator. Once he get out there and try, and he's not afraid to make a mistake to learn.
Absolutely.
By any means.
Absolutely. Dedicated to the sport, and we're all thankful for that.
Yep.
Here we go, race 17, Evolution 1, Evolution 3, Golden Masters getting ready to come at you. So I take it that means you're qualifying out of the Southeast, is that correct?
Yeah, I want to try to. Yeah, that's part of the plan. Yeah, I would love to. Not saying I can, but that's certainly what I want to try to do. Yeah, just to go. You know, I always go. Man. I go to Loretta's and hang out. My buddy Robbie now, we go hang out and watch. And for me, just to go and participate in plus 50 class, if I can make that and run wherever I run in that class, I would love to do that. Really
Absolutely,
love to.
Absolutely, man, for sure. You got to come down and spend some time in the tower with us this year too, man.
I'd love to.
For sure, absolutely, man.
Would love to. I appreciate you guys having me in for a bit today. I think I'm going to step back, head back to the booth, start loading up some stuff. They got a little wash bay back there. I'm going to wash up the bikes and
yes, sir.
and do a little bit of maintenance. But man, I really appreciate you, Megawatt and Zach, having me come in and sit in with us. An honor to share some racing and some bench racing with you. So again, thanks for the Ricky Carmichael, Supercross and the vintage racing and MX Sports putting on this event. We as racers are blessed to have the commitment and the place to do this.
Well, we certainly appreciate that. I know Mikey had talked to you somewhere not long ago, and you were like, hey, man, appreciate you and Megawatt. Always. Listen, man, we've been wanting to get you in here for a little bit. I was so glad that that's why I hollered at you this morning.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I was going to find you, and we were going to get pictures of the bike and maybe do a walk around or something, but instead, unfortunately, them folks put you in the booth with us. So.
Exactly. Well, instead of a walk around, I did a flop around in that corner, and then so now we'll load up a little beat up and battered bike and head home. But
hey, man,
we're loading up on our own power, right? So
absolutely. I'm blessed. I didn't break anything on me, just spokes on a bike, so I'm definitely blessed. But, but again, I appreciate y'all having me on for sure.
Pleasure's ours, bro.
All right, thank y'all very much. All right, thank you. Thanks, guys.
Always welcome in our booth.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Great time there. Randy Richardson from Michelin, and of course Senior Citizen as well. Be sure to check them out. And if you're thinking about going to Piedmont, you're racing for second. Randy is the guy to beat for sure. That dude is a ton of fun. I mean, I was telling Mikey a story. We were hanging out at the Shoals MX with Stu Baylor and his entire crew. That's where they do all their training. And Randy came and hang out with those guys, with the Verve Moto guys. All of a sudden, he's doing a burnout right in the middle of their indoor training gym. There's still the skid mark here today, so you never know what you're going to get with Randy. But
Randy leaving skid marks. That's on par.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
I thought walking into that one.
No. It's funny. Our director, Don, he said, man, who is he? He's good. And I said, it's Randy Richardson. I said, here he is on Instagram. Just showed him that. And he goes, oh, he is hilarious. Yes. This guy, he's about fun on a dirt bike. And at our core, I know we get serious. We got to race. Pros are out there for paychecks and yada, yada, yada. Make the sponsors happy. But that's a man that has fun on a dirt bike.
Yeah, absolutely. And it extremely, I mean, on the serious side, though, does a lot of great work with Michelin.
Absolutely.
They're always looking out for their riders, constantly, trying to help innovate and continue to do great stuff over there with them. So whether it's, the suit and tie side of things or the funny side, Randy's always fun to be around. So right now we've got race 17 out on track. It is Robbie Horton leading the way in Evolution 1 and Bill Borum on the Evolution 3 Golden Masters lead right now. Taking a look, really starting to see the braking bumps and acceleration bumps taking it out of these riders. And we talk about the difference in suspension between today's motorcycles and some of the older models, and you can kind of see on course whether the rider's in good shape or not. They're getting beat up and having to work hard as the white flag comes out for the 159. 159 on the jersey, and believe the 594 on the bike. Little GNCC style there. The bike and the back of the jersey don't match. Just needed a number on the helmet.
It's true. That's true. Number sticker on the helmet.
Yep. Exactly.
That always throws me at starts.
Yep, wrong side.
That happens too.
Oh, yeah.
Left side, right side. Cheek to cheek. Yeah. That's our second Chadwick reference today.
Yeah.
Yeah. He made a bet. He said, $5 if you mention me on the broadcast. Well, I didn't see the text. Zach got to it before me. So Zach is going to collect $5 for giving in Chadwick a shout out.
10 McNuggets headed my direction following the ATV Pro race, courtesy of Chadwick. That's Heron, not Holbert. Anyway, guys, we're out on track. Checkered flag is flying, and it looks like the win gonna go to Robbie Horton in Evolution 1, and Bill Borum there in Evolution 3.
Yes.
Already dropping the gate on race 18. 250C off and rolling, and look at that, a clean first turn in the C class. I love to see it. Look at a couple of KTMs duking it out up front as they make their way through the split lane.
No, I think this is just 250C.
Yep,
race 19,
250C,
yeah.
21 entries out on track right now. And the battle is on. Looks like that's the 25 machine leading the way. Landon Bilyeu out front. And got some company, have to wait and see. So it is Bilyeu leading the way with Isaac Henderson in the second place spot.
Matthew Orr checks in third. Nicholas Cardoza fourth place. And James Teague the third, rounding out that top 5 early in this one.
And man, look at that, second place there, bouncing all around. caught the rear end on a couple of those braking bumps, headed across the start straight. And it's already starting to shape up to be a two-rider battle at the moment. See Henderson might have been double upshifting headed down that straightaway. I can see a couple of these guys sending the wall as well towards the final couple of laps. If Henderson feels like he's got a shot at it, he might send that thing to the moon.
You think the landing will be as good as Brown's?
Honestly, no.
No.
But, do I think the
will it be as exciting? Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, you look at Carson lap after lap, he's probably within a square foot
for
of
sure.
the same spot every single time. I mean, it is insane how precise those top guys are. Oh, man, good battle there, slamming into some of those ruts. Henderson, though, is going to have to start looking around, not going to be able to follow if he wants to make the pass. He's also eating a lot of dirt off the back of Bilyeu right now. Look at that little scrub action there. Not quite close enough. He's definitely reeling him in, though. It's under a bike length now.
Show him that front wheel. What do you got?
Two different lines in the split lanes. Who's it going to pay off for? Looks like Bilyeu hangs on for now.
And Henderson a little faster that last lap. There we go.
Yep, Bilyeu kind of slides over, knocks in Henderson just a little bit.
Meanwhile, behind him, James Teague making moves up around Matthew Orr, who drops back to fourth, and now Robert Leonard rounding out the top five as we continue to watch a battle between Bilyeu and Henderson out in front.
Bilyeu able to open it back up, probably a bike length or so, not under the immediate pressure. Able to take the lines that he wants. Believe he's going to be seeing a white flag the next time around. So Henderson's got to go. Here we go, headed towards the white. Bilyeu almost in the exact same spot he was a lap ago. Comes up a little short on that finish. That's going to cost him. Trying to make up for it. Looks like he's trying to piece together some outsides. Hasn't worked so far that we've seen. He tucks back to the inside. Definitely some time lost between casing that jump and maybe taking that outside line as well. Does look like there's some lap traffic ahead, though. This could work into the favor of Henderson.
Saw that earlier today in a couple of cases. Some of the lap traffic coming into play late for these guys, and seen some big changes.
Henderson got a little sideways coming out of that corner. I think that's going to cost him big. He gets hung up by a lapper as well. And that means Bilyeu in the final corner. And there it is. Landon Bilyeu going to grab the second moto win here in 250C.
There's Diffie right there, the number 19. Full Diffie Smooth, Charlie Burgess.
And there's the 310 of Mitch Kendra out there as well.
All the boys.
He wound up at. Don't think he got the best start there in the second.
Yeah, maybe 17th or somewhere around there, I guess. But he was right there with Charlie Burgess as well.
Hey, you know who he's in front of? All of us here in the trailer. So
that's a good point.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Here we go. Silver Master,
Where'd he
55
finish?
plus.
17th.
There we go.
Yeah. No, Mitch had a fun time. That's what he did out there.
Big smile. Frank Koenig, man, make it interesting for us, all right? Turn around backwards off the start or something. Man, this guy has got something figured out.
Ride one-handed.
He might be looking over there, peeking at Dom, seeing when he's getting ready to drop that gate, because the guy has been on it every single time.
You might be careful peeking at Don.
Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah, right. You might want to be careful.
And I'm giving him a shout-out, too, because he's done a long drop, right? He's dropped the gate quick as well. He's definitely... The randomizer is working well.
I love it.
Nonetheless,
randomizer.
Koenig's got it figured out. And we see Nagy on the 11 trying to take the long way around, work his way into third. Looks like that is Dennis Baldwin going to come across the line in second.
Lee Fleischman in the number 3 spot. James Nagy is in 4th place, and Brian Semder rounding out the top 5 here for your Silver Masters 55 plus. What is that race?
It's going to be race 19 on the track right now.
Yeah, 20 coming up next. Vintage Masters 50 plus and Vintage Golden Masters 60 plus.
Yeah, I stepped out of the racer TV truck just a little bit ago. I couldn't tell what class he was in, but I saw a kidney belt out there.
Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah, we are vintage racing. I love it.
Gold belt.
I'm about it. I actually wore one for a little bit.
Oh, yeah, man. Come on. Some guys, they wore them at the top of the pants, almost to the bottom of the rib cage. Other guys, you could only see maybe that much of the kidney belt sticking up out.
Right.
You know, everybody had their own opinion on, how it's supported the most and how to wear it and stuff. And I just did it because it looked like David Bailey.
There you go.
Right on.
Adds horsepower, that's for sure. Taking a look right
Science.
now.
Science.
Hey, if it makes sense, it makes sense, right?
If it makes sense, it makes sense.
So the 968 on your screen at the moment.
768. Yeah.
I know how to count.
It's getting late, dude.
Sliced or pulled, all right?
You act like you've been doing this for 12 hours a day for 4 days straight now.
For a week.
Been a lot of numbers. Majority of them in GNCC 3-digit twos, but absolutely great job out there.
Telling him.
So the 768 machine coming around, checking in for another lap. And just rolling his way through there. You see Koenig in the bottom of your screen. Same thing, these guys just hitting their marks at this point, just turning in laps.
Just rolling through, yep. Absolutely. Having a good time on the bike. They've had the big build-up for 4 days. This is a culmination for them, too. They're cruising on in. They're going back here, take their time, load up, maybe share a beverage, maybe stop and eat before they head out, that kind of thing. So
go by the Buc-ee's.
Oh, we are. We are. You're going about 5 hours. We're going to eat?
I'm probably going to hammer down.
I got
be
you.
honest.
Yep,
I got
hammer
you. Down.
Yep,
going
I
all
hear
the
you.
way out to Destin.
Yeah. See you, Mega.
Chasing that sunset.
Bye, Mega.
Bye,
whatever.
Mega. You're going to be up in Georgia for the GNCC next week, right, Mega?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I'll see you there.
In the pouring rain on
Save me a
Saturday.
spot.
Yep.
Save me a spot.
By the way, we'll squash those rumors again. There were major rumors, as there is every year, that we're going to race Palatka again. We're not.
No.
We're going to Georgia. It's going to rain.
Oh, that
Bring
stuff
your
drives me
muck
crazy. Yeah,
Bring
exactly.
your rain gear. We're going to send it.
Bring a John boat, no problem, if necessary.
We
if
might
that's what
have
you're
to
afraid
race
of.
those on Saturday, because I think it's raining there now, and it is going to let up over the next couple of days.
Don't scare them off. Don't scare them off.
No. Come and have some fun. You're already down here. A lot of the people stay down anyways, right?
Yep.
So if you're heading north, may as well stop.
Occasionally I make that mistake between Pala and Hangtown. I stay for the week in Southern California, and then I end up frames, motors, stuff I can't ship back, and all this. And those road trips like that, they go either way for me.
Yeah.
They can go good or real good.
Yeah, there you go. That's the way to look at it.
Absolutely. Side by side here, the number 11 got the inside on the 337. Fleischmann trying to make the move.
They've gone back and forth a couple of times here.
Yeah, I thought he was going to get him coming to the finish, but now you're going to hang on to it.
Koenig did the Koenig thing out front, though. Get the early lead, check out to Laterville, say bye-bye. He's already on his way to Buc-ee's. I don't know if he's in another class yet. Probably. He's only been in like 10 of them today. Here we go.
Vintage Masters 50 Plus C and Vintage Golden Masters 60 Plus taking to the track. Look at that. The 203 front wheel didn't touch the ground until about 3/4 of the way down the straightaway. But it is going to be the 83 grabbing the whole shot. Joseph Gretchen back out front. We saw Gretchen have a pretty big get off in one of his earlier motos. Glad to see him back out and rolling. 203 sitting there in the second place spot. Wade Doring, I believe that's the 79 holding on the third of Glenn Apers. So these guys rolling that 3 wide down the back stretch. We got to go full NASCAR. They're coming out of turn 4 side by side.
Yes. We need an announcer in every turn.
I'm about it.
No, we don't.
No, we don't. It's bad enough with the 3 of us. Randy did fantastic, by the way. We do encourage him anytime he wants. I don't care if it's
absolutely. Yeah, I did. I invited him in anywhere we're at. Yes.
Come hang out with us.
Expect to see him in the booth at Loretta's for sure. No question about that.
Yeah, always cool to see. Oh, yeah, hey, wanted to point this out. Carson Brown on a 2001 125.
For sure.
Yeah, we heard that one. So now it's very cool. It's obviously we've been taking lessons from Mega all day long, but to have another rider, Randy, obviously immersing himself in the scene and everything like that.
Yeah, take a look at the pipe on that CZ right there. That thing's hand built. They call those down pipes naturally because they come out underneath of the chassis, and then later the evolution was the up pipe, which would follow the up tube of the frame, come out underneath of the gas tank, and of course route itself beside the seat and out under the back fender.
Very cool.
Again, on the Mako right here, you can see another custom. And here's the thing: those stock pipes are hammered. That low pipe, to find an NOS pipe like that. So you've got a lot of great manufacturers out there now that reproduce those pipes, and they're actually replicas of, say, a DG or a Will Smith pipe, an aftermarket pipe.
Now, is there any, as far as performance benefit when they did the changing to the up pipe, or is it just for less wear and tear on the pipe itself?
Actually, rerouting it did give it better flow. You were able to get a better shape in the expansion chamber itself. Once you come out of the head, the expansion chamber, you have much more room to give it that mid-range bulge in the pipe. Or down below, you were really limited underneath of the foot peg. You were constantly smashing that thing, whether you rode woods or moto, and you could only make it so big to start with.
This is what we talk about, guys. I mean, how many of you at home knew that, right?
Yeah,
it's like,
almost everybody.
Yeah, well, apparently, yeah.
Almost everybody listening.
I skipped class that day, I guess.
Where are we cutting this age group off at? Unless you've just been turning wrenches your whole life.
All right. Whatever.
All right.
And, a lot of people probably did not know that. A lot of people probably did not know that. Adam Gordon was noticing how cool the pipe looked, noticing the construction of it. And then, see, this bike now has an up pipe. Yep. Same era, same style of bike. But if you notice, it's got the loop, that Can-Am, and now comes out under the tank, like I said, exits along the seat and out under the rear fender. Tucked up.
Yeah.
Allows you to corner farther. You can lean over farther because you're not down on that pipe. You can jump farther. You got more ground clearance.
The evolution before your eyes right there.
Absolutely.
Wade Doring leading it for the Masters 50C. Glenn Apers second. Charles Kiesel. Good to see him out there. He had a gnarly get-off early, or a mechanical, I know, and wasn't able to finish one of these, so he's having some fun back out there. Robert Gretchen leading it for the Masters 60+. Robert McCrary second, and Eric Betzenberger. My best guess. I'm going with it.
I like it.
Betzenberger, yeah. There goes the 83 up and over, working his way down. Looks like the white flag getting ready to come out. One to go for your leader.
So about 33 minutes till we go quad racing. Going to get round one in the books here in just a few moments.
Taking a look across the start stretch for the last time, working his way through, looking ahead, making sure he doesn't need to take any different lines, anything like that. Working his way down past the 184, still skying that thing out. Here it is, the final corner of the race. He's out clean, and it looks like it's going to be the 203 machine. Wade Doring grabbing the win here in the second moto of Vintage Masters 50+ C.
Didn't even look like he was working hard, just put in good laps, hit his marks, rolled through it, and comes out of here with a big win.
Absolutely. Looks like we got fans high and low out here at Daytona. Everybody wanting to catch a glimpse of all of the racing action.
Got that Cessna making its way over to Daytona Airport right beside us.
Revolution 1 Masters 50 on the line coming up next.
Race number 21.
So you can see majority of your riders choosing to run those inside lines. About as far as inside they're going to get is the straightest shot. Now, we did see a couple of riders choosing those very, very inside gates yesterday, but primarily today, it's been about the fourth gate over or so is about as inside as a lot of guys have gone. Same thing with the ATV side of things. It's those insides, probably your first 3 or 4 you're not going to see your top guys go to, but maybe 6 through 8 gates from the inside might be where the spot is. Good rolling start from one of those riders, but it looks like Frenchie.
Wow.
Absolutely jetting off of that start and puts himself in a good spot early. 768 sitting in second. That's Dennis Baldwin.
Frenchie taking full advantage of that good start, puts a little gap on him right away, gives himself a little breathing room. Unbelievable conditions here today, just a little bit overcast, about 74 degrees, I'm going to guess. 72 just a little bit ago, short warmed up just a little bit, and did not dry this track out, did not bake that moisture out of it by any means. We have not had to get the water truck out, that type of thing. So just been an incredible day, really all things falling into place right here, all things lining up, and result is a track that we're looking at right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You think about the hundreds of bikes that have gone around this track. I mean, just lap after lap after lap. And the track work. I mean, the track work takes a lot out on the soil as well. And it's still just absolutely primo. Still got that chocolate cake mix look to it.
Sure.
And you can tell it's still very tacky. Plenty of traction out there as well. And so not only making some great racing here in the vintage bike classes, but like we said, shaping up for that 4 p.m. gate drop for your ATV main events.
Yeah, you see the surface looks a good bit different to start with right now. Has a little different tint to it. Has a little harder base right now. You don't see the deep grooves that we were seeing earlier in today's race. So this is going to be a very different track for the ATV main event.
Yeah, it took maybe 1 or 2 laps for all of the ruts on the jump faces to essentially disappear. But then at the same time, we saw those quads absolutely digging in the corners, especially when they're hugging that tight inside. And so, yeah, just like you said, going to be very interesting to watch how this thing develops over the course of the main event. And, of course, going to have a full field out there as well. We've run those heats in your last chance qualifiers, so that's going to be a stacked gate, which means you're probably going to have some lap traffic to deal with as well. The leader's going to have to shift left, shift right, and make it work. We saw Joel Hetrick doing just that. Got himself a nice gap, protected those insides the first lap or two, but then Mikey, once he had some clear room, wasn't worried about anybody doing anything, man, he was just flowing, berm blasting around those outsides.
Interesting point you bring that up. Joel Hetrick found out from our good friend Bailey, Kevin Bailey, was telling me that sounds like Hetrick lost brakes.
So we talked about it. We saw him looking down. I was curious what happened.
There is the answer. Lost brakes. So he was railing the outside basically out of necessity to slow himself down and continue to carry that speed.
Wow, and that just goes to show had the amount of control that he had on the machine. I mean, we had no idea. Oftentimes when a rider loses brakes, they're slowing down significantly to prevent anything from going wrong. Joel honestly might have dropped a second on his lap time.
No doubt.
It was flying. So clearly he's feeling very confident, feeling comfortable whether things go 100% to plan or even if he gets a curveball thrown at him. So that is dangerous for the rest of the field as Joel Hetrick looking poised as ever here in 2024.
Cool stuff. Cool stuff for Frenchie. Greg Paymar out there in the 1 spot, coursing his way through some lap traffic. Dennis Baldwin in the 2 position. Mark Swart in 3rd. Glenn Britton 4th place, and Robert Green rounding out that top 5.
So taking a look on screen, we are rolling through them here. Race 21 on the track right now. Race 22, here I'm getting fired up on the line. That's going to be your women's class coming up next. So about to see the ladies do battle. But right now, I'm going to pay attention to see if Frenchie's able to bring it home.
4 completed, on his way for a checkered flag here again as he continues to course around the lap traffic. Getting down into the nitty-gritty of the day as the checkered flag flies. There he is. Greg Paymart has checked in. Dennis Baldwin will take 2nd. Mark Swart 3rd. 4th place Glenn Britton, and 5th place Robert Green. I think we had somebody going out for some bonus laps, perhaps it sounds like.
Hey, I don't blame him down. If I wasn't 100% sure it was a checkered flag, I'm not letting up.
Right.
You know, last thing you want to be is the guy that stops on the white. Here we go, women's racing, race 22 off and rolling. And talking about rolling, it was Shelby rolling away with the first moto win. And in the words of Limp Bizkit, she's going to keep rolling here for moto number 2.
I think Limp Bizkit is touring again, and it's like a reunion tour or something. That's how old I am now. My cousin was at Woodstock 99. He said it was insane. They left early before it burned to the ground.
Well, you know, it's just one of those days.
It's one of you know, there will be days like that, Mama says.
Absolutely. So Shelby doing exactly what she was planning here in Moto 2. Let's have a repeat of 1, get a great start, get out front, and let everybody else worry about second place. Putting herself in a great spot right now.
Landry Hazen in the 2 spot. Kayla Alexander 3rd. 4th is Heather Bowman and Piper Harris 5th, with Claire Parker rounding out the top 6 for your women's class. So Shelby Rowland picking up where she left off in her first moto out here. And again, coming up next is the king of Daytona XR 200. That one was fun to watch first time around. 20 riders in total. Make what, probably the second or third, 4th largest class out there. 20 riders. We'll take it.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, great turnout here. And yeah, this one's going to be one worth watching for sure. I mean, yeah, put it like this. You got a title like King of Daytona in your backyard. No, you need to be paying attention to this one for sure. But right now, all eyes on Shelby Rowland doing her thing out front at the moment. Taking a look at, I believe that's the number 90 of Landry Hazen on screen right now. Taking a little glance over the shoulder, seeing how much time she's got.
There's the number 90. That is Landry Hazen. Under just a little bit of fire right there from the 643. And the 643 has someone on her 6. That is Heather Bowman.
Yeah, she definitely can't get too comfortable right now. Those that want to leave any doors open or anything like that, going to be protecting the insides.
Shelby on the move still. 3 laps in. There's 3 for Landry Hazen. A 10-second gap back to her. 3 seconds back to Kayla Alexander. And the 31 makes a pass. They make it stick. Long way around. Okay, checks back up. Goes back to work. I was going to say, that's where the battle is at. They were half a second difference between they checked in with 3 laps completed.
Here it is, and I like what I'm seeing. They're taking the same lines, but not the same lines. Right. You know what I mean? Just a couple of inches difference, and we've seen it pay off there. You saw the 31 peeking around, trying to find some different real estate, because you never know, right? You never know. This line might work out better, or something as simple as a mistake from the rider in front of you can play to your hand for sure.
Sure, no doubt about that.
So white flag coming out here for race 22. Hey, got to give a big shout out to our guy Brock Glover. Just shot me a text saying, hey, I've been watching on Racer TV for the last couple hours. So great to have him online enjoying the racing for sure. He's probably enjoying this as much as Mega or Randy or us. I'll be the first to admit it. I mean,
absolutely.
It might be a young gun for sure, but I guess not, honestly. And professional, like I saw Drew Adams yesterday. I'm definitely older than him.
You're definitely on the old end now of the rider's
back in my
career anyways.
Yep, absolutely. But nonetheless, I think I'm probably the last generation, though, where I can say I still had Kickstarters. So
that's fair.
You kids don't know how easy you have it.
Exactly.
But awesome to have Brock enjoying the show right now. And there it is. Wrapping it up, rolling, gets the job done. Looking at a 1-1 there for your women's class. Race 22. And now it's time. We're going to be crowning the king of Daytona, the XR 200. Race 23 coming up. Oh, I know you're excited, Megan. I ain't got to ask you, that's for sure. Here we go. Look at that. How about this one guy on the outside of the dog box? He said, I'm not worried. You don't think it's going to happen from here? Just watch. Just watch.
We can see his line that he's going to take right there.
He's got it all planned out. It's lined up perfectly.
Lean into it, baby.
Yep. And here we go.
Bam.
Look at that. Good jump. Good jump.
Yeah, what's awesome is that whole line of XR200 sound like 3 450s.
Yep.
Hey, man. 822 out front.
That's Ripper.
Riley Ripper.
Ripper ripping it up right now. Stash is flowing in the wind. And he's got the number 15 breathing down his neck, though. But I'm telling you, Riley Ripper was the man on the move in the first moto. Got a terrible start.
Oh, that's right.
Putting himself inside the top three. So all jokes aside, this guy is somebody to be taken seriously. But there comes Blake Wharton running up the inside.
Oh, but where is Ripper? he's well, wait a second. Oh, he dropped back.
Yep, Ripper got past. Drops down to third.
He's in third, yeah.
I'm telling you what, Wharton and the 15 of Brandon Glenn, they were table for two was set in Moto 1. They went back and forth.
Yeah, and take a look at those bikes. Yeah, they're a little step ahead right there as far as suspension goes. When we get into the valve train through those, I'm sure there's some differences between them and the rest of the pack for sure. Looks like that's upside down forks right there on the number 15 machine. I got to look into these roll. Everybody looks like they basically got XR200 frames, maybe some different swing arms, maybe different triple clamps and forks. I'm not sure what the rules are. We'll have to see.
Gonna go put Mega down an impound to go through everything. Wait a second.
Taking notes. Is someone brewing coffee? That smells
a nice
delicious.
Smell like egg over here in the truck.
Must be Tanner down there. Yep, making him a fresh cup of Joe. Little afternoon pick me up. Need that or a Monster Energy IV at this point.
Pretty much. Oh, problems. Wharton gets shot off the track. Hang on to it.
Pertnier going fishing right there in one of our ponds.
We've been waiting on it.
We had a rider fall into it earlier.
We saw a face plant in there.
Ooh, a little style.
And there's Ripper still doing his thing in third.
Yeah, Brandon Glenn, your new leader. Blake Wharton right there in the 2 spot. Riley Ripper, third. Outside of that, Hayden Hefner in fourth. Chase Pollard rounding out your top 5.
Yeah, Hayden Hefner, another one worth watching for sure. You can't help but expect for him to keep the pressure on all the way to the finish. Taking a look at the backside of the screen, looked like he was about half a second or so behind Ripper. And man, I'm pretty surprised. Wharton, he got past in that first moto and was able to make his way back around relatively easily. But yeah, Glenn not feeling the same way here in Moto 2. Says, man, this one counts. This is for the overall. It's mine.
Yeah, I just see something a little different in Wharton's body language or something. After that bobble, he just really doesn't have that intensity. I don't know if there's something wrong with the bike or what. There he comes now. Now he's closing back up.
Yeah, now he's inching toward him.
Must have seen that white flag. Because he has definitely got the intensity back up. He's got one more shot to do it. Glenn obviously knows he's there. Tough spot for Glenn as well. He's going to have to pick his way through some lap traffic. Let's see how this plays out. Nice heads up right in front of the lap. There kind of checks up just a little bit. Could have done a little bit more, but nonetheless. They work their way around the 175. You see the 15 scrubbing it off, not launching that first jump. And I'm telling you what, I think he's going to be able to hang on to it. We'll see how things play out with the 178. They got to get around.
A lot of lappers right there,
too. Oh, no. Oh, he makes it happen. Oh, sideways. Side by side. It's a drag race to the finish. And, man.
1-2. That was good. That was fun.
That's exciting.
Nice
little chaos.
Yeah, that's exciting right there for sure.
So I believe that's going to make Brandon Glenn the king of Daytona in the XR200 class. So a huge congrats there. Vet 30 plus coming up next. Vet 30 plus, gates down. We're off and rolling. Look at the jump from the white front fender there. Try to get a number on the 165 once again. James Roberts, man, oh man. It was like he had a count in his head, knew exactly how long to wait. 67 sitting in second. Looks like maybe the 983 followed by the 80. Taking a look. There we go. Look at it. Already up and over through the finish line. So the 165 trying to make short work of it. Works his way through the sand section, tucks it to the inside. Look at that little glance over. Oh, sure. I don't have anybody breathing down my neck already. So we're good.
Just casual, you know. Wasn't a big look back and all that. Just a little glance sideways.
Yep. Just taking a quick peek.
So race number 24 on the track right now, 25 in staging, or on the gate actually. That's the Evolution 1, Evolution 2, Evolution 3 Masters 50 plus. There on the
I like that right there with the brake drag all the way up the wall jump, getting a great acceleration down the backside. So we continue to watch. Looking like the fans starting to make their way out as well. They know won't be too much longer before we get ready to go ATV racing. Those main events going to be a barn burner to say the least. And look at that, man. I'm telling you what, he is feeling it right now. That's a full flow, putting the whole track together. That's not sections. That's just feeling a full flow.
Yep.
Roberts scooting out front. Andrew France in the 2 spot. Jacob Pischke is in 3rd. 4th place, Mark Denton. Austin Wells 5th.
Good heads up riding there from your leader. Saw those lights, saw the Red Cross flag, and kept it wheels on the ground, backed her down significantly. Looking like we had a rider go down hard. Hopefully they're going to be okay. Already getting tended to by the staff here.
Yeah, Daytona, absolutely a phenomenal response team.
Coming together with a lapped rider.
A little shake of the head there by James Robertson.
He did try to avoid
got me. I was looking at that. He said, "You're okay. You're okay. Oh, my bad. All good. You all right, bud?"
Might have just lit a fire under that new lapped rider. That's it. Better be on the lookout.
As a matter of fact.
James Roberts, he's from Holly, Midwesterner, so he's like, "Oh, my bad. Sorry."
Yep.
You know, that's kind of my neck of the woods.
And there you
just
go.
Up north
wheels,
there.
Wheels
take
on
him
the
a fresh
ground.
baked pie later.
Yeah.
So they are directing. Looks like they're directing
around that
off
jump.
the side of the track. Yeah, around the wall jump. So obviously safety top priority out here for the racers. So doing a quick adjustment, and look at that, doing a great job there from the Vet 30 plus guys. These guys, they are vets, right? They're able to kind of take a step back, calm it down. And as they get ready to go around and take the white flag, checking up just a little bit. And unfortunately in this sport, a lot of times it's not a matter of if but when, right? I mean, we've all been on the receiving side. We've all hit the ground before, and it means a lot. As somebody that's been down there before myself, man, there's nothing worse than having a rider go by you. You're hurt. You can't move.
Yeah.
And so always nice to see the rest of the field showing compassion and checking up.
Takes one more thing off your mind while you're playing there. You bet.
Absolutely.
For sure.
So he's headed back around the back stretch for the final time. And looks like they have got things cleared up. So they're back up and over that wall. And I believe this is going to be the final corner for your leader, the 165, trying to bring it home. And there it is, James Roberts. No, I take that back. That was it's a Red Cross flag. So we're still racing. So he's taking a look back over his shoulder. We're still going. Like we said, it ain't over till we see the checkered flag.
That's it.
Nonetheless, as we said before, 2-lap card, white flag, all courtesy. So you can see whatever you want until you see checkers. So the 165 is going to do it again. It's all right. He's in a good spot. Yeah, sure, I'll go around one more time. Why not?
Now he's moving.
Yep.
Now he's like, we're gonna get this thing over with.
Able to get back up to speed.
Yeah, that's a man having fun.
Yes,
no, he didn't.
It's a double leg swag.
All right, what do you got here? What do you got here at the finish, my
there
guy?
It is. Checkered flag, getting the job done.
Some style. I love it.
I think he was going from Mike Jones' grasshopper, but he didn't have enough elevation.
Didn't quite have enough elevation.
I think that's what he was going for, though. Here we go.
Mad Mike Jones.
Evolution 1 Golden Masters, Evolution 2 Masters 50 Plus, and Evolution 3 Race 25 getting ready to take the track. So it looks like, look, one rider jumping from the KTM straight onto, I believe that's the KDX. So I literally think he just came off the track, back onto the gate. Car goes sideways, and boom, he's back off and rolling.
That's awesome.
That's stellar.
That is.
Had his buddy holding the bike. Hey,
oh, look at those
right
guys.
Back. Absolutely. The
jockeying
203.
for position. 203 coming out in front.
Here comes the 3 machine.
So Wade Doring's got the spot right now, but he's got the number 3 breathing down his neck, Jason Hoofnagel. And looks like he may have it. They're side by side up and over the wall. And here we go, looking like it is going to be the number 3 credited with leading lap number 1. So Jason Hoofnagel coming out of Pennsylvania, 41 years old on the Honda, out front leading the way. Wade there on the 203 currently holds second, but he has got his hands full. We had a battle and got a couple of different classes there, so we're going to have to wait and see the number on the bike for who's third physically on track.
Wade Doring leading it for your Evolution 1 Golden Masters. Evolution 3, it's Jason Hoofnagel. Yeah, Steve Bauman in that Evolution 2 Masters 50 Plus, sitting there all by his lonesome. Might have been the only guy rolling out there in this one, but
really?
Nonetheless, well, no rider, other riders have checked in, put it that way. Scott Clamforth in the number 2 spot. Dave Martini in the number 3 position in that Golden Masters. Craig Longo 4th and Denny Ramsey 5th. We dropped down to that Evo 3. Tyler Creasy, Jason Hoofnagel turns in another one, leading it. Now it's Tyler Creasy in second and Sean Sweeney in third. Some changes going on back there.
Coming up next, that's going to be race number 26, Revolution 2. Revolution 2, and in staging area, going to have our final race of the day. That's our Vintage Masters 50 Plus, Revolution 1 Gold Masters, and Revolution 2 Senior 40 Plus.
Then we get to those mains, man. We got Pro Sport Main for ATVs. And the pro race coming up after that. I don't know if you heard, Meg, I was telling Zach Herron, we had noticed that Joel Hedrick was looking down at the machine a couple of times, was railing these outside lines. Kevin Bailey actually came up and said the man lost brakes. No brakes. He's taking those outside, slow himself down, and able to still carry that momentum through. Obviously, the machine is fixed now and ready for the main, but
no doubt,
just makes it that much more impressive. Zach made a good point. He's like, man, I think he may have found a second or two faster. Just let the man have no brakes.
Yeah, exactly.
Just gnarly. So that is coming up here once we get wrapped up here with Moto 2s for our vintage bikes. Just 2 more races after this one. Golden Master out there right now. 3 laps into it for your leaders. Jason Hoofnagel leading it. Sean Sweeney in the 2 spot for Evo 3 for your Golden Master. Wade Doring, big lead for him. Craig Longo finally checks in right there.
Laps continue to wind down here on today's program. In staging right now, that is going to be the Revolution 2 class. 20 riders in that one. 27th is going to be Vintage Revolution 1, Revolution 2, Senior 40 Plus, and Masters 50 Plus. Total of 19 riders there. Hufnagel keeps rolling through. White flag out now. Less than a lap to go. Very cool 76 125 SX. If you look closely at it on top of the forks, you're going to see these two cans. It looks like a speedometer and attack. They're chambers, air chambers. Really? From back, 1976. Absolutely crazy. And they had a 125C, a YZ 125C that year, and a YZ 125SX. So that was almost an option. You could pick the one that had the improved capacity forks and all that. And whether it really worked or not, I don't know.
But I like the idea. I like where the head's at.
Yeah, for sure. And here we go, working through. There comes Hufnagel. Checkered flag should be out. Going to be the final right-hander. Here we go. And that is it. Race number 26 right now, Revolution 2. On the track right now. Looks like one bike down there maybe getting a spark plug changed. See if we can get that thing fired up. Looks like we're ready to go. There we are. Everybody up and running. Race 26, Revolution 2.
On a bit of a holding pattern here, Mega.
Yeah, just want to get some people moving around here, some personnel moved around. There we go.
Now we're moving.
One cart just about to go sideways. We were waiting to get that Montesa off the track, what we were doing there, so we got it out of the way. Here we go. Revolution 2. Up and rolling. That is the number 910. That's Carson Brown out front. Ravensdale, Washington, sponsored by Red Bull and BBR Motorsports. Carson Brown getting a great jump, drives it in deep into turn number 1, comes out with a whole shot and the lead. Just took that Carson Brown line, sent it up 3 stories to flat. Wow, look at the lead already. Whoa, big bobble there by Brown. That's the first time I've seen him really bobble today.
Well, he is human.
Yeah, that was a monster, too. That was a big swap.
Man, he is just fun to watch ride a motorcycle.
Yeah.
I mean, no
doubt about it.
And I heard Randy talking about it. His corner speed is just stellar. Right there, good example of it.
Absolutely.
Really carries that momentum, gets real low. Looking like one of my buddies on a street bike dragging his knee around there.
Yeah.
It's just beautiful.
The doctor. And I can't believe he doesn't need to, but he just keeps sending that thing up to the 3rd floor.
I know it. I love it.
You know?
Hey, there's a lot of people watching. He's got to put on a show, baby.
I guarantee it. Got to keep his followers happy, but
That's
man,
right.
oh man.
That's right.
Punishing that thing lap after lap.
I'm telling you what, Mega, I just stepped outside the truck. I think it was Randy that pointed this out. Carson's corner speed is insane.
Yes.
Like, the guy was already accelerating before he ever even got into the corner. Like, it just...
Well, yeah, that's what pros do. I mean, the bottom line is
right.
You do your braking
And
here.
that is just insane.
Then you put the acceleration through the corner, and he's a perfect textbook example of it.
Yeah,
for sure.
Absolutely beautiful.
Everybody drags the brake in, you know, they maybe apex and then they get on the gas. No, your braking's done before the turn, and anybody at the pro level, you gas through the turn.
Yep.
You don't brake into it.
See, again, you're speaking street bike language to me. I love that. I love that. Yeah, it's funny, Zach. Just before you came in, we were watching him run this turn, this little S turn right here.
Where I was looking.
It was sickening.
Man,
it was just insane.
Beautiful. Yeah, boy, he's been fun to watch this weekend. Oh, really cool to see it in person.
Got this little thing that's not even a braking bump. Just got this little pile of dirt, and he's using it for a downside.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
White flag is out. 1 to go, literally. 1 to go for Carson Brown, and 1 race left on the docket. That's going to be race number 27.
Blake Hazen making moves back there, able to get around Blake Wharton. So it's now Brown, Wagers, and Hazen, top 3. One more time, boy. Fun to watch.
Yeah, smooth.
On that, what was you saying? 01?
Yes.
Very cool. That's another reason I know I'm getting old. I think of 01. I'm like, it's a few years ago. No, it's not. That is a couple decades ago at this point. Checkered flag flies for Carson Brown. Putting on a show for the fans here in Daytona. Solid ride and a fun race day for Carson Brown. Alex Wagers hangs on to second. Blake Hazen third. Blake Wharton rounds out fourth. And I think it's going to be Christian McCauley checking in for a 5th place position.
There we go.
Mega, this is it for 2 wheels. This is it for us here today.
Bringing our version of Supercross to a close.
Yeah. See our ATVs at the top right of your screen on racertv.com. Pro Sport guys, they'll have a parade lap. Then we'll go racing. But boy, going to be a good one.
Oh, absolutely. Those guys anxiously waiting to get out there, get on that gate. Like you said, they'll take that sight lap, and then it's time to go racing. So it looks like we got the final riders off of the course right now. There we go. One card is up on the final 2-wheel race of the day.
There we go. Gate drops, and we're off one last time for the 2-wheel side of things.
Race number 27. Oh, yep, that's going to be the 47 out front, leading the way. Vaughn Smith out of Kingston, Tennessee. Vaughn riding that Revolution 1 Golden Masters class. Vaughn, one of 3 people that didn't put his age down.
Yeah. Don't ask, don't tell.
Yeah, exactly. That's how he feels about it right now. So here we go. Final race of the day. Vaughn Smith out front now, the number 49, Jacob Radowitz. Literally right up the street here in Port Orange, Florida. Our new leader out front.
Nagy in the 2 spot. James Nagy, that is, I should say. Steve Nagy back there in 3rd place. And on the Golden Master side, it's Gregory Likens out front. Vaughn Smith in the number 2 position.
So here we are, guys. Last call for
Absolutely.
2-wheel racing. It's been an awesome day, an awesome track to go along with it.
Oh, incredible. And, you know, it's such a different track than the quad saw earlier. I'm sure we're going to make a quick touch-up just before the sight lap.
Yeah, for sure.
Nonetheless, this is a very, very different racetrack than those guys saw a couple hours ago.
Yeah, absolutely. As a matter of fact, I think I'm actually going to leave it with you guys here in the truck. I'm going to head down with one of our Racer TV cameras. We're going to try to get a word with Joel Hetrick, maybe Chad Weenan before the main, find out exactly where their heads are at and what the plan is. So I'm going to leave it with you guys, and I'll see you back soon.
All right. So Zach Herron going to be out and about. So Heinzerling. I'm going with it, Mega. What do you think?
That's what it is.
Okay. All right. You say anything with enough conviction, people believe you. I failed
Heinzerling. When I sound that one out, that's what I get.
I'm with you. All right, well, he's leading. I know that. 670 Honda. David Whitehead is in second place. For your Golden Masters, it's Gregory Likens, Vaughn Smith. How about this? Craig Hatch moves up. Matt Callender moves up. Glenn Barrett, rough lap number 2, drops back into the fifth place position. Senior 40-plus, Jacob Radulowicz in first place. Steve Nagy second, and James Nagy third.
Nice.
As we're watching the number 11. I think that is James Nagy.
I love it.
Moving his way around.
Those guys active all day, multiple classes, different bikes.
Yeah.
Just happy to be here, happy to be part of it.
As the fans have started to pile in to watch these mains here for the ATV SX. And the finale here for the vintage bikes.
Hey, man, just got a note from our buddy Ken Hill. Just got a message, man.
Oh, yeah.
Ruptured his plantar fascia at GNCC, man. Sorry to hear that for sure. Listening at home right now, he sent us a photo of that. And says, sorry, I'm not at Daytona, but watching on Racer TV. So, Ken,
good.
man, get yourself healed up. But, yeah, you know I was looking for you. There's no doubt about that. Holy cow, that thing is swollen like a poison puppy, dude. Holy cow, look at that.
Ooh, Ken Hill.
Yeah, Ken Hill.
Elevate the thing, man.
Yeah,
which
for
I'm sure
sure
he has.
No doubt about it. Well, Ken, man, get that thing healed up, man. Looking forward to seeing you soon. He knows I was looking for him.
Yeah.
Down here taking pictures. He's a staple, man.
Not been out about enough to look for him, but yeah.
GNCC, motocross, Daytona, Supercross. You're going to find Ken Hill there, and one of the most interesting personalities. You're going to find one of the nicest guys, no doubt about it. Always got something on the grill that just come out of the garden or the woods, one or the other.
That's true.
I love the guy, dude, for sure.
As a matter of fact, well, no, it was last year. I was going to say this year. It was last year, opening round GNCC. Got to the hotel. I had a sad piece of smoked salmon that I ate. And Ken is over there grilling up fajitas, and he's like, come over, I'll feed you.
Oh, yeah.
And it was fantastic.
No doubt. Tailgate cuisine with Ken Hill is first star, 5-star first rate. Absolutely.
And don't forget, folks, we will be doing podiums. Derek Garcia, credit where credit's due, man. You reminded me. Thank you for that. We will be doing podiums down there in Victory Lane for the top 3. So don't forget that. If you get a top 3 out of your pro sport class and the pro class, we will do interviews down there with the top 3. I know Zach Herron is going down, trying to get a word in with some of these guys maybe prior to the race and get a little perspective. We got Racer TV down there as well. And there they are, our pro sport riders, ready to be locked and loaded down on the gate and get the main underway. Meanwhile, I'll give you a quick recap here on that Vintage Masters 50+. It was Robert Heinzerling taking the win. David Whitehead second, third place Brian Oakley. For your Golden Masters, Gregory Likens, Vaughn Smith, and Greg Hatch rounding out your top 3 with your senior 40+. Jacob Radulowicz, Steve Nagy, and James Nagy rounding out your top 3. So we reset the deck and we take a look at our pro sport class. And while we maintain and prep this track for our ATVs, we're going to take a short commercial break, get in a word from our sponsors, and we'll be back with ATV SX here on Racer TV in Daytona.
It's a big world out there. How do you choose to see it? When you crave the long canyons, rocky trails, rutted tracks, and lonely highways, they become a part of you. Podiums and personal records, we choose it all. Because life is about moving and feeling. It's about being connected to the adventure. Some just never pull the trigger. They keep waiting, wondering what it means to wander. It's a big world out there. You just need to ride where you belong.
would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
OnTrackSchool.com. Check it out.
The United States Motorcycle Coaching Association has been setting a standard for motorcycle coaching since 2016. Coaching is important for all riders, no matter the age or skill level. The USMCA connects riders with coaches, whether the rider is just starting out on their motorcycling journey, to a competitive amateur racer looking to reach their next milestone, or the professional athlete trying to clinch a title. Download the Motorcycle Coaching app and get connected to a USMCA certified coach today.
30 minutes and 2 laps. Let's go racing. Full contact. Look at that lead. Down to the inside. Jet Lord still on top. Oh, the podium's here. I don't think any atmosphere can match it. Nothing quite like Pro Motocross.
It's a big world out there. How do you choose to see it? When you crave the long canyons, rocky trails, rutted tracks, and lonely highways, they become a part of you. Podiums and personal records, we choose it all. Because life is about moving and feeling. It's about being connected to the adventure. Some just never pull the trigger. They keep waiting, wondering what it means to wander. It's a big world out there. You just need to ride where you belong.
How would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
OnTrackSchool.com. Check it out.
The United States Motorcycle Coaching Association has been setting a standard for motorcycle coaching since 2016. Coaching is important for all riders, no matter the age or skill level. The USMCA connects riders with coaches, whether the rider is just starting out on their motorcycling journey, to a competitive amateur racer looking to reach their next milestone, or the professional athlete trying to clinch a title. Download the Motorcycle Coaching app and get connected to a USMCA certified coach today.
30 minutes and 2 laps. Let's go racing. Full contact. Look at that lead. Down to the inside. Jet Lord still on top. Oh, the podium's here. I don't think any atmosphere can match it. Nothing quite like Pro Motocross.
It's a big world out there. How do you choose to see it? When you crave the long canyons, rocky trails, rutted tracks, and lonely highways, they become a part of you. Podiums and personal records, we choose it all. Because life is about moving and feeling. It's about being connected to the adventure. Some just never pull the trigger. They keep waiting, wondering what it means to wander. It's a big world out there. You just need to ride where you belong.
Would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
OnTrackSchool.com. Check it out.
And welcome back to ATV SX here in Daytona. Got our parade lap getting underway here for the Pro Sport class. And once that wraps up, we'll get right into the racing for these mains.
What we've been waiting on, Mikey. Here it is. You know, we've made our way through the qualifiers. The heat race is actually the last chance qualifiers, and it's main event time. Time to go racing. Always getting some exciting texts and messages in here, Mikey.
Yeah.
A little bit of info
cool
here and there, a lot of input from the guys listening home, and every now and then, you know, get a special guest texting to let you know they're listening, man. I love it.
Yeah, love that.
So now we let the cat out of the bag. Hey, here's to you, David Eller, the Phoenix Racing Team, man. Know you're home. Let's appreciate your support. He always encourages us as announcers.
Yes,
again, you know, the Ride to Live guys and Maxon and Phoenix responsible, as we said earlier, for our tower down at Loretta's, and these guys absolutely involved at every level. 2 wheels, 4 wheels, amateur, pro. I've never seen anybody so involved and concerned with making things better than David Eller and the entire Phoenix team. Yeah, no doubt about it. Certainly, they got some good riders, too, in Joel Hetrick, and then, of course, we're just talking ATV side, really, and Bryson Neal over on the GNCC side, couple of #1 plates under their belt.
Want to thank, while we've got our ATV riders out there, we need to show some love to the sponsors that support ATVMX throughout the season. Want to mention our featured sponsors, RP Race Performance, as well as Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com, CST Tires, as well as Kenda Tires, VP Racing Fuels, and Arma. And our associate sponsors as well, SSI Decals, DWT, Hinson Clutch Components, Elka, Experience the Edge, Defiance Lifestyles, 88 Live to Ride, racing towards rider safety. Love that. Rocket Racing, and of course the AMA, the American Motorcyclists Association.
Wow, look at this, Mikey. Gate is loaded. Going to have some ready, guys baby. On the second row here. This thing fixing to get real in a hurry. We got just a couple more bikes to get loaded into the gate. Conditions absolutely unbelievable. Take a look at different colors of the surface right there. That dirt still retains the moisture that had in it this morning. A lot of it now working its way back up to the top just a little after 4 o'clock. So as we move into the evening hours, this thing has not been punished by the sun today. We haven't had the high winds drying it out. This track is absolutely amazing to me. Harv Whipple down there making sure everybody's in position, getting the last few people in place. Look at that. This gate is loaded. Words of encouragement from the techs right now, firing them up.
Some fist bumps.
Hey, we're about a minute and a half from racing, Mikey. Here we go, buddy.
Let's go. 30-second card in the air. Go ahead. Sorry, Megan.
No, man, I love it. We were both so excited. Go right ahead. Yeah.
Hey, this is what we live for right here. Gate drops. Stretching the wrist out, stretching those forearms out. Throttling on, ready to roll.
Oh, man. It's a totally different track than these guys saw a little bit ago, and here we go. Main event underway, Mikey.
Right up the inside. Oh, a little rubbing right there.
Want to get them straightened out.
Contact. We're here for it.
Oh, there it is.
And a big crash. 2 riders go down. They're going to drop position. Oh, no, and it's going to be the number 3.
Is that Louderville?
I believe it is.
Yeah. For sure. He had a great start. Oh, it is. Yeah, he had a great start. Oh, I don't know about that. That one will be under review, I'm sure.
Yeah, we'll let the officials take a look at that one. But
yeah, absolutely. I get it, but
yep.
Here we go.
Tyler Marlin, leader. Joey Norris in the 2 spot. That's Norris on the left-hand side of your screen. 2 different line choices right there. And Norris going to come out in front. I believe that is Norris, and Tyler Marlin's the 609. 999 of Landon Korn in 3rd. The number 9 of Cody Houghton in 4th place, and Cale Deal rounding out the top 5.
Wow, Real Deal gets himself in position right now, puts himself up in there in that lead group, as you said, top 5.
Back and forth.
And it is on right now. Look at this. Will we see a lead change right here?
Merlin took it back from him, and now it's the number 900 of Joey Norris. Let's see who. Oh, big mistake. Joey Norris goes down.
Norris had the right idea. He wanted to put it in there. Dropped that front end a bit soon, clipped that berm, and it spit him off like a lawn dart.
Finally gets it fired up. Going to cost him several positions.
Wow, and look at the switch lanes here, Mikey. This is where it's at, man. This is where your action's going to happen here today, I believe.
Tyler Marlin with the struggles. And, yeah, things really just shook up right there. So let's go. Landon Korn now in first. Cody Houghton second. Cale Deal third. Nicholas Mathard fourth. And Noah Arnold rounding out your top 5.
The racing hot and heavy down that back straight. Here we go. Mono a mono. Who's it going to be? Inside, outside.
Landon Korn checks in again. 3 laps completed now. Landon Korn leads it. Cody Houghton in the number 2 spot. So let's see what Landon Korn can do out front. Applying the pressure is Houghton Deal. Noah Arnold gets around Nicholas Mather, Justice McDaniel in 6th place, Lucio in 7th, Damian Hubert in 8th place, 9th place, Tyler Marlin back on the move, and Dawson Herringer rounds out your top 10.
Mikey, this pace is substantially faster than we saw earlier in the day, whether our heat races or our LCQ. These guys have a different track. These guys know it's main event time, and they have definitely increased the pace.
Well, patience paying off for Landon Korn. Decent start. Couple of mistakes by some guys in front of him. And he has taken advantage of that opportunity and trying to run away with the lead right here, but still being challenged by Cody Horton and Cale Deal.
Yeah, Launderville back in that 15th spot. Now, he was in the number 2 ride as they went into that first dip there. Both of them, I don't think there was much contact. Both of them just dropped into that deep stuff. Next thing you know, high side for both of them.
Joey Norris picking up a couple of positions up to 11th now. And where is Tyler Marlin? Back in the number 9 spot when he checked in with 4 laps completed. So we continue to watch those guys work, or at least try to work their way through the pack. Great race out in front.
Wow, Mikey, look at this.
Different line choices right there. Can he get a good drive? Houghton.
Yeah, Korn riding defensive, man. I'll tell you what, he knows exactly what he needs to do into the split lanes right now. Houghton knows he has to make a move. You have to get up on that rear grab bar. You have to get up on the fender. That's tough enough. Once you're there, you got to figure a way around.
That's it. Houghton going to have his hands full. I see Cale Deal sneaking into the camera shot right there in that number 3 position, trying to work his way up into the fight.
What those lap times look like?
So you got Korn turning a 51.6. His fastest was a 51.4, but it is Houghton with a 51.3. I think that is going to be your fastest. No, Joey Norris, who's on the move. Joey Norris up into the number 6 spot, and he's doing it amongst traffic. I want to see Tyler Marlin, 52. So Marlin still working his way up as well, but back in the 8th position.
I got to tell you, just as we expected, these top 3 starting to pull away just a bit, open that gap. Fastest 3 guys on the track, but your leader still turning a fast lap with a 51. Landon Cord now starting to open up a bit of gap. The race between Houghton and Deal all of a sudden. Deal falling off the pace just a bit, though.
Yeah, Deal is, it was probably about a second and a half between 3rd and 1st at one point. Now we got about a second and a half between each rider, at least as they checked in with 6 complete.
Almost evenly spaced as they head down this back straight right now. Korn did exactly what he needed to do. Weathered that storm for 2 laps. Those guys really started to close the gap. Oh, as I say that, there comes Houghton. No, Korn made a little bit of a mistake. Houghton going to try to go around the outside. Not going to work this time. Korn able to get the bike back up on the pipe in time. Houghton knows where he's had the speed. Right here it is. Can he bounce through the switchback?
Love the idea.
Oh,
has to just brake check just enough not to run into that rear grab bar.
I thought sure he was going to go inside and try to make that happen.
See, I just saw Joey Norris on the back side of the screen. I looked, he is up into the number 5 position. Joey Norris putting on a heater, running 50s amongst 51s, 53s, trying to work his way up after the mistake early.
Wow. Zach, what's the buzz down there on the starting line, buddy?
Man, I'm telling you what, I was standing right beside Joel Hetrick and Chad Weenan when the gate dropped. And like we say, those riders, they dissect things a lot differently than us. Whatever it was that they were seeing, I think it caught them both by surprise. They immediately both ran over, grabbed their mechanics. They're out there behind the gates right now.
Really?
Looking, picking, choosing. And by now, I'm sure they probably selected the gate. It's crazy to see how much prep goes into this. You talk about the motorcycle ruts being in the gates.
Yes.
You're seeing the riders and the mechanics doing everything they can to drag dirt into those main ruts behind the gate so they can get a good jump and try to get out front. As we've seen, it's beyond crucial.
Awesome. Oh, no question about that, especially in these conditions here today. We've got a really technical racetrack, got the split lanes, that type of thing. So going to be super, super critical to get out front early.
So it's been the Landon Korn show out in front since the chaos that was the first couple of laps. Cody Houghton in that 2 position. Joey Norris. Mama, there goes that man up into the number 3 position. He has just about had to pass every single man on this racetrack right now. And look at Houghton really applying the pressure now to Korn.
Yeah, he's getting a little frustrated. Korn drifting a little wide, and then that's racing.
Yeah.
You know, but let's see if it works for Houghton. Houghton's going to try to really wick it up here. Can he get the RPMs built quick enough? Starting to gain, but no, cannot get the bike up to speed in time.
This is the frustrating part that we talk about. You know, the track, not quite as many options. You saw he had nowhere to go, so he tries the other line. It just doesn't pay off for him. Those ruts starting to get deep as well. You're starting to see the quads scraping as they're exiting, and especially on those inside humps, right? Those little singles, they're accelerating as they go over. And looks like that might be the pass.
Wow, there it is.
See if he can close the door off.
Houghton able to do it, Zach, as you said, did it around the outside, so used that speed, but defensively got right to that inside to make it stick.
Well, and that's what we talk about, the offense versus defense. Houghton was in a great spot. He didn't have to protect the inside line, so he carried the momentum around the outside, and it paid off on the long end of that long straightaway.
Certainly.
Joey Norris is going to be there in the fight, probably close to the end of this lap. If he can keep up that pace, he's 5 seconds back and running about 3.5 seconds faster than the man in front of him up in the 3 spot. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I'm telling you what, guys, right there coming across the start straight, it's really dry where they're coming into the first turn, but there's still some moisture exiting turn 1. You saw right there, looked like Korn maybe got a little hard on the throttle and stepped out. These guys are in the mix of a battle. You could easily see a mistake right there.
No question. That's what creates mistakes in those situations right there. It's a little thing, and then next thing you know, there, it happened.
Yep. So there you see your leader checking in for another lap. Curious to see what line he goes with. So yeah, when he's not chasing, he goes that outside in every time.
Yep. And he's blitzing now. I mean, he turned a 52.9.
And sounds like, and I'm actually interested to see this. I was down on the field, so I didn't get to check it out. It looks like we've got Joey Norris's crash. Going to show you a replay here.
That thing was crazy, dude.
So taking a look now, they're making their way through the S turn here on the back straightaway. And there it was. Yep. See, it just stuck in. And
wow.
That was actually looked like maybe Deal.
Oh, that was a Kale Deal. Yeah, that's who that was.
Correct. Yeah.
And you know that looked like slow-mo, but that was real time. That's how long it took for that thing to fall over. Most definitely.
A couple more riders going down, and they're in the preferred line as well.
No doubt.
So we'll see how much that shakes things up. Was your leader able to get away clean? Looks like that might actually played into his hands a little bit.
Joey Norris up into the 2 spot.
Wow. This thing isn't over yet, and Norris is coming to the front in a hurry.
Yeah, I got to believe that Norris has one mission right now. That's to get up front. Big D from D3 happening right there, Dominic.
Hey, good work this week, Dom. You got the headset on, can't hear us.
Can't hear us.
Yeah, he did.
He asked me when I walked over there, if you guys been talking smack. I said, nah, man, we've been flinging compliments. So, yeah.
Hey, that guy, very important job, dropping that gate all weekend long here. Minios, we use him all over the place, and big responsibility for that guy.
So taking a look at your leader on screen. There you saw just flashing behind. That was Norris starting to cut into the lead a little bit.
Houghton, yeah, I got to tell you, he's doing a good job right now. He is just trying to keep that bike floating across this surface. Doesn't want to dig in, doesn't want to carve with that front end whatsoever. Oh,
mistake right there.
Yes.
Nice recovery, though.
Yep.
Looks like these faces are starting to get some square edge bumps right up towards the top.
And I'm going to believe that's what caused that.
Yep. So you see the leader braking pretty hard. So crazy to see how much they have to move their bodies to set up for these corners. I mean, hanging off the end. Joel Hetrick, he's got his foot almost level with the seat. It's up so high.
Oh, yeah, sitting on that Nerf bar.
Yep.
Sitting on that foot peg, get this thing leveled out, balanced out, get through there properly.
So Joey Norris, boy, still a blistering pace, but now 4 seconds back from Cody Horton, and maybe a little bit of that lap traffic playing a small factor for him. Landon Korn still in the 3 spot.
Problems for your leader.
Another mistake.
What was that?
I'm telling you what, a couple more of these, and that gap is going to disappear.
I mean, I almost have to believe he just, caught the inside of the rut and it sucked him in.
Yep, shot him off.
By the way, a rider that went down early, Jaden Lounderville, up into the number 4 position. He has quietly, well, not so quietly, been on the move this entire race, trying to go from the back of the pack to the front.
Yeah, he was, what, 16th?
Yeah, he was back there.
Look at this, guys. Norris is on the move now. The riders are in the same
2
frame.
seconds.
There you go. You see him. He's, and once again, an issue for Houghton there. Not sure if that was a false neutral or what, but definitely lost the momentum, and now they're crossing the start straight at the same time.
Boy, it sure looked like Cody had a little, not quite the look over the shoulder, but just maybe a look over the handlebars there. Oh, and he is aware. He knows he's there now.
Switches his lineup. I don't know if that's going to pay off for him. Might allow Norris the inside.
Whoa. Little rough landing right there by Norris.
Yeah, he stuck the front end in a hole just before that, and man, this thing's starting to get rough. Look at this quad starting to bounce around out there. Don't have that settled look we saw earlier.
Absolutely, yeah, those guys are getting thrown all over, but right now, Norris just seems to be charging much more. Look at him bouncing off 2 wheels at one point, and there it was. That was the pass.
Oh, my goodness, like a wild man.
So your leader, what is it, the new old leader? Is that?
Yeah, I guess that's a new old leader.
And he just simply held it on longer there. That's all. Just mano a mano. Who was going to outbreak who?
So right now, Joey Norris making Uncle Chuck proud as he's worked his way back up to the front of the field. They said, it's one thing to get a whole shot, but I want to do a little work as well. I want to show it.
Yeah,
and how about that? I mean, we've talked about it since this morning. This track not going to be the easiest to pass on. Definitely not the widest they're going to see all year long, but he's shown you can definitely work your way back up through, and passing certainly possible out here at Daytona.
Yeah, I had a couple spots eyeing up, waiting for guys to make passes, and that was one of them for sure, no question.
Missy Bond messaged me. She said, hey, Joey Norris grew up racing at Fast Tracks in Ohio.
Oh, yeah, I know where it's at.
Yeah, owned by the Bigley family, Levi Cohen's parents.
Yep.
So putting that training to work. I don't know if he trains with Levi Cohen, but if he does, he's got him a good one.
Yeah,
whoever his trainer is, he's got him a good one. He's in good peak physical condition, put it that way. And he needed it today. He had to dig deep. The mistake early.
17 laps in the book.
Like we had a rider down. Can't help but wonder what happened to Music on a 209. We saw a great ride from him earlier in the day. He finds himself in the 15th spot the last time around.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, it looked like he had a good jump off the gate too. He must have run into some kind of issues.
Had to. He's been riding good all day.
Yeah. And like you said, Mega, I mean, a completely different track even since the LCQ.
Yeah.
Think about how much has gone on since then as the white flag comes out. And as we get ready to throw the checkers, guys, I'm going to head over to Victory
Right on,
Lane.
buddy. Yep.
Get ready to do this podium.
Yeah, don't forget, folks, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, but I'm going to guess they're going to open that Victory Lane up for fans and spectators to go in there.
Yep.
So head on over, cheer on those top 3. Make it loud, make it proud. Joey Norris, boy, heck of a ride, Megawatt. You know what it takes. You know that the heart rate goes up when you come off the machine. Your seconds, you feel like minutes, and you got your work cut out for him. But this young man put his head down and charged his way through the pack to regain that lead, and just a stellar ride by Joey Norris.
Like a rhino, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like a Doberman on a T-bone steak.
Boy, that T-bone sounds good right now.
It does. Little Waffle House, maybe.
Oh.
Yeah.
Had to say that, didn't you?
Checkered flag flies, and there it is for Joey Norris. A fist bump in the air. Young man, you earned that one. There is no doubt about it. Setting the foundation here in Daytona for his 2024 season.
Yep.
Jaden Launderville, no slouch, Mega. That guy, some troubles here again for Cale Deal.
Are you kidding me? Cale Deal? Yeah.
But Jaden Launderville, a very similar situation. had a little mishap. Heath Hanna, third. Damian Hubert, fourth. Gage Beebe, fifth. And the rest of your top 10 there: Landon Korn, Nicholas Mathard, Dawson Herringer, Tyler Marlin, and Justice McDaniel rounding out that top 10 as we take a look at the replay here of some of the highlights. And that's how it started for Launderville, and you kind of thought, well, Mega, that's going to be his day.
Yeah, that's what you thought. The guys got back on four wheels, took him a little bit. He was quiet for a bit, but 19 laps later, brings himself up inside the top 5. You've seen Norris hit the ground.
Norris, similar situation.
Yeah.
And on second, I don't know, but the camera angle looked like it, almost like his rear tire may have had some contact that maybe caused that as well.
I believe it probably did.
That is a stellar camera angle. But nonetheless, had a great ride going by the 99 of Landon Korn, but struggles for him as Joey Norris was able to finally make his way around him. And then after Joey got that lead again, he said no more mistakes. Boy, still rode like a wild man out there, though. Just
no question.
Railing corners. Impressive ride. Kale Deal.
Yeah, Kale Deal.
A couple mistakes by that young man.
You see him getting ready to kick that quad off. He thought that thing was coming down. He had that leg in position, didn't he?
Yeah, but boy, it's rough day for him.
And look at the big drag race.
And there he is, Joey Norris.
Just like Uncle Chuck, they say he can hit the light switch and be under the covers before the bulb goes out.
Joey Norris and Korn putting on a heck of a show. Those guys, Norris, Launderville, and Heath Hanna, on their way to the podium to speak with Zach Herron. And we'll have a podium celebration for you here in just a moment, folks. Be sure to head on down there, pack the stands, and we'll get that interview underway here in just a moment. I see Zach and the boys down there. They're going to get her dialed. Shout out to Derek Garcia as well. If you don't know, Derek does some great work for us with GNCC, with Outdoor, ATVMX, whatever it takes. And what is his job description? Well, everything. I think Derek does a little bit of everything.
Yeah. No question about it.
And he makes guys like you, guys like Zach, guys like me, he makes our job much easier as well.
That's right. Absolutely.
So he says, hey, here's the award. Here's what he gets. Now just go talk. Go do what you're good. Go do the only thing you're good at is talking.
Do what we ask you to do.
DYJ, do your job. ATV Pro race coming up after this. We'll get that podium celebration underway. And you heard Zach talking about Joel Hetrick and Weenan down there, Chad Weenan, watching the start of the pro sport and just how different their perspective is versus our perspective. We're watching it. They immediately went to their mechanics, they went to the tech, and they went to the drawing board and said, okay, we had this line picked out. What about this? What about this? I mean, what kind of strategy do you think is going into that, Mega?
To be honest with you, I think they went back to the basics as far as the strategy is concerned. They want to make sure everything's set up correctly. They took a look at the lines out there on the course. They watched that previous moto right there. And I think that they learned something as far as what happened to Deal, what happened to Louderville, so for sure. So just a couple moments from getting that podium set up. Going to make our way back down there in just a moment. Looking forward to hearing from our winners. Right now, though, ATV Pros picking those gates, getting set up, getting prepared for that sight lap.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're getting ready to kick off a podium celebration. First and foremost, make a little noise for your podium here from the Pro. Man, what a celebration, what a race we had. Gonna make sure everybody's got everything passed out, got the trophies, got the bubbly to go along with it. And we're gonna go ahead and start the interviews off. Heath Hanna grabbing third on the day. Make a little noise for Heath. Man, you had a smile on your face. You were celebrating coming across the line. It certainly did not come easy. Take us through your race, man.
Man, we've had a rough day. We bobbled a little bit in qualifying. Ended up qualifying like 7th, getting like 15th gate pick, but we came off the gate hard as we could, got in the pack. There was a big pile up. I got with Brett. basically 15th coming off the gate, and we came to third. It was just crazy dogs, and we even just trying to get around them boys. Everybody out there so fast, it's just hard to pick and choose lines. It's all strategy.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, man. Not the easiest track to pass on, but somehow you got the job done. What were you thinking? Just go anywhere the rider in front of you wasn't?
I was just looking for everybody's little thing they're messing up on and capitalize the next lap. Open opportunity, just taking it right there. You can't wait with these things. They're so wide. Two of them barely found the track, so you got to pick up where you can.
Hey, man, well, clearly it paid off. You find yourself on the box. Who do you need to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom and dad mostly just for getting me here. United Motorsports, me, All-Star Music Racing, Tim for the powerful motor that powers this thing, All Fours Racing for the pop, Decker Training, Philly training down there all winter, getting down here. Boom Motorsports for the fuel. Amp Weldon supply, or Amp Weldon, and if I forgot you, I'm sorry. We're pumped right now. Just thank you all for helping me out. It's a dream come true.
There you go, guys. One more time, make a little noise. Third place, Heath Hanna getting the job done. Gonna move over to second place, Jaden Launderville. Man, what a race it was. Things got wild right from the start. Take it through it from your perspective.
Yeah, for sure. It was a crazy race. I took out the second turn, crashed pretty hard. My ribs and body hurts really bad. Just put my head down, push. I knew I could get back up there. Disappointed I didn't get the win, but obviously Joey Heat earned that one. He was back there where I was. He fought till the end. He was pushing for sure. It was just a tough race.
Hey, absolutely, man. It's the start of the season. You were able to push through the pain. You know how much this round means. You got great people helping you out. Who do you need to thank?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'd like to thank God, my mom and dad, Doug Schultz, Leon, my mechanic, Launderville Steel, RP, Yamaha, Fly Racing Gear, CST, SSI Decals, 4130 Motorsports, and John Stump, Decker Training Facility, the Jeffrey Rosselli family, everyone else who helped out. Thanks a lot.
There you go, guys. One more time. Launderville taking second place on the day. And in the center of the box, let's hear it for Joey Norris. The crowd goes wild, and man, you got wild there to kick things off as well. Talk about it. You go down. What's the mindset? You're regrouping. How did you get it done?
I came second from the whole shot, and then battled with Tyler Marlin all the way to the turn before the finish line. Took the inside, came in a little hot, and hit a kicker, and it just like bucked me over the handlebars. I was really frustrated. I was like, dang, I ain't gonna be able to catch back up, but it's a 15+1 minute moto. And I just worked my way back up and pushed as hard as I can, didn't give up, and just kept making the passes.
Hey, absolutely, man. Never quit. That's the name of the game, and it pays off for you. You got a ton of people helping you out. Who do you got to thank?
I gotta say a big thanks to Decker Training Facility for helping me out this year, training me, keeping me in form. My mom, my dad, my grandpa, Pro Graphics, JS7, Case Racing, Ford Works, Dunlop, Rath, FMF, Baldwin, Tough, and if you ain't first, you're last, baby.
I was about to say we're repping the Ricky Bobby Graphics. He's first out here this weekend. Joey Norris getting the job done at Daytona. And we're going to get our podium finishers. Guys, grab those trophies. Y'all can get together in the middle. Hold them up high. And nobody likes to take a picture without a crowd cheering. Make a little noise one more time for your podium finishers. And we got the clean pictures now. Gentlemen, the rain has held off, but I think it's time to pop the bottles and have a little champagne shower down here. What do you think? Got to get the Insta-banger. I understand. Get the shot. Hey, I understand, man. If the followers don't know what happened, it never did. We're going through it, working through the process. One bottle popped. I hear them. Shake them up. Spray them out. Ladies and gentlemen, we're popping bottles. Hey, huge congrats to our podium finishers. We're getting ready to go ATV Pro Racing back on the starting line.
Well, big congratulations there to Joey Norris on the win. What a ride by that young man, as well as Jaden Launderville and Heath Hanna. I mean, real similar races, honestly, by all three of those guys. Wasn't perfect, but they went back and they got the job done, Mega.
Yeah, no question. Each of them had their challenges out there. Very similar ride by all of them, and you know what? End up on the podium 1, 2, 3.
And Launderville, as you heard him talk on the podium, man, I wanted that win, just didn't quite happen for me. So looking forward to seeing what those guys do the rest of the season. This is the foundation of the 2024 season, and as we get our parade laps underway here for the pro class, I want to thank these sponsors again because, hey, first and foremost, we cannot do it without you guys, the fans and the riders and the families that come out and race. Bottom line is you guys could have been anywhere in the world, and you said to yourself, I'm going to be in Daytona, yep. I'm going to ATV SX, and for that we thank you. But we've got to thank some amazing sponsors as well. Of course, RP Race Performance, Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com, as well as CST Tires, Kenda Tires, and VP Racing Fuels, and ARMA. And our associate sponsors as well, SSI Decals, DWT Wheels, Henson Clutch Components, Elka, as well as Defiance Lifestyles. I know Defiance always out in full force at the races, supporting the race families. 88 Live to Ride, Rocket Racing, and the AMA, or American Motorcyclist Association. So waiting on our pros to get back down and locked and loaded on the gate, and it'll be our last gate drop of the extended weekend.
No doubt about it, and what a weekend it has been. Great job on the podium there by Zach Heron. Did a fantastic job. Had the energy high, everybody hyped up down there, and with that being said, 1 to go.
After that, it'll be Tuesday's gone with the win. Absolutely. I'm telling you what, those guys were excited, but after the cameras turned off and the families came running up, it's just cool to see the emotion, right? We talk about it. I mean, there's a lot of work going in on the rider side of things, but whole team, sponsors, families, everybody's involved in it, everybody's invested, and so always really cool to be able to share those podium moments and get to see the celebrations and the emotions that go along with it.
Yeah, for sure. There you can see riders back now getting loaded into the gate, done with that sight lap, and man, we're about 3 minutes from making this thing happen.
Yeah, going to be very interesting to see. I think the race to the first turn is going to be just as crucial as the race to the checkered flag. It looked to me as I was walking by, I believe Wienen's lined up to the inside of Hetrick. And so that, like,
let's go.
That's simple, all right? That's something like that. If you get the jump, if you're on the inside, hold that line. Push him wide, so it'll be curious to see. Hetrick, obviously, I don't know if you guys saw that practice start, but he's looking strong. It looks like he's got everything locked in. He's wearing the number 1, loud and proud, so it's going to be anybody's guess. Can't wait to see it. We're going to end things on Tuesday with a bang. ATV Pro Racing getting ready to drop the gate. And you can see at the top of your screen the 4th rider over. That is Joel Hetrick. And you see just how much prep is going in to the gates, trying to get as much of that soil put back in those ruts as possible. Keep it flat so that they can get a strong jump, get all of the traction from all of those tires. And taking a look. So maybe I stand corrected. Wienen might have, oh, there he is. Okay, on the far inside. So Chad gonna run the, and that's a risk reward type move right there, right? You get a good jump and things go well, it's gonna pay off big times. But things go wrong, it's gonna be harder to capitalize on it, and it may find yourself a little bit further back. But I tell you what, all 3 of those podium guys I think went down at some point. All of them had mishaps at one point throughout the day. They were all hugging each other. They're like, we're the 3 guys that shouldn't be up here. So forget what we were saying this morning. Forget what we've been talking about. We clearly don't know what we're talking about because passing is fully capable. 3rd place there, going all the way from last to 3rd. So
what's Mega say? I'm sick and tired of hearing about starts.
Absolutely. So there it is.
I preach it. You know, it is one of the most important parts of the game, this and that. You got to get through that first turn good.
No make or break.
Let me tell you something. You get through top 5, top 6, whatever, you know, and you've got what it takes. You've done your homework.
That's it.
You're in position. I'm more worried about that finish than that whole shot check.
Amen.
Absolutely. So here we are, the final 30-second card of the day.
Light them up, boys. Here we go, ATV Pro Class. Joel Hetrick got the win here last year. Chad Wienen in the 2 spot. How's it going to shake down today? Light him up. Bang, and we're off. Wienen up the inside.
Bad news for the rest of the field right now. Joel Hetrick grabbing that whole shot.
Joel Hetrick on that Phoenix machine, man. Put the pedal to the metal, got a good drive, and who is caught up in the carnage?
Yeah, there was about 4 riders back there that got caught up in that one, but I don't know if we should say too much. The last race, they were able to work through the pack. Hey, pro class a little different, but nonetheless, look at this man right here.
Absolutely on rails right now. Trying to take a look. Looks like Wienen might be just outside your top 5. Like we said, that inside gate, big risk, big reward if it goes right. And you see the last second switch up for second place. I believe that's going to be Bryce Ford.
Yeah, Ford having a good battle right there with Brandon Hogue. Nick Janusa in the number 4 spot.
So taking a look, and man, just look at we talk about putting the track together, right? Feeling the flow. You see that Joel Hetrick in the air is already repositioning the body. He's just a step ahead, it seems like. And right now, they're barreling down the back stretch. And I can't help but expect for Hetrick to kind of put down a couple of sprinters, try to get a gap going on, and then maintain from there. But if you're the number 4 machine, you got something to say about. Oh, and something as simple as a mistake like that, going a little too deep in the corner.
I was just getting ready to say he's one of the best at that. When given the opportunity, he can put that sprint and give that gap and then maintain the pace. You know, he's able to do that. If there's one thing you can bet on, David Eller and the boys over at Phoenix Racing have got this thing dialed. They put in the time, and if there's one thing Hetrick does, he communicates with the team, and they make sure he's got all the tools necessary to get out and put in a performance like this, take home the win.
Yeah, it's one thing to be able to ride well, but to be able to communicate what you're needing to do that, right?
Exactly.
You know, explain what's happening underneath you is crucial, and that's just part of what makes him a champ.
And believe me, the boys over at Phoenix, they got a system, they got a plan in place, and you're going to follow it because it works.
Yeah, absolutely right. Hetrick, Ford, Janusa, Hogue, Wolf, Wienen. That is your top 6. Lindquist, Saar, Chambers, 9th, and Rastrelli rounding out the top 10. You know, I think with we talked to Bryce and Neal before the start of the season, Phoenix Racing Yamaha ride. I asked him, hey, are you a little nervous defending a back-to-back championship, or at this point is it all just, hey, go out and do your job? And I got to think the same thing is for Joel Hetrick. He said, well, when I first went to the team, I was a little nervous because there's a lot of new things going on. Joel Hetrick, kind of the same situation, right? Maybe I was a little nervous when it first started. Now, the nerves are gone. Just go out, do your job, ride your ATV.
Well, not only are the nerves gone, but they're replaced with trust, right? Now,
that's probably the more important part.
Now you do know that the entire team is on their game. They got the ability to get it done. Now that's a lot less things that you have to worry about. Just focus on riding the quad.
Well, at this point in the team's history, you follow the system because the system works. It's proven. But back to the action right now out front. Clicking through one more time. Mikey, what do our gaps and lap times look like?
So Hetrick out front, he's running a 48.5. He is 1.3 seconds in front of Bryce Ford. Nick Janusa in 3rd. He's 3 seconds back. A half a second is Brandon Hogue putting those Gold Speed wheels to work. Got that shout out there in for him. Wesley Wolf, WW, running out the top 5. Wienen back in 6th. About a half second off of the pace of Wesley Wolf.
I'm telling you what, Bryce Ford running just a little bit quicker at a 48.2 on that last lap. I think he saw a couple of small bobbles there from Hetrick. Figured he needed to sink the hooks in now.
Man, look at that gap between 2nd and 3rd.
And I have to tell you, Zach, I believe Hetrick just heard you and said that gap's not, quite as big. Or the gap between 2nd and 3rd is big. He said, wait, you see the gap between 1st and 2nd.
Absolutely, yeah. He's putting the hammer down for sure. Bryce Ford doing everything he can to try to hang on to it, keep him in the sights. And look at this. I mean, just absolutely attacking the track. No other way to put it.
You and I talked earlier, sitting on that inside foot peg, basically boot level with the seat to get that traction, keep that bike motivated.
And we talk about this. I mean, you want to go to the Phoenix ATV Yamaha team. You've got John Guada Jr. and Bryson Neal. One a little shorter in stature, one on the complete opposite side. Then you take your 2 title contenders from last year, Joel Hetrick and Chad Wienen. Small and large. So it's very, very crazy to see how 2 different body shapes and styles, the way they're able to maneuver their weight around the quad and use it to their advantage.
Yep, no question about that. How many laps, Mike?
We are 6 laps into it. Hetrick still remaining out front. It is still Ford, Janusa, Hogue, Wolf, Wienen, Lindquist have all checked in with 6 completed. And gaps starting to tighten up throughout.
Looks like Hogue getting up on the rear fender of Janusa a little bit is what it looked like to me.
Yeah, Hogue is 2nd back from him. A little closer than that, I think.
Yeah, the battle really going to be on that final podium spot at the moment. And like we talked about earlier, Mega, those guys start slowing them down. This is going to be a 3 or 4 rider battle. The entire backside of the top 5 going to be dicing it up for that final podium spot.
Yeah, I don't know if we should use Saranara or ciao, Bella, or bye-bye. But that's exactly what Joel Hetrick's telling the rest of the field right now. Adios, vamonos.
Absolutely. He is headed out, and look at that. I mean, just on rails.
And again, it's the basics. Watch his position. We talked about the balance. We talked about the bike's setup. And watch him just put the power back to the ground. No sudden movements. Not hard on the throttle. Not hard on the brakes. Really super smooth and using all the benefits of that machine.
Well, and you can even tell in the body language when some of these other riders pop up on 2 wheels, there's a little bit of panic. Oh, let me get that back down. Joel seems to just be flowing with it. Like we said, an extension of that quad, not working against it. It's poetry in motion.
For sure. And gap keeps growing. Mikey, what's the gap look like now?
3.5 for Hetrick out in front. Man, it feels like a lot more than that, but nonetheless, between Hogue and Janusa, 1 second, and Wienen on the move. He's another guy behind Wolf by less than a second.
Awesome.
It looks like on that last lap, Hetrick stretched it back out, so now it was 3.4, now 4.2 out front.
It looked bigger than 3.4. Yeah, right on. Now, Hetrick, how smart. He's been using that line most of the day. Even though he wasn't going to catch that lapper, he still went to the outside because he knows the next section's coming up.
Well, and I'm curious to see, much like his Heat, whether or not those first couple laps he's protecting the inside. I'm sure his mechanic's giving him the splits, and if he opens up for maybe a 5-second gap, if we don't see him starting to move over to those outsides to really keep the momentum to the ground like we saw in the Heat.
What are Wienen's lap times looking like right now?
Chad Wienen out there running, he's running a 53.4 right now. Fastest he's been is a 49.1. That was back in lap 3, though. But yeah, he's settled in. He's a full 2 seconds faster. No, take that back. No, I've lied. Max Lindquist was running a 50. Chad Wienen was running a 53. So Wienen actually checking up. He's right there on par with Lindquist in front of him.
So did Lindquist actually get by? Because I thought Wienen was right behind Wolf. Lindquist got by Wienen, yeah.
Lindquist got by Wienen, now behind Wolf.
And Hogue all over the back of Janusa right now. No breathing room between the two of them, and you see it looks like Hogue trying to get out of that spray.
Yeah.
Looks like yellow flags coming out, riders checking up.
What? Oh. Facial blast.
Hey, last time I checked, roosting was not against it under the Red Cross flag, so he kept those wheels on the ground and gave him a little taste of it as he was leaving.
Woo.
Welcome to Daytona, baby.
Yeah, this is what happened when we leave my wheels on the ground.
So taking a look. Hetrick shuffles back to that inside.
Going by our lone Suzuki pilot right now.
And you talked about not overriding as well. You see Hetrick not oversliding that thing, not getting a lot of toss back. He's very smooth and straight as he comes out of the corners, just letting the quad do its job.
Yeah, that's what I meant by no sudden movements, not hard on the throttle, not hard on the brakes or the bars, you know, just really letting the flow take place. And again, using the body English subtly to make that happen.
And, man, you can see how deep the exit is of that corner.
Trouble for Chad Wienen. Has not checked in with a 10th lap completed. I don't know if we've got our eyes on him out there from the broadcast perspective, but has still not checked in, at least back to 14th.
Oh, man. Don't know if that's that thumb. Don't know if that might be the machine. Hard to tell what's going on there. So, real bummer for the number 44 machine, Chad Wienen.
Is that Wienen at the bottom of the screen right there?
Oh, that might be. Good call.
That is Wienen with the medics down there.
And that's a fast section of track, too.
Yeah, for sure.
Man, look at
that. Track's getting rough.
And did you see how that chassis absorbed that?
Yes.
Okay, let me tell you something. Most other guys would have been up on the side right there.
Yep.
They'd have rolled that thing right over. Again, as Zach said a little bit ago, you didn't even see least bit of panic from Joel Hetrick right there. He just rode on through. Who'd you lose, Zach?
Well, I'm trying to look at the gap here between Joel Hetrick and Bryce Ford. If I'm seeing it correctly, he's opened it up to 8, but I didn't see him on the screen.
Gotcha.
Might have just missed him there. Looks like he is still up there and rolling. But one thing I am noticing is the depth of lappers that Hetrick is having to start dealing with. He opened up, looks like about an 8-second gap now, but can't help but wonder whether or not the constant line changing and having to adjust for the riders in front of him is going to start to cut into that.
You know, I believe right now he's got his pace, he's got his rhythm. Everybody knows that they're lappers.
Yep.
Right now, the guys that are getting lapped know who they are. And I really think that he's in the groove. Right now, he's used to this position. He's had to work his way through the traffic before. But look at this. He just put another lapper between him and the rest of the pack. We're going to have a 10-second gap when he comes through this time.
He was 9.1 after 13.
Oh, was it?
So, yeah, pretty spot on.
Yeah, well, we're going to see at least 10 this time around. Laps.
13 in.
13 in.
14 in. Now 14 for your leader. And consistently, now the fastest lap time for Joel Hetrick, a 47.9. He's been real consistent in the 51s. And Joel just smooth. Yep. I mean, just not, well, from my perspective, pushing, but from Joel's perspective, just riding smooth.
Yeah, exactly. And again, as hard as that quad accelerated just a moment ago, as hard as he got on the gas, it didn't step out. It didn't drift. It didn't kick. Okay? The rear end squatted just a bit, found traction, and accelerated forward. Man, they've got that thing dialed.
So on screen, this is your leader, Joel Hetrick, aboard that Phoenix Racing ATV Yamaha.
Man,
he is up over that bar this late, and look at that.
Yep,
chin bar over the front number plate, pulls a tear off in the middle of the berm like it's nothing.
Bingo.
I can see clearly now
that Joel is gone.
Yeah, exactly, man. Pulled that tear off, clear vision, and again, just back to work. Not a problem.
Berm blasting around those outsides.
I'll promise you this, the boss is at home taking notes.
Yep.
He's watching right now.
Good job. Still Hetrick, Ford, Janusa, Hogue, Lindquist, Wolf, Rastrelli, Joseph Chambers, Cody Ford, and Zach Decker. That is your top 10. And tough day for Kevin Saar and Chad Weenan. Of course,
man,
we think we saw Chad Weenan down there with the medics. So, again, not sure if that was that kind of nagging thumb injury, something different. But
and I think a couple times over the last 2 or 3 seasons, this is how Weenan has started, you know. And such a likable guy, man. Done so much for the sport. Guy's a legend.
For sure.
In this sport, okay? No question about it. And I just hate to have that kind of situation.
Well, and obviously Chad, extremely headstrong. He's been, he's not scared to try to make a comeback, but it is frustrating to dig yourself a hole right off the bat.
Right, I'm hoping it's not that thumb. I hope he didn't really hurt that thumb and that type of thing. So I'd have to say if it was a thumb, he'd have worked his way back to the pits.
Yeah. So yet another lap in the books.
So, Zach, take a look up there. What kind of gap we have last time?
So last time we were at a 10.4. Now it has actually cut down to a 9.3. So Ford maybe had a solid lap there. Maybe Hetrick got hung up just a little bit. But can't help but think that Hetrick's at a position now where he's just trying to maintain, right? You saw he came to an abrupt slowdown, immediately looked over to try to plan that next corner. And I mean, you got to be a corner ahead, right? It's if you're already in the rut, it's too little too late.
Yeah, what are you looking at that front fender for?
Exactly.
How about our guy getting slapped in the chest today?
He didn't have anywhere else to go.
Never
I'm sticking by that one.
I have never seen that.
That was wild.
All my years of racing, I've never seen that. I don't know what brand fender that was, but I do not want one. Cheapest plastic I've ever seen in my life.
And look at the additional roller almost that has formed at the inside of that corner.
And that tells you the force in and out of that corner applied by those rear wheels, man.
Well, and you can see the right-hand side is a little lower than the left. It's not like they're even put all the way around. They've got all the weight on that right-hand side, so it digs in extra deep. And now you see Hetrick. What does he do? He adjusts. Now he's standing up, going through that entire thing. Those are the little details, being able to adjust throughout the race and adapt. That's why he's wearing the number 1.
Oh, no doubt. Preparation is everything.
Absolutely.
Clicking off another lap, Joel Hetrick.
Is that 15?
That's 19.
19. Oh, my
19.
goodness. My goodness.
We are getting down to the nitty-gritty in this one.
Well, a moment ago, it was like 12 or 13. I was thinking, what we do, 2 more laps since then? No, we've done 4 more, Mega.
You blink, and this man is gone.
Yeah, you've got to do normal speed times, too, for Joel Hetrick's
no
stack
doubt.
That's for sure.
And again, look how just easily, there wasn't even a decision or thought or anything about it. He just comes through traffic.
Got to give
He just pulls out into the other line, accelerates, goes around him, gets back in the race line.
Got to give props where props is due, though. Bryce Ford cutting it down to a 7.7 second gap. So could be a little help from Hetrick. Could be Ford absolutely charging here at the end of the race.
And I'm sure Ford is charging, but I'm also sure that both times around with that caution flag where that bike was stalled, he just throttled back a little bit. If one corner is going to find somebody 8 seconds, I'm going to hire him tomorrow.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, and that's a racecraft right there. Keeping the big picture in it.
Right.
Standing her up on 2 there.
And if he did that, how bad's the other line? If he rolled through there, stood up like that, and leaned that bike over that far, how bad was the line he didn't take?
Exactly.
More caution flag, same area. How we don't have that quad off the track, I don't understand. Yeah. So quad sitting in the race line for about 4 laps now. I'm not sure how that happens.
Have been told they're a little harder to move than your average 50cc motorcycle. So ask Derek Garcia. He just helped lift them onto the podium. Big shout out to Derek.
Can still be towed by the same quad.
This is true. This is true. So Hetrick checking in now, 21 laps complete.
Iron Man, I've seen people lift a quad out of the ditch and set it back in the track.
Yeah, but those are mud fleas, all right? That's a whole different ballgame, okay?
They are fueled by...
What do you think one of the original mud fleas was?
Megawatt.
Okay. Mr. Flea, absolutely.
Fueled by
93
Busch Light.
River Crossing, Blackwater.
Oh,
dog,
yeah.
Okay, don't even play that card with me.
Mud fleas are fueled by Busch Light and John Denver, all right? You can't compare the two.
So now on screen, Joel Hetrick coming around to the white flag. And you know what that means, guys. I'm headed out. It's got podium celebrations coming up after this.
We're down to it now. 1 lap to go for Joel Hetrick. Laying the foundation, trying to go 1-1 here today.
Unlimited excitement in the announcer's tower here for this one.
That's it. What a sensational ride by Joel Hetrick from gate drop. Let's, knock on wood. He's still got to complete this lap. But we are less than a minute away now from a checkered flag. Bryce Ford has had a stellar ride kind of back there by himself in second. Brandon Hogue, same situation. Putting those Gold Speed tires to good work. I think I said wheels earlier.
Yeah, you said wheels earlier.
It's been a long week.
I'm not that guy that's going to jump in there. No, I'm not going to do that at this point in the show.
My God. I got it corrected, though.
You're too much of a pro, buddy.
That's how we look out for one another.
Well, I got to tell you, there it is. Dominant.
Yeah.
Dominant performance right
I don't
now.
know what else to say. Like I said this over the weekend with Bryce and Neil, and I'm going to say it about Joel Hetrick as well. It's one of those things where he wins, stacking number 1 plates, and eventually people are like, I want to see someone else win. Forget that. Be quiet and just sit back and watch generational talent do what generational talent does.
Yeah, absolutely. Enjoy it and say you were there.
You were there. Yeah.
For sure.
There you go. Joel Hetrick takes the win. Bryce Ford second, Hogue third, Nick Janusa fourth, and Wesley Wolf rounding out your top 5. Lindquist, Rastrelli, Chambers, Decker, and Ford rounding out that top 10. And that is how they'll finish. We'll call it unofficially, of course. But I got the checkered flag on the scoring monitor for all of them as well. So barring any kind of changes,
well, Mikey,
protest. But
going to take a look at our recap here. Off to a quick start right away, puts himself in great position. Look at this, leads through, coming through the chutes right there. Already opened that thing up on lap 1, okay, and just continued to build on that. Bryce Ford put himself in good position as well. A couple mistakes made by both, but not real mistakes. Didn't stop, didn't stall, didn't come to a halt, that type of thing. So very, very subtle mistakes for both of these guys as they work forward. Hetrick just continued to put the basic laps in, hit his marks, and built on that gap every lap.
Yeah, watch it.
Celebration will be short-lived, Dolph. I know the team up there. The boss is like, fantastic. You guys have a good time tonight, but tomorrow this is what we're going to work on.
Yeah, that's racing, right? What have you done for me lately?
Yep. So congratulations to Joel Hetrick, the entire Phoenix team, Bryce Ford, his guys. Brandon Hogue, you talk about a guy that took everything that was thrown at him today and just persevered. That's Hogue, man. He had a tough go of it, and ends up
going with Janusa.
Yep, and ends up on the box.
So what a sensational ride by Joel Hetrick, and a big congratulations to him as we begin to set the podium. Hopefully the fans are down there and ready to pop some bottles with Joel Hetrick, Bryce Ford, and Brandon Hogue. And, of course, our guy Zach Herron down there getting things dialed for that. ATV MX will return in a few weeks at round 2, the Underground MX Park, returning to the series to host round 2 of ATV MX. That'll be taking place April 6th and April 7th. And then they head up to Georgia. Round number 4, the Ironman. I'll be there calling that one for you guys. Looking forward to hanging out and partying with you for Ironman ATV MX. Always a fun time. You guys take care of me, and I appreciate it. So,
yeah, they do take good care of us.
Yeah, they do. They
absolutely
do take good care of us.
For sure.
I always have a ton of fun out there hanging out with you guys, calling some racing. And stay tuned. I think I'm going to be at another one as well. I got to double-check my schedule. I won't, but I talked to Mr. Osborne, and I think we got something worked out. So I think I will be at another. I can't remember which one, though. Yeah.
Oh, great. Yeah,
so.
It'll probably be you and I then.
Yeah.
Fantastic,
I'm fine
man.
with it.
Oh, are you? Oh, really?
Yeah.
You'll have me along as a partner? Great. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd work with you.
You okay with that? Yeah.
I'd
all
work
right.
with it.
Ding dong.
Yeah. Briarcliff. July 22nd, 23rd.
That's it. Yes.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be looking at that one. I got to double-check the schedule, but I'm really hoping to make that one.
Oh, that's probably going to be you and Zach. After Redbud, I will be 22nd, 23rd. That'll be right before Loretta's.
Oh, okay. Man, it all runs together. Before you know it, we'll be in Minios and down here in Florida in November.
My man Vincent there. See Vincent, want to thank him. All of our flaggers, our entire team. You see JP out there, Jimmy Perry, last man standing on the course. Vincent, love you, brother. Let me tell you something. Every year, look forward to seeing you guys. Appreciate all the hard effort, hard work, man. True family, bro. For sure.
Hey, good opportunity. Everybody involved over the last several days. Mr. Tim Cotter and, of course, Wynn Kern, the track team, Dom and those guys, Derek Garcia. Harv Whipple.
Listen, that guy works 2 wheels, 4 wheels.
Yep.
You see him at National Motocross. You see him. He is the heart and soul of this series, and can't say enough about that guy and his entire team.
Yep.
Our camera operators, 4 days out there just killing it, getting the best shots we can ask for. Director, got Dan Reinhardt in there.
Yep.
We've got Adam Gordon in there.
All of our camera operators, of course, and Don Hampton.
That's who I was looking for. Don, new director. Love that guy already.
New director to us, but not new by any means. The
seasoned
man has
pro.
a stellar
Absolutely.
resume.
Absolutely. Seasoned pro, and we clicked right away. Good guy.
Yeah, knows his stuff. Well, we are waiting on those ATV podiums to get set up. Again, Hetrick taking the win. Mega, big Unfortunate day for Chad Wienen. Hopefully that injury is not too worse.
Man.
Again, not sure the details on that. I'd say certainly check out social media, get some updates on that. Hopefully he's okay. Rough start to the season. As we say, Daytona, hey, this lays the foundation for your entire year here. And hate to see that. You want to see all the players in the game. I think Hetrick would agree with that. Ford, Hogue, Janusa, Wolf, all those guys would agree. You want all the best players out there racing with you weekend after weekend. So heal up fast, Chad Wienen, and we need you out there.
Oh, absolutely. I don't care. Youth classes, this, that. When somebody works super hard and, gets dealt a hand like that, they go back, they go to work, they rehab, they do whatever they need to do, and they come back. And hoping this is just a mild setback right now for Wienen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to kick off the podium celebrations. How about it, folks? Make a little noise. What a way to end things here at Daytona. What a race it was, and here is your ATV Pro podium. Let's start the interviews here. Brandon Hogue, third on the day. Make a little noise for Brandon Hogue. Brandon, man, the fans go wild. You guys put on one heck of a show for us. Take us through Daytona from your perspective.
Yeah, man, this event for us is always just one gnarly race, that's for sure. We never know what to expect. We all try to train the best we can for it, but we all really don't know. So, yeah, it was a good day. Man, I can't complain about my day. I'll take a third all day. I've never even got a billboard. So last year I started the year in 11th. So yeah, I mean I'm happy. I might look a little bummed, but I'm through the moon right now. So yeah, good race. Congrats to these two guys. It was total chaos out there. I'd really like to thank everybody that's behind me. Luke and Emily with Westland Motorsports for sticking behind me, believing in me when I'm 10th or 2nd or 3rd or whatever. So thank you so much. Johnny Hale on the engines, thank you. Got a good start in that heat race, good start in the main. So thank you so much for that rocket ship. This guy does so much for me. It's insane. So doing shocks till 1 in the morning, I mean, it's unbelievable. And I don't see, all this stuff that these guys do for me, like I pay attention and I watch everybody. So yeah, I could cry for sure, but it means the world. My mechanic, Chad Reed, thank you so much for everything you do for me. Sorry it's a little long. Blood racing, music racing, SSI decals, Wayne PEP suspension, on the box performance. Rastrelli Racing, thank you so much for the past couple months. Forworks, JSR, Scott. Anybody that I forgot, I'm sorry. My girlfriend Ava, thank you so much. Yeah, let's keep it going.
There you go, guys. One more time. Make a little noise. Third place, Brandon Hogue. Gonna step over to the far side. Make some noise for Bryce Ford. Bryce, man, what a day. You grabbed second in class. You were in the mix, man. You were closing the gap back up. You guys kind of yo-yoed back and forth. What are you thinking? You got to be pretty satisfied with the result, right?
Yeah, heck yeah, man. That was awesome. The heat race, I felt really good, felt really comfortable, and just gave it away, and was really frustrated with myself because I usually don't make mistakes like that and fall off, but yeah, we just bounced back, got a good start in the main, and honestly following Joel really probably helped me out a bit. He would go outside, I would go outside, and we were running a good pace for a while, and then I just settled in and was really trying to look forward because there were a lot of riders out there, a lot of lappers out there, but yeah, I was just having a blast. It was a great race for my heat race, but yeah, I'm just really stoked to be up here. Last year I got third, this year I got second, so improving, and that's what I would like to do, so yeah, pumped.
Absolutely, man. You're having fun, which means you're going fast. I know you're not doing it by yourself, though. Who's helping you out?
Yeah, I'm not doing much. I'm just riding the thing, but I can't thank Mark Baldwin enough. This bike is truly a work of art, and if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be doing this. It's just the bike I can trust every single day I get on it. My mom and dad for everything they do. My girlfriend Izza, my brother, JB Racing, Impact Solutions. My bike's been working awesome. My mechanic Tyler, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't even be able to get to the race because my practice bike would fall apart. Ian Harris with SSI decals, Jaime with PEP performance tuning, CST, Scott Goggles, RP. The pipe is new this year and it's working amazing. So yeah, just everybody, my trainer Brady, just everybody who helps me, thank you so much. And this is my dream. And yeah, I'm really excited to keep pushing and hopefully get a win.
There you go, guys. One more time, a round of applause for second place. And the man in the center of the box. Let's hear it for your winner, Joel Hetrick. Joel, man, I don't know how you guys were back in the back drawing that thing up, but it had to be pretty close to that. You get the start, and that was pretty much all she wrote, but I know it wasn't easy. Lappers everywhere. What'd you think about it?
Wow, yeah, it definitely wasn't easy. We knew after seeing the track how it was going to turn out, and it turned out exactly how we pictured it. And, you know, for me, what I wanted to do today, I executed it. I knew my starts needed to be on point. We did 1 million starts at the Decker Training Facility, and it paid off today. This was a huge key to the race win, and after that, I was just fortunate to click off laps and stay out of carnage, try to really look ahead of the race and put myself in good positions around the turns, and I'm just so pumped right now, man. To start the 24 season with a win is just absolutely what we wanted to do.
Without a doubt, man. You took the words right out of my mouth. You talk about looking ahead. We were complimenting you in the Racer TV truck. Coming through the air, we can see you looking at the corner ahead. How crucial is that? I mean, a couple of lines open up, lapper in the wrong spot, everything could go wrong, right?
Yeah, man. I mean, Bryce was pretty close to me the whole race, so that could have took me out of the race win. So it was very crucial, and I'm just happy I could ride smart today. I've had, you know, years in the past here where it hasn't been so good. So super fortunate on the day, and, you know, I couldn't do it without my team, Phoenix Racing, my mechanic, Gary, Jim, Hardy, CST Tires, Elka Suspension, Walsh Racecraft, Jay Goebel with Impact Solutions, Guts, Dassa Motors ripping out of the line today. Perfect start, like I said, launched out there great. SSI Decals, FMF, Moose Gear keeping us cool, 6D helmets, Yamaha, Doc Wob, Fuel Customs, DWT, Works Connections, Factory 43 Nerfs, and my wife Carly, my family, and Decker Training Facility. That's like my second family. So thanks to them for hosting me all winter and putting me in a good position to ride and train as hard as I could. One more thing. Thank you all for being here and cheering us on. I appreciate it. We'll see you at the next one.
He appreciates you. Do you appreciate him? Let's hear it. That is your podium. Now we're going to pass the trophies out, get a couple of snapshots, and then we got some champagne showers in store. Bryce, I'm gonna ask you, since you're closer, are you riding this thing? Are you taking this out on the lake anytime?
No, I'm probably gonna put it next to the one that I had from last year, but yeah, this is a sick board. This is a dream to try to get one of these, and I got 2 now, so I'm pumped.
Hey, that's awesome, man. You guys hold those things up high. Nobody likes taking a picture without a cheering crowd. Make a little noise one more time. This is your pro podium here from Daytona. Everybody going to get the shots, and then don't forget the champagne popping coming up next. Going to be spraying some bottles down here from Daytona. Joel Hetrick also taking home that SSI Decals Whole Shot Award. I mean, the guy's racking up left and right. He's throwing the 100% on, protecting himself from champagne, shrapnel, man, everything's going everywhere. Bryce pops it first. He's spraying the competition. He's spraying the fans. It's a celebration up here on the podium. We'll wait for it. We'll wait for it. There it is. We're popping bottles. A huge congratulations to all of our podium finishers out here from Daytona.
Well, big congratulations to our top 3 again. Of course, Joel Hetrick taking the big win here in Daytona. Bryce Ford second, and Brandon Hogue rounding out your podium here in Daytona. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to wrap things up for us here on a absolutely sensational weekend. RCSX, we had Vintage, we had our ATV SX, but we'll be back next week up in Georgia for some GNCC, the general GNCC. We'll get a few days off, let the boys and girls get some rest. In the meantime, on behalf of Matt Watson, Zach Herron, our camera operators, Kirsten, Daniel, Gavin, Mike, Josh, JC, and Leah, our manager, Dan Reinhardt, our EIC engineer in charge, if you did not know, Jordan McFadden, our director, Don Hampton, our producer, Adam Gordon, and our executive producer, Ms. Terry Jo Russell. I'm Mike Ewaynes. We'll see you at the races.